This is the best clip. All right, let me pull this up on the side. I'm gonna go pop a coffee in. Hold on one second. Is brewing. Coffee is currently being made. It was a very fun stream. I love how you're trying to take it seriously. Well, we couldn't all be challenged. Couldn't all be tea party challenged, etiquette challenged. One of us had to figure it out. So yes, I am late because I went and did an etiquette stream with Sam. Well, Sam was hosting the stream. She put it all together, Samwich, the lovely Samwich. And then it was myself, Doug, Ethan, aka Crank Gameplays, and then Eric, aka Point Crow. It was quite the group that we had. Yes, the outfit was thrown together last minute, but I quite liked the little the fascinator that I had, that I learned. It's not called a tiny hat. It's called a fascinator. I'll show you. It's right over here. Here it is. A tiny hat, aka a fascinator. Yes. Just pop that on. Now, I did learn it's supposed to be on this side. Because if you grab a gentleman's arm, he'll be on your left, you'll be on the right, so you don't want to hide yourself, even though it gives a nice air of mystery. So it's got to be on this side. Yes, darling. All right, my coffee is done. Go grab that. Okay, got some caffeine. Got me some caffeine. We will be ready to rock and roll. Thought it was a widow thing. No, it was a hat that when I when I searched on Amazon, tiny tea party hats, it popped up. It was the same hat that our etiquette coach, Jules, had. She said she almost wore black, too. When she saw my all-black outfit, she was like, oh, I love black. I almost wore black as well. I was like, I always wear black. Yes, you could also use it possibly for exfoliating once you're done with the tea party. Taking a shower. You know? Scrub, scrub. It's got the ability to do both. You can do it all. But it was a great time. You never know when you're gonna need to pull out the tea party etiquette. So there were certainly things that I did not know that I learned. Here's a clip from the stream. Even just looking at Doug's posture here, you know things are going to be disastrous.
The T-hole is tiny. I can't get.
Well, you're not putting the finger through. You're not putting your whole hand through it.
Okay.
Whoa, what's going on with the audio?
It's like this.
I said put your thumb and pinky through.
Get your.
Just trying to find the clip.
I forgot I said that.
Brother, if you find it, let me know.
I like that the stream kind of just turned into being mean to each other. It was just like roasting each other, because when you're at in a tea party setting like this, you're supposed to be very polite. The audio was super glitchy. Oh man, that blows. Oh. Oh well, I hope it was still fun for those of you who tuned in. Yes, so Jules, this is her in the pink. Jules was our etiquette coach, and she repeatedly said it was not a competition. She stressed the importance of polite company, and we spent the entirety of the stream competing with each other and also being very mean. At least you could hear everyone. That is true. That's good. She was patient with us. Now, I will say, she was warned ahead of time. She was warned ahead of time that it was going to be like dealing with children. Hi, Caroline. Can you remind me what day you do movie night? Typically on Sundays. Cozy Sunday evenings. Yes, no, she had a really great time afterwards. We were chatting with her and profusely thanking her for putting up with us. And she said it was hilarious. She had a lot of fun. She was very good at dealing with unhinged child streamers trying to hold teacups, trying to learn how to use a fork, while she also kept it moving along. So she was laughing. She was like legitimately laughing too. There were some moments she was laughing harder than any of us. And I will say, as soon as the cameras were off, we all kind of just took like a big breath, because it really was so much fun. And like, I had a stitch in my side from laughing or trying not to laugh. It was just very goofy. It was a silly group of people. I think older people enjoyed it a lot. They just can't be like that with their peers. Yeah, I mean, it's taking something that is a serious thing, but and making it not so serious, you know. Like the idea of an etiquette class in 2024 is very funny, because this is just not something that you know, it's not the norm to be in, you know, having to know how to do these things, to be in polite society, that kind of thing. So it added to the chaos of it. Funniest stream of the year. Okay, when God, there were so many moments. Wait, does anybody have the clip of when I was ordained the special VIP? I was going to be pouring everyone's tea, and then I don't know if you could see it, but a piece of the branch up above fell directly onto my plate. As in, the universe was also agreeing that I was to be the VIP of the 4 sitting there. Doug's violent shaking. Oh, yes. Great. Thank you. Doug's violent shaking with laughter while he tried to drink the tea was too much. I know.
A VIP guest. So we can make you the VIP guest.
Wow.
Yeah, how's that feel?
Oh, you've been chosen.
You've been chosen.
Okay, wait. Let me go back and see.
You've been chosen.
Wow.
Yeah, how's that feel?
It was right in that moment. Literally right at that moment, this little pine from the tree up above perfectly fell down onto my plate. And therefore we knew it was the right decision.
I've been ordained. I am the chosen one. Have like a VIP guest.
I am the chosen one. I am she. The girl who lived. Like when Will and Emmy did a stream with Joe's Hung, you could tell he enjoyed talking to people who understood the internet. Yeah, that was a really special stream. Fucking Slay today screenshotted your IG story for outfit inspo. So that dress, the funny thing about that dress is I had gotten that for my 30th birthday. And I don't like to spend too much on something that I think I'm only going to wear once. It was a special occasion. I think the dress was like, I had gotten it at Nordstrom and it was about $300, which I was like, oh, I don't know. But I got it for my 30th birthday. I have worn that dress so many times now, which is great. Like, I love being able to rewear things. And also, it just has come in handy so many times for many different events, for just many different looks. I mean, it was the perfect dress for the tea party. So if there's one thing I like to do if I buy things outside of the thrift scene, I like to be able to get a lot of wear out of them, or else, you know, it just feels like a waste. So this dress has come in handy, and I have worn it many times now. It's especially hard too when you buy something that's dramatic. Like this has very dramatic sleeves. It's a very flattering, beautiful dress, very dramatic sleeves. And so it's just one of those dresses that, you know, it's the standout type of dress. So you go, oh, well, I'm wearing this to this event. I can't possibly wear this. And then you just do it. You're like, no, it's a great dress. We love a versatile look. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it is a good one. I think it's just, you know what the problem is? Social media. That's what has made re-wearing things a nuisance. I know this might sound petty or dumb, but that's where a lot of like the hauls come from too. It's a mindset of like, okay, well, I wore this on Instagram. I don't like doing the fast fashion hauls, but that's where this comes from, where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna buy new clothes all the time because I take pictures, I put them on Instagram. So there goes that outfit. Like, can't possibly wear the same dress again because there's going to be pictures. And I just wore this to the last thing. So got to get something new. But that's where the over consumerism has, a reason why we overly consume and buy too many things. Spend way too much money on clothes. Yeah, I used to have a little bit of a shopping addiction, and by a little bit, a lot of bit. And I tampered that. You ever do a makeup tutorial? Yeah, I definitely can one of these days. I think I've never thought about how I would explain what I do. I just kind of... But yeah, I've had a lot of requests for a get ready with me, or just like, what products do you use? A real one knows how to rework an outfit. Yes, this is true. Because the thing is, I've worn this dress plenty of times now, but I've never worn it with, I've never worn it with this fascinator. I've never worn it with the gloves. So you can dress up, you can dress down, you can get crafty, creative with re-wearing clothes. Nico, thank you for the Prime. That's why I like suits. Get some fun dress shirts and ties thrown. I also love suits. I had a suit jacket around here, but I do love a suit. Have we covered the insane Dune red carpet by Zendaya? She's not stopping. Yes, we did. I don't know if I covered. Did I cover crazy ass Club Chalamet being so angry that Zendaya looked so good and was getting a lot of the attention? Let me see if I can find the tweet. Hoshi Cow, thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, classic Club Chalamet. Here she is. This woman is 60, by the way. 57. to be exact. Club Chalamet, #1 stalker of Timothy Chalamet. Me looking at a red carpet attention grabber. Look at me, look at me. I'm the real star person in London. So not impressed, girl.
Heart, cutie, see heart.
Joss Burney, thank you for the 6 months. There's also something so nasty about this because Club Chalamet is a black woman and Zendaya is black. So the extra being like awful to Zendaya for this white boy that you're in love with. Yes, Club Chalamet is black. Like I said, there's so many layers to this. Yeah. No, she's not white. No. Yeah, and she's 57. Let's just remember that. Unfortunately, she is. Yeah. Wait, does anybody... There was a really funny photo of Timothy and Zendaya. They're wearing matching outfits. Oh, yeah. Someone's like... I saw so many tweets that was like, oh, Timothy called ahead of time. He was like, hey, girl, what are you wearing? Gotta make sure that I don't get shown up. Let's just be matching. I like that they're kind of wearing, like they're kind of doing a gender reveal here. These are incredibly sick. I do love these. Isn't the point of going to a red carpet to look your best? Yeah, and also like Zendaya could wear a brown sack and she would be flawless. She would steal the show. Like she's an ethereal, gorgeous person that I sometimes question if she's a human. But yeah, the Dune press outfits have been unreal, and I love that they went with a matching, what is this? It's like a leather jumpsuit look. The sci-fi vibes for the Doom promos are fun aesthetic. Yeah. Oh, so fun. The latest archive pull's crazy. Yeah, man. I just love seeing these 90s looks be, back on the red carpet here. Fucking hell, mate. Oh, like I wonder how many celebrities, actually how few celebrities would get the rights to wear, a piece of history like this. I can't imagine it's a lot. Like Zendaya is definitely someone who I think, oh yeah, Zendaya wants to wear it. Say less. Guys on Twitter mid. Oh, you want to know who the latest mid is? The latest dudes on Twitter saying she's mid? Sydney Sweeney. And it was in response to... Not this. Wait, let me not freeze scroll. It was in response to this. Like, I'm sorry. This is a gorgeous woman. This woman is incredibly hot. And the tweets have been like, yeah, in Europe, she's maybe a 5. I'm like, what is this fascination and obsession with European women being like apparently so much hotter than Sydney Sweeney? It's like the whole idea, oh, you think she's hot? You think this American woman is hot? And these are coming from Americans. This is not like stuck up, snotty Europeans who are like, oh, ooh la la, Sydney Sweeney? She would be a 5 in Paris. No, it's like American dudes saying, oh yeah, well, Sydney Sweeney's a 5 in Europe. I'm like, have you even been to Europe? You have to be careful. Free scroll. Yeah, that's why I'm not free scrolling Sydney Sweeney, because I don't know what's going to pop up. So it was this look, and then I saw tweets about her when in the red dress. Let me see if I can find the red dress. Yeah, okay, here she is. Like, she is such a babe. There's no, I don't know what we're doing here. The sweatiest men ever being like, yeah, she's mid. She's a 5 at best. I'm like, oh, okay. I really think that if you say those things, you should have to legally produce a photo of yourself. If you're like, Sydney Sweeney is mid. Margot Robbie is mid. You must then produce a photo of yourself. As a fellow Tumdaya stan, is this the puppy thing? Oh, I've already watched this 10 times. Yeah, I was talking about them yesterday. I only get parasocial with Tom Holland and Zendaya. It's one of those where if I were to find out that it's fake, I would think that love was dead. I would question everything because I genuinely do believe that they have a loving relationship and are incredibly sweet with each other and very cute. And this is the BuzzFeed puppy thing.
The most Riz. Me. Hello. I don't know. Riz is short for charisma, right? Everybody's kind of got their own. I think someone who has beautiful charisma, not on the Dune cast, but I personally worked for me is Mr. Tom Holland.
That is so fucking cute. Can I just say that? I'm being parasocial, okay? It's so cute. Her being asked who is the most Riz of the Dune cast, of which there are many, many handsome people, handsome, gorgeous people who are in Dune. And she brings it back to Tom. She's like, you know who's great Riz is Tom Holland. Terrible Tay, thank you for the 6 months.
More shy and like kind of quiet, so it takes a little bit more to like pull me out of my shell. But he's great at just like talking to people and getting to know people, and like you see him on talk shows and stuff like that. He's just naturally
it's so
very good at that.
cute.
Which for me, I've definitely had to like pull it out of me a little bit. So he's got that natural gift.
You got the shy Riz.
Yeah. That's a thing.
Shy Riz.
Has the most Riz.
Me.
Yeah, man. Ugh. Hey, I'm Christopher Walken here. I would say Christopher Walken has the most Riz on Dune as well. Yeah. Seems like a genuine dude. Yes. And look, I always maintain, do not celebrity worship, do not meet your heroes type of thing. Understand that celebrities are imperfect humans, yada yada. But Tom and Zendaya, it seems like a genuine relationship, and I know that I know a lot of relationships in Hollywood are pure PR, like they are literally arranged between publicists, and the stuff that they put out on social media is all part of the plan. But those two, they do seem super fucking cute together. I'm like, please don't turn out to be fake or lie, because then nothing is real. Then there is no love. That's it.
Notice me, senpai.
Notice me, senpai. Not a weeb. Thank you for the 7 months. I'm still so mad Disney didn't allow her to be Mary Jane or defend her when hateful people were attacking her. Disney's solution was, okay, she won't be Mary Jane, she'll be MJ. That was really dumb and confusing. I was like, wait, she's MJ, but she's not Mary Jane. But her name is MJ. The initials of Mary Jane. Huh? What? Also, why did they have a problem with her being Mary Jane when they already had switched Mary Jane actresses? It seems silly. Loki, I think Kylie and Tim Shamma are a fake couple, but I think so as well. I mean, look, whenever it's something involving Kris Jenner, who has an entire paparazzi, like a private paparazzi team, I think that there's always an element of PR to it. Like the Kardashians don't do anything without it being part of the brand or part of their PR. It's just, it's simple. Yeah. If there's one family who have spent their entire careers manufacturing what is like seen as public and also private, it's the Kardashians. Chamberalt, thank you for the 9 months. Truly. Like there's this whole thing where if you compare the Kardashian paparazzi photos to actual candid pictures taken of them, you can see the difference because the Kardashians have a, they have a private paparazzi team. They pay for so they can get access to them, but then they have control of the photos so they can make sure that they are, properly photoshopped and make them look good. So it's not just these pictures out there of them looking bad. It's Kris Jenner is in control of so many things. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to my queen, Zendaya. Yeah, they literally debuted their relationship at Beyonce's birthday concert in LA where a bunch of celebs were. Yeah, and if you notice, like, the Kardashians will follow trends, okay? So for a while, they were all dating or married to black men. Having black, like, they had their mixed race black babies, and then they moved on with the exception of Kourtney. Kourtney has always dated, like, skinny white dudes. But Kendall, Kylie, Kim, and Khloe, literally, when they were in their, like, BBL era, they were all with black guys and they had their babies with black guys, and then they like all moved on, and at the same time we're all dating skinny emo-ish white dudes. Like it is all part of the Kardashian grand plan, right? The devil works hard, but Kris Jenner works harder. That's where that comes from. Yeah. And I'm sure Kris loves stuff like Club Chalamet. You think Kris Jenner doesn't know about Club Chalamet? Kris Jenner absolutely knows about Club Chalamet. She knows about all the crazy Chalamet stuff. But it's good because it keeps Kylie in the, keeps her in the news. Her relationship with Timothy. This like random relationship, but oh, they work together. And then they eliminated, yes, they all took their implants out. They got rid of the BBLs, the hip implants. They got small, the boobs smaller. Like they do the plastic surgery, the same plastic surgery at the same time, so that they're all like, they're almost like carbon copies of each other. When they embraced the clean look, the natural aesthetic in their homes, like it's all part of the brand, the Kardashian aesthetic. Yeah, anyway. Kendall's the only one without a baby. True. Okay. What else can I look at? Do you hate watch their Hulu? I just don't really watch reality TV. Even though apparently Love is Blind, there is so much drama this season. The thing with reality TV, even if you don't watch reality TV, if you're online, you're gonna see all the drama. Like, I don't watch Vanderpumps, but I saw all of the Scandival. All the Scandival drama. The Love is Blind stuff. Apparently, like, I haven't watched the show, but I know what's happening. I know about the woman who said people said she looks like Megan Fox. And so the guy who asked her to marry him, and remember, Love is Blind, you don't see what the other person looks like before you ask them to marry you. And so he had just, she had told him, oh yeah, everyone says I look like Megan Fox. She doesn't look like Megan Fox. He's not that great looking either, and he was clearly visibly disappointed, which, to be fair to him, yeah, that's I think it's a little, I think it's justified. You know, if someone says everyone tells me I look like Megan Fox, and then you see them for the first time and they don't look like Megan Fox, I think you're gonna be, I think you're gonna be like, oh, look, it's a very superficial show, because you have to believe that the person you are proposing to is good looking, that you're gonna, you know, hopefully physically be attracted to them without seeing them. So just based on like conversation and them describing themselves, what people say, who people say they look like. Yeah. So anyway, I know about all of that, and I have not watched this season at all. Don't even need to watch, just go on Twitter. Exactly. Speaking of Tom Sandoval, I did see this story. He is the worst. Look at him. This is the douchiest person you'll ever meet. Somebody who looks like that, there's no way they're not a douche lord. Yeah. So this is Tom Sandoval, the Vanderpump villain. And he's said some pretty crazy things. Am I able to play Elden Ring as my first Souls game? Hell yeah, I did it. I'm playing Elden Ring. It's my first Souls game. Yeah, just everything about it. The tan, the chin, the glasses, the hair, the tattoo on the chest, these beads. This guy just looks like a dick. Okay, thank you for the gifted to douche lord. Well, here's a post that should come as no surprise to Tom Sandoval's PR team, or the public relation folks at Bravo, or even Vanderpump Rules executive producer Alex Baskin. The widely reviled reality star went ahead and tossed out a half-baked comparison between the media attention garnered by Scandoval with that of the O.J. Simpson trial, or the police murder of George Floyd in the New York Times. Yeah, so he is a cheating scumfuck, and he compared the media attention on that to when George Floyd was murdered and when O.J. Simpson murdered 2 people and was on trial for it. The quotes appear in an extensive profile of Sandoval that digs into how the villain of the infamous Vanderpump cheating scandal has navigated the past year. He provided the dubious comparison after being asked why he thought the scandal became such a sensation, especially considering Vanderpump had been flagging in the ratings after 9 seasons on air. I'm not a pop culture historian really, but I witnessed the O.J. Simpson thing and George Floyd and all these big things, which is really weird to compare this to that, I think. But do you think in a weird way, it's a little bit the same? Yeah, bro. I think in a weird way, you cheating on, what was it? What's her name? Raquel is the same, got the same attention and the same, I don't know, like you can compare that to after George Floyd was murdered or O.J. Simpson's trial of the decade, of the century. Cheating on Ariana with Raquel. Yeah. It sounds like Zoolander speaking. That's why I use the Zoolander voice. To be fair, even Sandoval seemed to recognize in the moment that this probably was not the most appropriate thing to say. Not that that stops him from saying it, which is, let's be honest, what we want from our reality stars. Fittingly for a story that examines the murky lines between reality and reality, the profile documents the real-time reactions of the various entertainment industry institutions with vested interest in making sure Sandoval comes across as the good kind of bad, not the bad kind of bad. Journalist Irina Alexander says word of Sandoval's comment quickly got back to his PR team, who asked that he not attend a confessional taping the next day. Because the thing is like, they want the drama. They want the press. They don't want him to be saying things like that. They're like, oh, no. That's the bad kind of bad. We want the good kind of bad. Don't compare yourself to George Floyd or the O.J. Simpson trial. No, that's not what we planned. That's not part of the plan. When Alexander was allowed to see Sandoval again, both a Bravo publicist and a senior NBC Universal exec were present. One thing the story, which is truly excellent, go read it in full, does not make clear is whether all these people were similarly concerned by one of the other bonkers quotes that Sandoval dropped when describing the intense vitriol he received in the wake of Scandoval. I feel like I got more hate than Danny Masterson, and he's a convicted rapist. Oh, boy. Oh, buddy. No. That is not another thing that you should not be comparing yourself to, making yourself out to be a victim. Dude picked exponentially worse things, and also like just objectively not true. Sometimes no speak. Later on Tuesday, the Vanderpump Rules star apologized, releasing the following statement. My intentions behind the comments I made in New York Times Magazine were to explain the level of national media attention my affair received. The comparison was ignorant and inappropriate. I'm incredibly sorry and embarrassed. I think a better thing would have been to compare it to like another celebrity affair scandal. Don't compare it to a brutal police murder or a double murder committed by a celebrity. Or a celebrity who drugged and raped multiple women. Like, that's not something that you should even... You should even remotely mention. Just like, if you want to talk about the level of hate that you got, compare it to like another celebrity affair. Go, well, what the heck? Hugh Jackman, there's all these, all these rumors that seem pretty legitimate that he cheated on his wife of 25 years. Where's the hate for Mr. Wolverine? When is the new season out? I have no idea. I do not watch the show. This was just an example of like reality TV drama that I know of because of being online. You don't even have to watch the show. It's on now. I feel like the show's always on, but... He has no sense of self-reflection or understanding why people consume reality TV. Right, like this guy is a reality TV star. He should know the good bad versus the bad bad. Like he gets trained on this stuff. That's his whole career. It's like, I'm gonna be a villain. I am a villain, but I gotta be a good villain. Not a bad villain where I'm saying stuff like this. He does look like G-Eazy. True. John OG, thank you for your Prime sub. This is really funny because yesterday we talked about this and I was like, I bet you True Detective gets another season because it did really well. A lot of people watched it. It had really high ratings. So the fact that Nick Pizzolatto has been going off on how much he hates this season, I was like, not a good look, dude. They're probably going to renew it for another one. Like, you're making money off this. And guess what? They are. They are making season 5. And Issa Lopez is returning. Nick pissing in his pants, Zalato. True Detective has been renewed for season 5 at HBO. Issa Lopez, who created True Detective Night Country, wrote and directed it, will helm the 5th season under her new overall deal with HBO. The renewal comes as a little surprise, given the success of Night Country, which saw Jodie Foster and Callie Reese star in the 4th installment of the HBO anthology series. Per HBO, the season is the most watched installment of the show to date, with 12.7 million cross-platform viewers. I wonder if that might be a factor in Nick pissing his pants Salato's anger. The fact that, even though my personal feelings on the show, I expressed them, I did not love this season. I have not thought a season was good since season 1. This was the most watched installment. Like, yeah, I think it's pretty clear why the creator of True Detective has been nonstop trashing the show. Like, he can't He can't stand to see it. And look, he's allowed to have those feelings, but privately. It is an incredibly bad look to be bad-mouthing Issa Lopez, HBO, like the leads of the show, and just the show in general, and doing so publicly. That is so immature and really a bad look, because he's a fucking executive producer. He's making money off this. The season finale on February 18th was the most watched episode of the season, drawing 3.2 million viewers across HBO and Max. That represents a 57% increase over the show's premiere viewership in January. Yeah, that's really good. A 57% increase from the premiere is a very good indicator, and no shit that it got greenlit for a 5th season. From conception to release, Night Country has been the most beautiful collaboration adventure of my entire life. Creative Life, Lopez said. HBO trusts my vision all the way, and the idea of bringing to life a new incarnation of True Detective with Casey, Francesca, and the whole team is a dream come true. I can't wait to go again. Issa Lopez is that one-of-a-kind rare talent that speaks directly to HBO's creative spirit, said Francesca Orsi, exec vice president of HBO programming, head of HBO drama series and films. She helmed True Detective Night Country from start to finish, never once faltering from her own commendable vision and inspiring us with her resilience both on the page and behind the camera. Alongside Jodie and Callie's impeccable performances, she's made this installation of the franchise a massive success. We are lucky to have her as part of our family. The thing is, HBO doesn't care. HBO's not going to be like, the rating's not that great. So, sorry. No, they look at numbers. This is the most successful season. They're like, yep, that's all that matters to us. Shush. Jordan, thank you for the 7 months. You said season 4 was mid, right? I didn't think the writing was very good in season 4, which was disappointing because I liked the setting. I was excited by having Jodie Foster in the show. Thought it was kind of a miscast. But I also just think that the characters weren't very well written, in my opinion. Anyhow, Steven Dorff is the GOAT. You want to know something about Steven Dorff? He's the fucking worst. I do not like that man. He is a total piece of shit, and I will say that publicly. He dated a friend of mine, and I don't know what he's up to now, but when he was dating her, he was a fucking mess. And he would get obliterated and be so abusive towards her and say the most awful things. And I like, all of my interactions with him were horrendous. I literally have videos on my phone. I will not show them here. But from a couple years ago, I have videos of him. It's sad too, because Steven Dorff has had, like, he's had a lot of shit happen in his life. It's still not an excuse. But he was really big. He did Blade. That's what a lot of you might know him from, or from season 3 of True Detective. But I think he's from an acting family, or something like that, or maybe his brother. I don't know, but he's been around for a long time. And he just, I don't know. He has total addiction issues and anger issues, and I don't know. My interactions with him were largely awful. And so I couldn't really feel too bad for the guy, seeing how he behaved. I was like, you're 50. You're a grown-ass adult. I don't care what you're dealing with in your life. And he was dating a friend of mine who was probably 25 at the time. So he would have been in his late 40s. It was like, you act like a child. Yeah. And it sucked. It sucked because I remember True Detective season 3 comes out, and there was a part of me that was like, I can't even watch this. It was really hard for me to even watch the show because of knowing Steven Dorff. You told him that? Oh, I told him a lot of things. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he wouldn't even remember who I am, though. But yeah, most of the time when I would be telling him off, he would be like blacked out. And I did take his I did take his AirPods though. He was given a gift package for the Super Bowl just because he's a celebrity and there were AirPods in it. And he was being so awful that I was like, I'm taking these AirPods. These are mine now. This is my payment for dealing with you. Uh-huh. He used to say such racist things to me too. Oh my God. And again, he would be blacked out, but so racist. Just like the most racist Asian shit that he could say. And I, again, probably doesn't remember any of it. Yeah, it's called reparations, sweetie. Yeah. Yeah, fun times. But that was like the weird thing about LA and working in clubs is that I would meet guys like this. And at first I'd go, "Oh my God, Steven Dorff? Oh, I'm a fan of Steven Dorff. I think he's great. I think he's a great actor. What's he been up to?" And then I would like meet these guys. You know what I mean? Like meet these guys. Like, oh, no, thank you. Did it ruin Blade? I haven't seen Blade since I had met him, but it did ruin. I mean, True Detective season 3 wasn't fantastic, but like I said, it was hard. It was harder to watch that. That is the funny thing. Meeting actors in the settings that I would typically meet them in, which would be nightlife, when you see kind of the worst of people, I really think that like I would see the true sides of so many of the rich and famous, seeing them in that setting. And I don't know, it does kind of ruin it. Yeah. I had the same experience with Jake Gyllenhaal, absolute archetype of awful celebrity, comically rude and mean. That is something I have heard from other people about Jake Gyllenhaal, which sucks because I am a huge fan of Jake Gyllenhaal. And yet I've heard he's kind of a weird dude. This is why I'm such a never meet your heroes. Yeah, never meet your heroes, or just don't meet actors ever. Don't meet any celebrity. No, he made me realize I was gay. I feel like the only person who's safe to meet is Michael J. Fox. Because everyone's like, he's the fucking best. Marty McFly is the best, man. You're my favorites. I am not a celebrity, but thank you. You know what I'm talking about, though, when I say celebrities, okay? I ain't talking about Twitch streamers. Twitch streamers are not celebrities. I'm talking about actors. I'm talking about singers. I'm talking about directors, like Hollywood type folks. Except Valkyrie. Yeah, Valkyrie is maybe the exception. Or was I? Over here. Yes. So anywho, wait. Season 1's Matthew McConaughey, Woody Harrelson, and Cary Fukunaga. We're all producers on Night Country. It is fucking crazy that Nick has been so publicly vile towards this season, considering the fact that, like, everyone who worked on season 1 was a part of Night Country. Just repugnant behavior, man. Oofta. Anyway, I don't know. I'm probably done with True Detective, TBH. I think I've thrown in the towel. I think I'm retired from this show. Season 4, I gave it a try because it was gonna be something different. I liked the setting. I liked the Alaska, you know, the snowy, dark Alaska. But I think I'm over it. However, this is funny. Having season 5, having the show be renewed in the midst of Nick's meltdown. Time is a flat circle. Time will always be a flat circle, and some questions just won't have answers. And some further seasons just won't be watched by me. Yeah, I don't know. I need a new show because Invincible is just gone. I don't know when it's coming back. I'm waiting on The Boys. I finished Mr. Miss. I don't know. I need something new. I watched Fargo. Anybody got anything? I already watched Tokyo Vice. I'm waiting on Severance. I've seen The Curse. I'm waiting on the new season of White Lotus. I don't know about Yellow Jackets, man. Season 2 was such a disappointment. Have I seen Masters of the Air? Yeah, maybe it's time. I watched Blue Eyed Samurai. Maybe it is time for me to get into some anime. Did I watch them? Yep. There's so many shows that I'm waiting on. Yeah, I said I've thought about Daisy Jones. Tokyo Vice. I am watching Tokyo Vice season 2. I did watch the first couple episodes. I caught up. I've watched Hannibal like 4 times. Is there another Sharp Objects coming out? I watched that. I've seen Maniac. True. Abbott season 3. I watched season 1 and I didn't watch season 2. Not because I was like, fuck this show. I don't know. I just kind of fell to the wayside. So like, I would have to watch season 2 before season 3. Hannibal is one of my favorite shows of all time. All time. Evil. I've watched Evil. Rewatched The Sopranos. I started doing that during the pandemic. So rewatching. Mr. Robot. I have gone to watch this show so many times and I never have. I don't know why. I feel like it would be a show that I would love. I'm not kidding you. At least 3 times. I've been pulled up season 1 and then just never have watched it. Episode 1, season 1. What else am I waiting on? Yeah, so now I'm kind of in this like, all right, I'm in between seasons. I'm waiting for Severance. I'm waiting for Boys. I'm waiting for House of Dragon. I'm waiting for so many shows to come back. So I'm like, do I go back to an old show that I never watched? Do I try some anime? I've seen BoJack Horseman. Are you gonna watch Shogun? I have been seeing ads for this, commercials for this. I feel like I might fuck with that show. I watched Homecoming. Cowboy Bebop time. Castlevania. I watched Castlevania. I'm not a big Marvel Star Wars fan, so like I haven't watched Andor. I basically watched The Mandalorian and that was about it. Am I caught up on Guiding Light? What is, I feel like this is Guiding Light? Holy shit, 72 years on air. Oh my god. Do you know what's hilarious is I have auditioned for multiple soap operas and I've never watched a soap opera. I don't get it. I don't understand. I feel like it's one of those things that people who love soap operas is because it was like a daily comfort for them. Like people my age, it was they'd come home from school or they'd be with their aunties or their grandmas and be watching Days of Our Lives. Like how do you just, I feel like you don't just start watching soap operas right now. It is appealing to a very specific group of people in this country, usually stay-at-home moms, and also of a certain generation. Yeah, All My Children, General Hospital, Days of Our Lives, Young and the Restless. Those shows have been on for decades. Have you watched For All Mankind? I think I started watching this.
For the first time, and I enjoyed it if you're into that type of show.
I did watch Bridgerton. I did binge it, I will say. Milo, thank you for the 18 months. I, just like a lot of other people, fell in love with, what's his name? Jonathan Bailey. And then found out he was gay. Was like, well, the gays get him. Yeah, so I'm waiting for the next season of Bridgerton. It's funny because that typically wouldn't be my type of show, but I did love Bridgerton. Okay, For All Mankind. I have definitely seen... This is Joel Kinnaman. Yeah, I do love him. I have seen at least an episode of this show. There's kind of a lot of Apple TV shows that I have seen at least one episode of. Apple TV has so many sci-fi shows. Kind of about the same quality, I would say. There are standout ones like Silo. Silo to me is a standout. I ate up season 1. I can't wait for season 2. Let's go. How many Silos are there? We'll find out. Miss Maisel. I watched the first half of Miss Maisel and then just kind of fell off. You know what, I at least I used to do this before there was too many television shows. I used to try to watch at least one episode. So when I was in college, I was pretty sure that I had seen at least an episode of like 25% of shows that were currently airing. This is before there was an explosion. Because what I would do is just make sure I had seen, you know, an episode, maybe 2 of a show so that like I kind of got a vibe for it. Knew what was going on there. But then it got to a point where I was like, holy shit, there's too much TV. There's shows that I've never even heard of. Have I watched Never Have I Ever? Yup. Oh, Slow Horses. Yes. Do you know what drives me crazy? Okay, here's the thing. So I started watching this show because Will, we kind of go back and forth on like, oh, hey, I have a show for us or I have a movie for us. He picked out Slow Horses. Watched the first season. I was in. He kept falling asleep. So we like had to, the next time we would watch something, we would pick up wherever he had fallen asleep so he didn't have to miss anything. But then that just kept being the thing. So finally I was like, okay, are we going to watch this show or not? Are you into this show? Because I like this. I'm digging it. But I can't keep doing... I can't be waiting for you. What do you want? Like, what are we doing here? Because there will be some things where it's like, we just binge it. we're both awake. We're just binging it. And then there'll be other things where I either lose interest or I'm, you know, not really paying attention, or he is. So it's a like, do you want to watch this show, or do I have permission to go full speed ahead on it by myself and not be waiting for you? Have I seen the first season of The Terror? Yeah, so good. So good. I've actually seen both seasons. I've seen Midnight Mass. Yeah, I found this show intriguing. I did. So this is one of those where I'm going to give him a chance and be like, are you interested in watching this show, or else I'm going to take things from here. Have I seen The Leftovers or *Halt and Catch Fire*? I've seen episodes of both those shows, but I haven't watched the whole shows. Yeah, I watched Ozark, Only Murders in the Building, Foundation. That sounds familiar. Is this another Apple sci-fi? Foundation. This seems like another Apple sci-fi show. Yes. Oh, this is Lee Pace. Bro, I'm telling you, Apple TV has so many of these sci-fi shows. Foundation, The Last Kind, Mankind. It's so hard to tell them apart. Invasion. Other Worlds. Like, I'm like, have I seen an episode of this, or am I confusing it with the 5 other ones that have similar, at least a similar poster, similar look? They don't promote their shows. No, they don't. Have you ever watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? One of my favorite shows. I've watched it through like 3 times at least. Incredible show. I wish Joss Whedon was not an asshole. I wish he was not. I wish he didn't fucking suck. Because he really wrote one of the best teenage shows. The way that he tackles teenage, high school, and then college, you know, but just teenagers, and puts that into fantasy and you know, sci-fi fantasy is incredible. Yeah, really mad Joss Whedon. Asking a millennial woman if she watched Buffy. I will say though, Buffy, because I didn't have TV growing up, and then when we did get a TV, it wasn't as if suddenly I had access to all these things. I didn't watch Buffy until college. No, high school or college. Might have been college that I discovered Buffy the Vampire Slayer, binge watched the entire thing, and then watched it again, and then during the pandemic watched it again, and now it's one of those shows that like, oh, I'll put the Thanksgiving episode of Buffy on. Like, I've watched that episode a lot of times. I've actually never watched Angel though. It's because I really have always been a huge fan of Sarah Michelle Gellar. I love that girlie so much, even though I've heard Angel is a better show. Not from everyone. It's, you know, I think it's like this big debate. Angel or Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Different shows, different casts. Well, some crossover, but Sarah Michelle Gellar is not an Angel. And like, I watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer because of Sarah Michelle Gellar. I think it also depends on maybe what you've seen first. I watched all of Angel from start to finish before I took the time to properly watch Buffy, so I'm Angel biased. And I'm Buffy the Vampire Slayer biased, even though I haven't watched Angel, because that was my first one. Have I watched Crazy Ex-Girlfriend? Yes. Not the whole thing, but I've seen a lot of episodes. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we started this conversation because I was saying that I'm waiting for new seasons of a lot of shows. So I'm thinking, what do I watch next? I just rewatched Dune. To remind myself to get ready for Dune 2. But I need a show. So, one day it has what's his name in it? Or the guy from White Lotus, Leo Woodall. Oh my god. He has dangerous eyes. He has dangerously sexy eyes. He's yeah, and he's dating Megan Faye from White Lotus. I've seen people talking about this show. Isn't it? Because it's based on does it have anything to do with the movie? One Day with Jim Sturgis and Anne Hathaway. Yes, because the movie is based on the book, and so the show is based on the book as well. Swarm. I was incredibly disappointed by that show. I was really excited to watch Swarm, to finally watch a show that takes on insane stan culture, and I just felt like it never knew what it wanted to say. Felt like ultimately it wasn't even really about stan culture. And I don't know. I don't think we've gotten anything. I don't think we've gotten any piece of television yet that tackles stan culture in the way that we know it. I've heard good things about From. Okay, From is a show. This is classic. Season 1, fucking awesome. A lot of questions are raised, but you're in it. Hook, line, and sinker. Season 2, trash. It's by the people who made Lost, just so you know, if that tells you anything. Season 2, there is so much filler. There are so many scenes of two characters talking, and you're like, no one cares about this. We loved season 1 because it was actually fucking scary, and like there were all these mysteries. And you're like, what is going on here? How do you kill these things? Where do they come from? How do they get out of here? How did they end up here? And the hope is that in season 2, you answer some of those things, some of those questions, but that you still keep the focus on the supernatural, on the spooky, and no one gives a fuck about two characters who are talking for 10 minutes. Insane. It was so maddening to watch, and it was like second episode in, I just had that feeling. I was like, oh, this season's gonna be frustrating. When we would get to like in second episode, here's our 5th scene of two characters talking. Two different characters talking. It was like every episode, there had to be pairings of characters talking. Oh, it drives me nuts. I hate when it's so obvious that this stuff is filler. Because in that case, it almost is like, I would rather you condense the story down. If you don't think that you can get 3 seasons, then make it 2 or make it 1. Rather than having 75% of the episodes in a season be total crap filler because you have a certain amount of episodes that you have to fulfill. Like that, yeah, okay, then condense it. Letterkenny is very funny. Yeah. It was like season 2 of Walking Dead. Yeah, I still liked season 2 of Walking Dead. I thought there was still enough excitement and action, even though I know Walking Dead fans frequently cite season 2 as like one of the worst seasons. Oh, but anyway, remember when I talked about this show? This is what drives me okay. From season 1, I remember talking about this show online. I was like, y'all, I found a show. I don't think anybody is watching it, but this show rules. It has Harold Perrineau from Lost, Michael from Lost. Love him. Great show. It's on like MGM. I think me and maybe 3 other people are watching this show. Watch it. And then that was season 1, and then season 2 happened, and I was like, oh my God. The weird thing was, though, is I saw just about every single actor from this show. I saw them during the strikes. And I would be like, oh my God, I love your show. Love from huge fan. What is happening with season 2, though? Can we talk about that? Like, I know we're on a writer's strike right now, writers and actors strike, but like, I have some questions. Season 1 was so good, then it just hit the skids. Have you watched the Who the Fuck Did I Marry series by Reese? Oh, I haven't yet. Should we watch that? I've read about, I've seen about it, or I've seen of it. The Who the Fuck Did I Marry series. I have not watched it yet because I was wondering if we should save it for stream. Is there an easier way? Like, does someone have it compiled into one video? Wait, isn't it? Wait, it's 8 hours? No way. It's 8 hours long? No, we must. Do we have a shorter? You have a recap video? Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, if we can do like a summarized version or a recap. It's like 40 parts of 10-minute videos. Wowie. Yeah, maybe we save it for the 24-hour stream. Hi, everyone. I'm doing a 24-hour stream, and 1/3 of the stream is going to be Who the Fuck Did I Marry? It's worth watching, though, in my... Yes, I just... I'm not going to watch the whole thing on stream. I didn't know it was that long. Have you watched Warrior? Didn't they cancel this? I remember people being pissed. I haven't watched it, but I remember seeing something about how they canceled it. Or it just ended. I've been taking chunks out of it and watching it before I fall asleep. Just a little bedtime story. Yeah, I've seen Euphoria. Yep. What about the end of the effing world? No. Huh. A budding teen psychopath and a rebel hungry for adventure embark on a star-crossed road trip in this darkly comic series based on a graphic novel. I have not seen this. This looks good, though. Here you go. Okay.
Summarizing all 50 parts of the recent...
I don't know why TikTok does not open up on my Chrome, so let me pull this up. Okay, great. Thank you, Kendall. Can we please watch this old spooky show on stream? It's Truth or Scare. Truth or Scare with Michelle Trachtenberg. Huh. Okay, let me look into that. Yeah, this is a 6-minute summary video. If you don't want spoilers, I have to go pee first, but if you don't want spoilers, if you're still catching up on the Who the Fuck Did I Marry, then you might want to mute. So, this was the original Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Who the fuck did I marry? Here, I'll just explain it to you guys. How the Who the Fuck Did I Marry series take over TikTok. Risa Tisa, what a great name. Risa Tisa's story of marrying and divorcing a man she called a pathological liar has had users on the edge of their seats. I feel like it's been a minute since there has been a y'all want to hear about how me and this bitch fell out type of moment. Risa Tisa posted nearly 8 hours of video to TikTok in her quest to tell the story of a messy marriage and divorce she claimed to have had with a pathological liar. Millions of views on each of her 50 videos suggest that people are listening from start to finish. On a platform known for dances and seconds-long dopamine rushes, Tisa's story shows that people can pay attention after all. A growing number of viewers have committed to watching the 50-part TikTok story, Who the Fuck Did I Marry?, a saga in which Tisa, the series narrator, recounts her whirlwind relationship with Legion, a man she is convinced is a pathological liar. In it, Tisa says she describes a love so riddled with red flags, you would have thought I was colorblind because I ignored all that. She tells the story without any frills and in the hopes that her traumatizing story can help others trust their gut and avoid a similar fate. If just one woman watches these videos and she's like, you know what, something doesn't sit right with me, let me look into this, then it was worth it, Tisa said in an interlude video. In the video, she tells her story to the camera like she's on FaceTime with a friend. Sometimes wearing heatless curls, sometimes while driving. When Tisa met Legion in March 2020, she says she fell hard for him and his desire to provide for her financially. He told her during their first phone conversation that he was a former football player and divorced regional manager, that's never good, who recently moved to Georgia from California. And on their first date, he talked about wanting to get married, start a family, and own a house, goals that Tisa also dreamed of. So anyway, I think this then goes into the summary of the videos, which we will watch this TikTok instead. I need to go to the bathroom. Everyone wants to meet a guy who's a divorced regional manager. I just always think of The Office. Okay, hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, let's watch this summary video.
Risa Tisa, Who the F Did I Marry videos in one singular part. Let's flow. Risa Tisa and her ex-husband, who she calls Legion, met in March 2020, right before COVID, on 2 different dating apps, which was the first red flag. One was his real name, one was a nickname. They hung out a ton, and when COVID hit, they decided to quarantine at her house, which she agreed was a little fast. Not long after, she gets pregnant, they decide they need to get married. During all of this, they decide they want to buy a house. He can't show proof of funds. Unfortunately, she...
Okay, whoa. That's already so much. Meet on 2 dating apps, 2 different names, pregnant, then get married. Miscarried the child, he doesn't even go with her to the surgery. Okay, woo!
Miscarries the child, and he doesn't even go with her to the surgery and says he has an important meeting for work. Allegedly, at this time, he works as a VP for a condiment company and leaves the house at 6:15 a.m. every morning and comes home at 3:30.
A condiment company? He's like, yes, I'm the vice president of ketchup, of Heinz.
Eventually, they continue the house search and she wants to see his accounts. He shows her a Chase savings account and a Chase checking account where he has money in it, but says he also has money from playing arena football in a U.S. bank account and an offshore account. Next on the list of things that started giving her pause was a car. She wants this dark blue BMW with cognac interior. He doesn't end up getting it for her, but he does buy a BMW, which he says is his work car that he keeps at some random building that he says the condiment company owns. Some other sketchy stuff happens. They get married January 2021. 2
Okay.
months later, flips his vibe. Starts acting weird, accusing her of cheating, makes this some story that her ex showed up in a Dutch.
So what I would already say, vibes were weird from the get-go. Vibes, not good. Not good at all. Woo! This is like the one time that I almost wish. Let me see if I put it 0.75. Let's see.
Charger at their house, but she confirms it's a lie because they have a
Okay,
ring
no.
camera. But he does little things to keep her around, like printing out an itinerary for a trip on her dream vacation to London with flights and all that jazz.
Okay.
They try to get another house, third time, with a different realtor, this girl named Amber, and basically they pause it because he can't show the proof of funds, and this woman, Amber, basically gives her like this aha moment where she's like, you can either buy the house with him or I got you if you want to do it by yourself. And she's like, by myself is probably a better idea. Tons of other small things that happen but are important. They do marriage counseling with a pastor, but she also like catches him doing Facebook Messenger with other women that he of course talks himself out of, but he moves into the guest room.
I don't think you should ever do marriage counseling with a pastor. Never do that, okay? Don't. If you're going to do marriage counseling, have a professional who's not a religious person.
She decides to pursue a new job opportunity and needs to put his social security number on the application. The one he begrudgingly gives her is basically different than the one that's on their marriage license. She looks at both. One has no records. One is completely different than what he said he did, which was live in California and have an ex-wife there. Through all this, he gets his knee injury at work, never gets it checked out. It turns into this debilitating injury where he's basically bedridden and he just brushes it off and says it's like an old football injury. One day he calls her and says the stepdaughter from his California marriage had passed away and they need to give $2,000 towards a funeral. Of course, she says yes, she's human. She does some more sleuthing and finds out basically that this California marriage actually happened in Georgia and he basically lied about the whole story and she was the one who divorced him and he couldn't even pay for the divorce fees. Finds the ex's phone number, ends up calling her, and basically the ex is like, if you're calling me, I know it's bad. Don't believe the thing he says. Everything he is a lie. They have a good conversation. She keeps most of it to herself. Continuing her sleuthing, she finds his mom's obituary where she learns 2 more things. 1, he has another ex-wife that he never talked about. And 2, the 2 sisters he claims to have don't exist. In the midst of this, he changes jobs, he's bedridden, and basically he's just sitting there slugging Powerade every day. One day, she turns on his old work phone and finds texts and confirmations that he's been seeing a sex worker. Obviously, it doesn't even surprise her at this point. One thing leads to another where June 2021, on his birthday, she confronts him in bed where he had been peeing in those Powerade bottles.
What?
Which is disgusting.
Wait, hold on. Why is he peeing in Powerade bottles? I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of other crazy things. Like this man is, yeah, from the get-go. This dude's a liar, okay? Probably has never told a truth in his life. Because of the knee hurting? Bro, what is he, soda popping? He has to pee in the bottles, but then he needs more bottles, so then he has to drink more liquid, which makes him need to pee more?
They have a huge blow up. They're on the phone with family members. She kicks him out. He leaves with 2 bags of clothes. Eventually, they're texting about the divorce. She goes to file, and his cousin calls her and is like, who are you? What's going on? What's happening with this divorce? He just showed up, and we haven't talked to him in years. Basically, she confirms all this stuff is completely made up that he's been saying, and she's like, he's been lying since he was little. I'll get you in touch with his brother so you can, like, work this out. She requests to meet Legion at a UPS so they can do the signature for the divorce papers. He shows up, same clothes, has basically been living out of his car, smells, and is even smaller than he was before. In the conversation with the cousin, she
is even smaller than he was, like he shrunk? What? How is he smaller than he was before? Is everything about this man just not true? Smaller, like losing weight? Okay, all right. So I guess he had lost weight. All right. Okay.
basically finds out that he has a twin, and that's basically who he's been pretending to be with the VP title, the luxury car, the family house, and she's like spiraling. She ends up calling the brother. They talk. He basically said, I haven't spoken to him in 5 years. And she's like, what? Every single morning we woke up and he was on the phone with you and we would like be talking to you. And basically it turns out he was talking to himself the entire time. The brother confirms that basically everything he said about his family he made up, including like where his parents are, how they passed, what siblings he has. All this is insane. And he tells her that he has a
Is
criminal
this
record.
Saltburn?
Then she starts doing reverse Google image searches on all of these things that she found on his work phone, which were the Chase bank account statements and the BMW and all that stuff. And she basically finds out that he just found them on Google. When all this happens, his aunt calls her and is like, what's going on? He's trying to ask me for financial help. And she's like, oh yeah, we got a divorce. We tell her, and she's like, oh, but what happened to the baby? She's like, we don't have a baby.
The
And she's like,
baby?
"No, what? He's been coming to Augusta for months telling me he's going to bring the little boy and that you guys are getting divorced and he's bringing the little boy with him." And she's like, that's not true. Eventually, she looks up his criminal records, finds out he's gotten arrested for things like suspended license, trespassing, but the most important one to her was that he got arrested for impersonation of an officer. Now we're in August 2021.
Okay, that's kind of
He's
funny.
basically disappeared. She can't find anything about him and basically starts reaching out to every single person on Facebook he's ever mentioned to try to figure out where he might be. They all want nothing to do with him. She finds out that he checked himself into a hospital for 2 weeks so he could have a bed, ends up calling her 30 times a day, every hour of the day, and she basically calls the police and is like, he's stalking me, he's harassing me. The police say there's a warrant out for his arrest. When he shows up, call us and we will come and arrest him. That's what they do. She's watching from a car across the street. They arrest him. He gets out of the car, same clothes, still living in his car, even smaller. She said he was a 3X, now he's a medium, and basically he peacefully gets arrested, but he wants to talk to her. They exchange a few words while the police officer is there with the body cam, and she's basically like, I never want to see you again. She gets the letter that the divorce is finalized. She's crying with relief. She also donates all this stuff to a domestic violence shelter and calls the car to get it repossessed. And she's like, I'm out of here. I'm moving. This is it. He's done. He's in jail. It's good. She's scheduled to move on August 31st, and his court session on August 29th, 2 days before, they find out the warrant's expired and he's getting released on the 30th. She goes to stay with her aunt on the 30th, so there's no contention there. She basically wakes up, moves within 2 hours, boom, done, doesn't hear from him until December 2022, 5 months later. She's out from work from COVID, and basically he calls work trying to find her, and she sends him one last message and is like, if you ever try to contact me again, I will get a restraining order, and she never heard from him again. That's the story. Basically, she then does like a whole Instagram live, but the moral of the story is she's an amazing storyteller. It had everyone hooked. I hope she gets a lot of brand deals. I hope she gets her BMW and gets to go on her trip to London. Obviously, do your due diligence, talk to people, go watch her series because she deserves to be supported. But I just gave you all the deets, and now do with it what you will.
Wow. Whew. There's many, yeah, I'm sure there's details missing because it's 8 hours. Literally 8 hours. I kind of want to watch one portion of it, like maybe the starter portion, just so we can get a sense of her storytelling. Whew! I kind of want to watch, though. It is 8 hours long. So the reason we watched a summary is due to the fact that it is 8 hours long. It's worth the watch. I will probably watch this. Okay. TikTok. Pathological. Holy moly. Okay. How do I... Let's see. What is her? Risa Tisa? Like, is that her name? She might be the best storyteller of her generation. How do I go part 1.
And welcome. And welcome. We all know why you're here. You're here for part of the new series that I'm calling Who the Fuck Did I Marry?
Okay. Wait, is this just someone reacting to it? Is this a good video about it?
No, since I started covering a bunch of drama that happened on TikTok.
I want to watch. YouTube has it all compiled. Let's see. Part 1 is just a disclaimer, doesn't have very many details.
Hi, and welcome. We all know why you're here. You're here for part of the new series that I'm calling Who the Fuck Did I Marry?
Why can I not go big screen on this? What is happening? Am I insane? Why does this look so weird? Yeah, okay, so it's not 8 hours. It is 5 hours, though. This is only half? Wow. Why does this look like... Wait, I do have that same hair roller.
Hi.
Yes, I do have that. Missing some? Okay, Tigo 3, thank you for the 3 months. I want to watch some of this. We're not gonna watch the whole thing, obvi, but I do want to hear it in. Let's see how it sounds. 1.25.
Hi, and welcome. We all know why you're here. You're here for part of the new series that I am calling "Who the Fuck Did I Marry?" I'm going to create this playlist series, and I'm going to tell the story of how I met, dated, married, and divorced a real pathological liar. This is my introduction / disclaimer video. First and foremost, I'm going to be truthful.
Someone on Reddit made a summary of each TikTok. I don't know what to do because I want to get into this story, but it is really long.
Even if it makes me look bad, I'm going to be honest, but I'm also not going to be disrespectful to anyone that was involved.
Did she release this all at once?
Because I don't have their permission to do so, and my sister does not want any sort of litigation. I will tell you off the top, I have a sense of humor and I have sarcasm. So things that you see me laughing at, none of this is funny. But in order to get through it, I have to laugh. If I cry, I cry. I'm human. I'm a woman. This was traumatic. I'm going to do the best I can to upload as much of the story as I can, because I know people get so annoyed with the follow for part 4, follow me for part 17. I'm just going to do the best I can to keep uploading the videos each at a time. I'm going to go in order from the time we met until the time I got our divorce decree in the mail. So that is a lot of time to cover. Please give me the grace to just get it out. It may not be all in one day. It may not be all in 2 days. But what I can tell you is even if you don't necessarily see a video, I'm probably recording it and then I will upload it into the playlist titled, Who the Fuck Did I Marry? What else do I need to cover ahead of time? Because I feel like this video is important to give some sort of context. So that way when people jump into the series, they kind of can figure out, oh, let me start at the introduction video and then work my way through. A lot of the questions that you all have sent me will be answered when I start and tell the story in order. Everything I'm gonna tell you can be verified.
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
There are people in my life who can easily verify, yes, this did happen. Yes, he really did do that.
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead.
Let's all take a deep breath, buckle in, because this was a fucking crazy ride. And if you think it's crazy, imagine how I feel as the person who lived it and had no idea what I was dealing with. I thought I knew, but I truly had no idea who the fuck I married. You like how I twisted that? Anyway. All right, y'all. This is the introduction, so welcome. Part 1 will be up shortly. Please excuse the hair, but here is part 1 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So I met my ex-husband around March 4th of 2020. We met on Facebook dating site, and we also matched on Hinge.
I did not even know that Facebook has a dating site. If I were you, my chatters, don't go to Facebook for dating.
I did not realize that he was on both under 2 different names. So one was his actual name and the other one was a variation, like a nickname that he called himself. Different pictures. So it was a running joke between us. Oh, you ain't even recognize that you had matched with me on Hinge. No, I didn't. And also that should have been a red flag. By the way, you will notice in this story, I called it the United Nations of red flags. It is so many red flags that, I mean, you would have thought I was colorblind because I ignored all of them. So anyway, back to the story. We met around March 4th. We exchanged phone numbers. He called me and we talked on the phone for the first time. In the first phone call, he told me that he had just moved to Georgia from California, from San Diego. His job had transferred him because he was being transferred in as the new regional manager for a major condiment company that is based here in Georgia. I'm not gonna say the name. And so we also talked about his childhood. He told me he grew up in Philly. He's from Philly. Both of his parents were deceased. This is the first phone call. Both of his parents were deceased. His father was a Philadelphia police officer. His mom was a teacher. He also told me he briefly lived in Augusta with his family. He had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. He also had 2 half-brothers on his dad's side. First phone call. So
there's a lot in the first phone call.
The first phone call we had. So we talked about family, we talked about friends, we talked about our jobs. At the time, I was working at Georgia State Patrol. And he knew this and he just thought that was like, wow, you know, so you work with troopers all day. Yes, I did. Also in that phone call, he explained to me that he used to play football. He explained that he used to play arena football. I know nothing about arena football.
I don't even
I know
know
about
that-
NFL,
I don't know
I know
what
about
that
college,
is.
go Dogs, but I don't know anything about arena football. So he explained to me that he used to play arena football. He used to work at Apple in the off season of arena football. And I remember thinking on that phone call, oh, okay, you know, like, good for you. I don't know anything about arena football. And I believe I did tell him that I don't know anything about arena football. That'll come into play later on. So he told me, you know, I just moved here. My job is paying for my housing and they're helping me to look for a house. He was like, right now I'm in Gwinnett County, but I'm trying to look for a house, ideally in Atlanta, like Brookhaven, Sandy Springs. He was like, I really would like to move out there. And so I thought, you know, that's great. You know, you're looking to get a house. You just moved here. He was like, I don't really know too many people here because I spend all my time at work and, you know, this job is really demanding. So that was our first phone call. We talked more. He talked a lot, which took me by surprise because I'm not really used to men talking more than me. He eventually asked me out on a date. Our first date
No
was
one
set for
knows about
Saturday,
arena football.
March 7th, 2020. He asked me what was my favorite restaurant. I said Cheesecake Factory. And so we agreed to go out at a Cheesecake Factory in a location that was in between. I lived in Clayton County at the time. He lived in Gwinnett County. I realized that if you don't know anything about Metro Atlanta, that makes no sense. But basically, we lived about 45 minutes apart. So we agreed to meet at the Cheesecake Factory over at Perimeter Mall, which is in an area, Sandy Springs, Dunwoody area. I was excited. Like, I called my friends and was like, I got a date, you know, blah, blah, blah. We'll see how it goes. First conversation was good. Hopefully he looks like his pictures because, you know, that's always an issue with online dating. Hopefully he looks like his pictures. So on my way to our date, I took 285 and literally right before I got to Boulder Crest, the exit for Boulder Crest, I heard a boom and I lost control of my car. Thank God that well, not thank God, but I knew what to do. So I did not crash, but my tire blew out. So I called him and I said, hey, I'm so sorry, but my tire just blew on 285. I'm slowly making my way off the exit. I believe I pulled into a Chevron gas station and I said, you know, I got to get this fixed. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm a damsel in distress kind of thing. He kind of paused. He got quiet and he was like, you know, tell me exactly where you are. Drop your pin. Ooh. So I dropped the pin and he came to the gas station. Got out the car, and I was so relieved that he actually looked like his pictures that I was like, oh my God, he's actually attractive. Because he's like 6'4", 6'5". Oh, also.
As a Brit, what is the Cheesecake Factory? Okay. If ever there's a list of the 10 salads with most calories in it, or like the 10 burgers with most calories in it, or just like the biggest portions in America, Cheesecake Factory is always going to be on that list. That is Cheesecake Factory. They have a menu that is about the length of the Bible, and Americans fucking love it. Americans love Cheesecake Factory. It is a bit of a fever dream.
Man, I apologize. So let me go back to the first conversation. Let me add something. He did tell me in the first phone call that he was divorced, and that his ex-wife, she had 2 children, a boy and a girl, who were teenagers, young adults. I think the girl was about 20, and he said that he had a very close relationship with his stepkids, but that he and his ex-wife had divorced because she cheated on him out in California, and so coming to Georgia was a new beginning for him. She was still out in California. The kids were still out in California. And so, you know, he was like, I can't stand her, but I still want to be in the kids' lives. I have to put that in there because that will come back later. So this is just setting the stage. Again, that first conversation we talked about family, job, friends, how he ended up in Georgia, me being in Georgia, the things that, you know, I would think people talk about in the first conversation. All right, now back to the tire blew out. So he shows up to the gas station. He changes my tire, which I just thought was the sexiest thing in the world. And then he proceeds to say, hey, I found a tire place around the corner. You need to get another tire. Like, you can't drive on this donut.
So I kind of wonder, yes, I know this is 5 hours. If you're just getting here, we're not going to watch the whole thing. I just wanted to, I want to watch some of it just to get an idea of the storytelling and hear it in her own words. We watched a summary. I do feel like the pandemic played a part here. I think 5 hours later. I'm like, we're not going to watch the whole thing. 5 hours later. Oh my God. I think the pandemic absolutely must have played a part here. The fact that they met March 7th, 2020. It was literally right before lockdown. And I wonder, you know, I know the summary of the story now. I have not watched this whole thing, but I do wonder what would have happened if the pandemic hadn't happened. Like, would this ever have, I don't know, would all of this have happened? 2020 was not before lockdown? What? What? Yes, it was. March. That was early, though. It wasn't until March 20th. My last day of work before we got sent home was around this time. Was around March, like first or second week of March. I was working at Sony. We had heard about COVID, but we're like, oh, whatever. It's like a respiratory illness, right? Not a big deal. And then things started to shut down, and then that was it. Yeah, mid-March ish was the lockdown. Yeah. I was like,
he followed me to the tire place, and then helped me get a tire, paid for it. So I was definitely like, wow. And so the vibe was good. So anyway, I get the tire fixed. We follow each other to the Cheesecake Factory over in Perimeter. We hold hands walking into the Cheesecake Factory. So in my mind, I'm like, this is just this. Oh my God, I had butterflies. That's the look of a woman who had butterflies.
Like, we didn't read the whole scam article.
True. And we go in, there's a long wait, and so we sit outside and we just talk. And the conversation's great. And this is where he tells me what it is he's looking for. He tells me, you know, I believe at the time he was 42. He was like, I want to get married and it be for real. He's like, my parents were married 40 plus years before my mom passed away. And I want that. I want marriage, family, a house. Like, that is what I want. He's like, I'm as a man, I'm ready to get married, but I want it to be for real, because the first time, you know, it really hurt me when she cheated on me. So he's telling me everything that I wanted to hear. And so he was like, what is it that you want? And I said pretty much the same thing. I was like, I'm ready to get married. Definitely want to have a family. And
yeah,
I want to marry my best.
I get, like, people are at different phases in their lives. Talking about marriage on a first date is not for everyone. I don't think it's like I want to marry you. Like, we're going on this date to get married. I think it's okay to be like, yeah, I am in a serious dating phase and I'm not looking to just mess around, casually date. I do think it's a lot on a first date. I think that puts a ton of pressure. I think it can be setting you up for failure to just come out the gate and be talking that way. But, you know, there are not everyone is the same, and not everyone is like 25 years old, and you know, maybe you've just moved to New York and you're dating. If you're like, yeah, I want to get married, it's going to be a lot. But if you are older, or you're just at a point in your life where you're like, yeah, I'm looking to be serious, and by being serious, I'm looking to marry. And I'm not saying that you're the person I'm going to marry, but just so you know that like, those are the goals in my life. Like, yeah, you're establishing what you want. And it is good sometimes to get that out of the way. Like, if you're someone who just wants to casually date, or you know you don't want to get married, and date one, someone's like, yeah, I'm looking for different things, then that's good to know. You know, that way you don't really waste each other's time. Anyway, this just, obviously I'm biased knowing that this descends into absolute hell, but see, it seems like a lot. I told my fiance I would marry her from the first week. We now engaged 3 years later, going to be married. It's all about what stage. Right. Everybody's different. Yeah.
Best friend. So we both put on the table that we wanted marriage. And this is the end of part 1. All right. Who the fuck did I marry? Part 2. So we both put on the table what it is that we wanted. We both had established we were dating for marriage. We were not dating just to date. We were not trying to be friends with benefits, and none of that. So the dinner at Cheesecake Factory went really well. We laughed, we joked, we talked about people, which is kind of up my alley, my sense of humor. It was a good vibe. So at the end of the date, at the end of dinner, we sat in his car and he played this song for me by John Legend. I don't know the name of the song, by the time
was
this
it
video
All
posts,
of
I will
Me?
put the name at the bottom. I can't remember the song. I just remember that John Legend was talking about, I think I met my wife tonight. And I thought it was a sign. So I was like, oh my God. So anyway, we ended up sitting in the car talking just about life and experiences until about midnight. So during this conversation, he again is telling me how what it was like living in California, how he went out.
I just want to say, huge red flag. Of all the red flags in this story, that one is a massive one. If I'm on a date with someone who's playing a John Legend song, is like oh yeah, I'm out of there. All right. I'm not even kidding you. If All of Me comes on, I hate that song so much now. I'm sorry. I know I once upon a time, I liked that song. I thought it was sweet. I now cannot listen to it without wanting to deafen myself. As soon as I hear that, all of the no.
He went to San Diego State. He played football for San Diego State. He talked about how, you know, life, he loved it out there, so he stayed. That's when he joined the company.
John Denver's my favorite artist. All right, you got the wrong John. We're talking about John Legend. Okay, see ya. Okay, see ya. Not talking about John Denver, but I do love John Denver.
He also did arena football, but only did it for about 2 or 3 years. He claims that while he was doing arena football, the team that he was on won a championship. But again, keep in mind, I don't know anything about arena football. So I was like, okay, I didn't know they had championships. And he was like, you know, he got a little offended, like, yeah, they got championships. And, you know, he was on that team. So he talked to me about how he worked at Apple. He worked something in the IT area of Apple, but it within the store. Again, it was one of those, it's like when I tell people I used to work at Amazon. I really wasn't paying much attention to it. Why? So we talked about all that. We talked deeply into what happened with the ex-wife. It's because I asked. He was not volunteering all this information. So in other words, I get very uncomfortable when men start talking about their ex a lot. That's not what happened. I was asking questions because I was really trying to figure out, okay, are you ready for a relationship, or are you still missing her?
He's like, I am
John
Apple.
We talked about my exes. That was a mistake I made because I talked about how I dated at one point in time somebody I worked with. That will come back later. And he seemed real cool about it. He was like, you know, that was before me and blah, blah, blah. So the conversation was good. Midnight comes and I go home. Yes, I went home. We ended up talking. Mind you, our first date was March 7th. And within about 2.5 weeks, Brian Kemp, our governor, shut Georgia down. We were going to be on lockdown. So during those 2.5 weeks, we talked every day. We went out again at Red Lobster.
Let's go.
I remember Red Lobster. But everything was going great. The issue was, where are we going to quarantine? So the question was, are we going to quarantine at his place, which he had like a studio type of situation. Like, it clearly, where he was staying, I was like, it's like a studio apartment, but he kept telling me like, this is temporary because I'm looking for a house. Like, he showed me the email from a woman who worked at the company where she was out on maternity leave, but she was putting him in contact with a realtor to help him find a townhome or a single family house. So I was just like, okay, this is definitely temporary. Like, he's not trying to stay here long term. And she was apologizing in the email. I'm so sorry, you know, this should have been taken care of before you got here, but it wasn't. I saw the email. I read it. I read the email. So the decision was, we're going to quarantine at the studio, or are we going to quarantine in my house? First mistake I made. Well, there's a lot, but this was a mistake I made. So ladies, caution moment. During one of our dates.
Caution moment.
Because keep in mind, in those 2 weeks, we were seeing each other quite a bit. Nothing physical or anything like that. Just two people who I thought were really on some, all right, let's see if this is going to grow into something. He came to my house. When he came to my house, I had a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath townhome. He was in a studio. Now, I'm telling you guys all of this in order of how it happened. So some things I'm probably going to insert what I was thinking and the mistake I made. Can I turn this off? No. Okay, so leave that. And I say that to say that I did not realize inviting him to my home probably made his eyes go, oh shit, she's a keeper. She got this 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath
He's in a
townhouse,
studio,
and I'm in like a little studio. Yeah, let me.
Imagine her blowing another tire while filming this. I know.
The decision was made: quarantine at my house. So the state went on lockdown. He came and stayed with me in my home, and for the most part, in the initial beginning, it was fine. It was fine. The reason why I hesitate is because I grew up in the church. So for me, it was really like an internal struggle of, bruh, you always said you would never live with a guy unless he was your husband, and now you living with a dude and he ain't your husband. Like, it was a struggle for me because I knew better. And don't come for me. I'm just telling you the way I grew up. It was like that. It was not sitting right with me. But at the same time, I didn't want to quarantine by myself. I did not want to. So there we go. So he moved in. We talked about the bills. Let me clear something up that I said in the other video where I said he paid all the bills. He paid all the household bills. He did not pay my car payment, my cell phone, or my car insurance. He paid the rent because my rent at the time was less than $1,000. He paid the utility bills, and so
less than $1,000 rent.
A regional manager. I was like, wow, okay, so you got money. And so he paid all the household bills. So my check really was just taking care of me, myself, and I. And
Yeah,
I am not this
that hurts my heart. A 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath for less than $1,000. Oh my God.
is where it's not gonna make you look good, but it's the truth. It was intoxicating to not have to worry financially about how to pay the bills. It was a wonderful feeling. And so I kind of pushed to the side the fact that, yeah, you shacking up, because it's like, but your page, you don't have to worry right now. Like, he's taking care of all of April's bills before April even comes, because this was still March. So we're living together, and I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, he's helping to cook and clean, and then we have a conversation about house. Is he still going to buy a house just for him, or is he going to buy a house where it's for us? Because we are going to try to make this thing work, be official, get married, have a family. So the question now on the table is, what are we going to do? Because I didn't want to stay in Riverdale, Georgia. I did not want to raise a family there. I refused to have a baby in Clayton County. So the decision was made, let's start looking for a house for both of us.
Yeah, this is
Remember, he was already
really
looking for a house for
fast.
him. But then he was like, you know what? We're together. I plan to marry you. Let's look for a family home for the two of us. He was like, this is how much I was approved for. That's when he showed me the Chase paperwork. It was a letter stating that and it had the Chase emblem at the top. He showed me a letter stating that he was approved for $700. All right, part 3. Who the fuck did I?
Okay, remember they went on their first date March 7th. So this is boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I mean, look, her intention in telling this story is a warning, right? This is what I did. Don't do these things. Know who it is that you're marrying. I clearly didn't know who the fuck I was marrying. How'd you get roped into watching? We're not watching the whole thing. We're not. We are not. We're watching some of it until we move on to the next thing. Okay.
I'm married. So this is when he
How many parts are there? It's like 8 hours.
A letter from Chase with the Chase logo at the top.
Yeah, one sub. How about this? One sub equals 1 minute of watching. I'm at 13 subs. So we're at about. We'll do two minutes of watching. 13 times 2. We hit 26. Yeah. That's actually a very good idea, Anonymous. 1 sub equals 2 minutes of watching. I'm probably gonna sub myself. Thank you, Bad Train Wreck. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. Smoozy, thank you for the 5. Hogan, thank you for the gifted, the whole thing. All right. Day Moon, thank you for the 5. Diener Spash, thank you for the 5. Oh my God. It is short because it's sped up. Yeah. I do have it sped up. I do. Diner, especially thank you for the 5. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you. It is crazy because this actually would have been the perfect thing. Carlos, thank you for the 10. Oh my God. All right. Oh God. Admitted Flunky, thank you for the 5. Thank you, Admitted Flunky. I know, I kind of wish we had watched the summary, but it's fine. It's good. It's still really good. Thank you, Flunky. Miss Mia's Midnights, thank you so much for the Prime. Wowie. All right. Boom. Okay. Guess you shouldn't have read. No, you know what? I'll take the juice. I appreciate the juice.
And he had been approved for a mortgage.
Look, I love a good story, okay? And that's what this is. This is a good story. I'm hooked. Even knowing what I know, I'm in.
For a $750,000 mortgage or $750,000 house. So he was like, we can't go over $750,000.
We're already at 1.5. We're at 1.5
speed. Can you afford
speed.
the mortgage on a $750,000 house? Because I know I can't. This is when he explains to me, I told you how I played arena football. I invested my money really well. So he said, I have money that will help pay for the mortgage. He was like, we're good. Like, I'm financially, I am okay. He's like, that's why I'm able to get approved for a $750,000 mortgage. So he told me that his money was in different savings accounts. He said he had an account with Chase Bank, he had an account with US Bank, and he had an offshore account. This is what he told me. The offshore account, I was like, why? And he explained something about
Offshore account?
The US imposes taxes on money when you have a certain amount in U.S. banks. He was like, so everybody knows that it's smart to have some money in an offshore account. Y'all, look, I live paycheck to paycheck. Again, I was like, okay, that's whatever. I said, so you have the money to pay for a home. I'm also holding in my hand a letter from Chase saying that he was approved for
Offshore
$750,000.
account. Yeah, you know how you have an offshore
I went off of
account.
what I
Everybody
saw.
has one.
So we contacted a realtor. I won't say his name, but man, if he ever sees this TikTok, I owe this man such an apology. But we contacted a realtor who is based in Cobb County because I was very adamant I wanted to move back to Marietta, Smyrna area in Cobb County, Georgia. He was fine with that. His whole attitude was, you're gonna be my wife, happy life. So we met a realtor. I would find houses that I wanted to tour. Keep in mind that this was COVID. So at the time, we could not tour a home. It would have to be a virtual tour. So this particular realtor, we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. Not Cobb County, but nevertheless, it's in Douglasville. I was fine with Douglasville. So we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. The realtor did a FaceTime tour of the house.
The Zillow estimate
house
was
really It was a
$462,000.
nice home. 5 bedrooms, 4 baths. So we did a FaceTime tour of the home, and the home was listed, I believe, roughly 400 and something thousand. I really like the house. I could see myself living there. I could see us living there. I could see us with the kid there. This is now April, just for timeline purposes. This is April. So he really liked the house. He was like, you know what, we'll put an offer in on the house. He was like, if you like it, because again, it was COVID, we weren't gonna be able to see the house in person because the family still lived there. So he said, I'll put an offer in. We'll see if it's accepted. I said, okay. So he puts an offer in. He's telling me he put an offer in. I need to clarify some things he told me and the things that I actually saw. So for this house in Douglasville, he told me he was putting an offer in. The realtor would call me because one thing that the realtor told us, he was like, if the woman likes the house, typically the house is going to get bought. So he kind of dealt with me a bit more than he did my ex-husband. And again, this is April 2020. This is before we got married. So at the time, he was my boyfriend. So the realtor was
You're at
calling
part
me and
13,
was
still
like,
haven't gotten any breakdown
I
of lies. I can't.
put
She
the
talks about
offer
house
in,
hunting and shopping.
and what they're asking for is proof of funds.
Okay.
And I did not know anything at this time about.
Are we
gonna
look at the new song when it comes out? We can,
because I'm not even listed on the mortgage. Like from the paperwork I saw, it was only in his name. So he called him. I guess they talked. I was not there, but I'm assuming that they had talked. So the boyfriend is coming, my ex is coming home saying, yeah, I talked to so-and-so. I sent him over the paperwork. The offer was approved, and they are going to try to do a virtual closing. First, we got to do an inspection. If the inspection goes all well, then we have to do a virtual closing. He also told me that he put down earnest money on the home. He put down, I believe, $5,000. He said, I just transferred the money over to the realtor's account or whatever, so that it could be earnest money for the house. So I'm just like, okay, great. He was like, so realistically, this is April. We should be able to get in that house by June. Okay, no problem. So this is what he told me. About 3 or 4 days later, I get a phone call from the realtor.
Silo Simon, thank you
and
for the 18 months.
Is like, hey, I'm just checking to see what you guys want to do about that house. So I was confused.
This video was longer than when they were together.
I was told that he put an offer in.
Deciding to buy a house.
And the realtor was like, he did? I didn't know that he put an offer in. And I said, well, why wouldn't you know? Like, he told me he put the offer in, and he had paid earnest money, $5,000 earnest money. And so the realtor was like, well, let me call him and find out what's going on with that, because I didn't know anything about it. So red flag,
okay,
of course. So I call him, and he, in true narcissistic nature, he flips the script, and he like goes off. He's like cussing, going off.
Do we skip ahead a little bit? What do you guys think? Do we skip ahead so we can get to some of the juicy stuff? So right now she is talking about how this is shortly after they started dating, COVID happened, they're quarantining, they're looking at house, looking at car, and she's setting the stage. Okay, so far she's not revealing any of the lies. No, I need every minor. What if we missed something? Oh gosh. Okay. With the details. I know.
Like,
if Mari says it's just this for 30 minutes, that's a good bet. Yeah, it is. I think we should skip. I think we skip a little bit. I feel like if I go any higher up on the speed, my brain's gonna explode. I don't have Zoomer brain. If we do 2 times speed, I'm gonna like, oh my god.
No skips.
Keish writes, thank you for the 3 months. Okay. All right, I will
Excuse me, I have the hiccups. He should
bump it up
you.
to
If he
1.75.
has a question, he should call me because I'm the one that's on the mortgage. He was like, and now it's, it's going to be an issue. And I said, well, did you put the offer in with him or not? And he said, no, I did not put the offer in with him. I put the offer in with a friend of mine who is a realtor, so I can give him the business. So I did not hear from that realtor again. So I was just like, is the house under contract or is it not? He was like, yes, the house is under contract. This is how crazy things work out. About 3 days later on realtor.com, I'm looking at the house because I was trying to figure out in my mind how I'm gonna decorate. It shows the house is under contract. So show my boyfriend. My boyfriend's like, I told you it was under contract. He was like, I did you not believe me? And I ain't had a heart to say, hell no, I didn't believe you. Like, it seemed too good to be true. But once I saw the house was under contract, I absolutely believe that, okay, it's under contract with him. Like, yeah, we're about to do inspection. We are about to move. And so we had driven by the house because, again, keep in mind the family's still living there. So we had driven by the house. At this point, he was like, I want us to start looking for furniture so that way we can go ahead and order it. So when it's time to move, the furniture is ready because, it takes like 6 to 8 weeks sometimes for furniture to be delivered if they don't have it in stock. Like, he was very methodical and planning and saying, this is what we need to do. So we started going to Home Depot, Lowe's, because we had a printout of what the sellers were going to take. They were going to take the appliances. He had a printout. Let me be clear. He had a printout. So it said on there that they were going to take the appliances. So we needed to get a new stove, new refrigerator, new microwave, all that stuff. So we went to Home Depot and Lowe's and I went ham. I chose all these new appliances and here's where we get into the shopping. All right, part 4. So we go to Home Depot, we go to Lowe's. I'm choosing all these appliances. He's taking pictures of the SKU number. We had representatives helping us and he basically explained to them, hey, we're buying a house. We should be closing sometime in June. Can we order this stuff now? Can I put a hold on it? Like, what can we do? Because we're not ready for delivery.
Vio, thank you for the 10 months,
as a Home
babe.
Depot rep said, we can hold it in our warehouse. Like, you can buy something and we can hold it. People do it all the time, especially with COVID. So I watched him pay. I want to say it was either $350 or $500. I watched him pay a deposit on a whole new set of appliances for them, and they were going to hold it until we were ready for delivery. I watched this. So I was like, okay, good deal. Like, we got the appliances. Next, let's go to Rooms to Go and Ashley Furniture and find actual furniture. So we went all around Rooms to Go. We went to Ashley Furniture. We went to American Signature. And I saw all these things that I wanted. Again, he's taking pictures of it. He was like, I can go online and order it. I didn't think anything of it because, again, I just saw that we held the appliances. So I was like, okay, that's fine. So April turns into May. May 2020 comes. This is where things start to get a little interesting. May comes and obviously we had not done inspection. And I'm asking him all the time, what's the deal with the house? He was like, well, because of COVID, they're trying to get someone to do the inspection. But the guy that it was always something. The guy they had caught COVID, so they're gonna have to get somebody else. And he's like 15 houses backed up, so it'll be a while. So at this point in May, I know I look crazy. In this point in May of 2020, I started recording audio diaries. I don't know why. It was something just made me just start recording my thoughts. And
so my question too, how does she remember everything? She started recording audio diaries.
In an audio diary, and I still have them. And I would save them by the date, and I would just start talking about what's on my mind. So I was like, I knew there was something was nagging me, like, but I kept pushing it out of my mind. I was like, you saw, this is what I reminded myself. You saw him pay for the appliances. You know the house is under contract. You know that he told you that he's the one who put the house under contract. Why would, I remember saying to myself, why would he lie about that? This is so easy to verify. Why would he lie about that? Have you caught him in any other lie? And at the time, the answer was no. So I really was like, maybe you just aren't used to a guy who actually does what he's supposed to do. Like, I was questioning myself and then answering my own question. So, inspection didn't happen. Around mid-May, I found out I was pregnant. May 2020. When I found out I was pregnant, he was ecstatic, and I was like, oh shit. The reason why I was oh shit is because, number one, I'm plus size. Number two, because of my age, I felt like it was probably gonna be a high-risk pregnancy. And I wasn't married. And that nagged. I cannot tell y'all how much it nagged me. There was a lot of internal struggle in between. My family didn't even know that he had moved in at this point. I told them, that I was pregnant, went to the doctor, everything looked good. But again, because it was COVID, he couldn't go in with me into the actual room. So, doing any sort of ultrasound, doing a blood test, because my HCG levels were really high. So the doctor was like, hey, it might be twins. We don't know yet. You're still kind of early, along. They gave me a due date. Due date was January 26th of 2021. So, yeah. May, found out I was pregnant. So there was now more of a push into, we gotta get a house. We gotta get the fuck up out of here. I'm not having a baby in Riverdale. Okay, nothing against Riverdale, but I ain't having a baby in Riverdale. So we need to find out what's going on with this house. And so he was on top of it. He had an answer for everything. He was like, I'm gonna call and find out what's going on, blah, blah, blah. He then magically told me about a week later, oh, they're going to do inspection on the house like in 2 days. So I was just like, okay, keep in mind, I'm taking his word for it. I'm taking his word for all this. So he's like, they're going to do an inspection. Once we get the inspection report back, then we will know what we are going to be responsible for. What are we getting ourselves into? So, I guess they did an inspection. He showed me an inspection report. The only thing that they said that the roof had just recently been replaced, which I remember he was very happy about. And the issues that there were for the house were minor. It was not a bad, because we did have a discussion about it. He was like, it's nothing that we can't handle. Then he said that we were set to close.
She's known him for 2 months. 2 months.
We were set to close the end of May. He told me it was going to be a virtual closing. You're probably like, what the hell is a virtual closing? Because again, he's saying because of COVID, people are not closing in the office. They're doing a virtual closing where you would need to electronically sign the paperwork. This is what he's telling me. And so he was like, we're set to close like just before Memorial Day. And so for some reason, again, there's still that nagging part. For some reason, I didn't start packing. Anyone that knows me will tell you I hate moving. I've done it enough in my life. I hate moving. But I did not start packing up that house at all. I was just like, I'm pregnant. My body was changing so fast that it was like I could barely keep my eyes open half the day. And so, no, I didn't start packing. And I remember I did record, again, I was recording audio diaries just about every day. When something didn't sit right, I would verbally record it in the audio diary because I was like, I don't know what it is, but there's something. That was the theme of our relationship. I don't know what it is, but I know there's something.
I'm not judging her. I'm not judging her because people get got all the time by people that they think love them or that they're in a relationship with. It's just that it was so early on, and I know she's pregnant. I'm not going to presume for, what her stance is on children or, like getting. Anyway, I just like if from day one you know something's going on to the point that you're recording, you're making audio diaries because you're like, something is going on here. Get out. Day one, and there's red flags. Get out. Go. I know. It's easier said than done. I know. I just think when it comes to relationships, a lot of people are lonely. A lot of people are looking for somebody, and they are willing to overlook red flag after red flag after, and like real red flags, like gut instincts type stuff. I'm not talking like, oh, he doesn't put the toilet seat down, I'm going to dump his ass. Anyway.
I remember talking to myself in my little prayer closet, because that's where I would do my recordings. And I remember thinking, what if we don't get this house? Like, what if he's lying? But again, there goes that thought process of, why would he lie about this? Like, who makes up that they're buying a house when in fact they're not? And then he's showing you all this paperwork. Like, come on, you can't be that jaded that you don't even believe what's in front of you. All right? So now we're going to go into part 5. Okay, part 5. Who the fuck did I marry? So I'm questioning all this stuff in my head out loud on my audio diaries. And then once again, I'm like, but look at what he's giving you. Like, he's paying. It wasn't a question about money. It was just a question of, are we really about to move into this house? And keep in mind, he's paying all the household bills. He still is. So we're supposed to close
Mr. VP of a condiment.
There was an excuse. There was always an excuse with him. Always an excuse. And I didn't know enough about the process to question stuff because I really wasn't involved the way I should have been. And it was giving me a lot of anxiety. So I'm pregnant with a lot of anxiety.
What is this commute?
And if I'm going to be 100% honest with y'all, I was not expecting that I was probably going to have a healthy pregnancy because I was stressed. And what I was stressed about is I didn't know what was going on because I wasn't really involved the way that a normal relationship would be involved. Just being honest. So we did not close. We moved now into June. This is now going into June.
Shortest LA
June
drive.
5th, I looked at the house again on realtor.com. I don't know what made me do it other than, and I don't mean to sound super spiritual. I know that people are like, you may or may not believe in God, but I'm telling you, I believe with all my heart. Probably the Holy Spirit was like, look at that house on realtor.com. So I looked at the house on realtor.com. This was around June 5th. It showed that the house was off the market.
The Holy Spirit was like, Yes, you want to look at this house on Realtor.com. The Spirit of Christ compels you to look at this exact house on Realtor.com. The Holy Spirit came through me, and that's how I found this. That's how I found this house.
And I remember being like, okay, wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because ex-husband is telling me we're about to close on the house. We're about to close. It's our house. We got furniture. He's also telling me that he's been in contact with the realtor, his friend, who was telling him, this is what's happening next. Here's what's going on. So the guy that we initially worked with apparently is completely out of the picture. But again, I was not heavily involved. So I'm just like, let me look at the house. I see it's off market. What the fuck does off market mean? Like, now I'm really freaking out. So it shows the name of the real estate agent for the seller. I don't remember her name. I called her and I said, excuse me, I said, my husband and I, even though I wasn't married, my husband and I were looking at this house at 123 Main Street, and we really wanted to tour it, but now I'm showing it's off market. Is it not available? Or, I pulled that card and she was like, oh, no, ma'am. The home closed yesterday. It closed June 4th. Again, there's certain dates I just remember. And I said, oh, it closed June 4th?
I always think she's just like run over a body.
She said, yes, ma'am. She was like, my sellers sold the house. And I was like, oh, man, okay. Well, I said, my husband and I really want to, we love the pictures of it, and we're getting ready to start a family. So I would have loved to have been able to, have the opportunity to see it. I asked her something. I don't remember the specific question I asked her. And I know why I asked the question, because I was anticipating that my boyfriend at the time was going to have some sort of excuse. So I asked her something about the buyers. And I remember, and somehow, again, forgive me, I don't remember the question I asked her, but the answer was that it was an older white couple. So I get off the phone with her, I record an audio diary, and in the audio diary, I specifically say, okay, there is no house. He's going to have to get out of this lie somehow. Because now I realize, at the very least, he was lying about him being the one who was under contract. I knew enough about that. So I was like, what, how is he going to get out of this? Again, I've listened to the audio diary in 2024. I literally said in that audio diary, how is he going to get out of this lie? And I was trying to think of ways on how he's going to do it. And something said to me, because I say it on the audio diary, I said, he's going to say it's a bad deal. And he's going to say he wants to pull out. Y'all keep in mind, I am pregnant. So I had a decision to make. As ugly as this decision was, I made the decision. You're about to have a baby with this man. He's paying all the household bills. Let him get out of the lie. And that's what I did. I purposely made the decision that I knew he was going to come back, and I knew he was going to give me some bullshit on why he couldn't buy the house, because he didn't know that I knew that house is already sold. The house is already sold.
Not the baby.
This is the part where I said, I'm gonna be honest, even though it's gonna make me look bad, because most women in their right mind would have been like, I'm out, and I didn't.
Yeah.
So
I mean, she's aware.
Sure enough,
she is self-aware. She
He didn't
knows.
really say anything that day. The next day I asked him about the house, and he said, my friend, the realtor, he was like, I'm talking to him because something's going on with the interest rate. And when he said that, I felt so much relief, because I knew that I had been prepared for, he's gonna give me some bullshit. So when he said there's something with the interest rate, I said, you know what? This is literally what I said, y'all. If the interest rate isn't good, then we shouldn't move there. We should probably let this house go. We should cancel whatever furniture we ordered, or appliances, and let's just look for another house. I said I would like to be moved before the end of the year. I said I really don't want to be 9 months pregnant moving into a house. I would like to be done with this before then. And the way I said it was so calm, and he was like, okay. He was like, I'm gonna call the realtor, and tell him I'm backing out of the house, and I'm gonna see if I can get my earnest money back. And I remember looking at him. I was standing in the kitchen, and I cocked my head to the side, and I said, okay, get your earnest money back, and let's find another house. And so that's how that first house fell through. So fast forward, I keep looking at this to see how much time I have, because they only give you 10 minutes. So this is part 5, part 6 is coming up. But subsequently, what ends up happening next
TikTok.
week, which is mid-June, I was at work, and I started cramping, started bleeding. And at this point, my doctor, I had just had an ultrasound earlier that day. So I went to work, because the ultrasound was fine. I went to work, and the cramping and the bleeding started, and I started crying, because I kind of knew what was going on.
Oh, this is so sad.
My doctor had called me and told me that when they did the ultrasound, they did not see a heartbeat. So she was like, this pregnancy is not going to be viable.
Oh.
So I'm crying and hysterical.
But
and
also,
now we're gonna
like,
get into part 6.
Now she's free, right? Okay.
So this is part.
Okay. This is where I'm going to get kind of confused. If the pregnancy is not viable, therefore she's not tied to this man anymore because she's not having his baby, How did we keep going? Also, the curlers are off. It looks great. I have this. I explained the method. It's awesome.
6 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So,
okay,
where we left off. So obviously,
she's out of the car.
Doctor called and told me there was no heartbeat. The pregnancy was not viable at that point.
She's out of the car
and spotting at work. Went into my best friend's office and immediately started crying. She was like, "What's going on?" And I said, I told her what the doctor said, and she grabbed her keys, grabbed her purse, and was like, "Let's go. I'm taking you home." On my way home, I called my boyfriend and told him what the doctor said, and he was like, "I'll meet you at home." So he was coming from Duluth, went straight home. And so about 24, 48 hours later, I had a doctor's appointment, and my doctor gave me 3 options. First option, let everything happen naturally. Your body will expel the fetus on its own. Oh. Second option, you can take a pill which will induce expelling the fetus at home. The pill basically will cause you to contract and expel. The third option was to go into the hospital and do a D&C. I did not want to do a D&C because I did not want to be in a hospital with COVID going on. And for whatever reason, I did not do the option to let it happen naturally. So I chose to do the pill. His birthday was June 17th. My ex's birthday was June 17th. So the decision was made, we're going to celebrate his birthday that day, go out to eat. And then that night I would take the pill because we both were off from work the next 2 or 3 days. So went out to eat, tried to celebrate as best we could, and then took the pill that night. That night was the most traumatic, excruciating pain I've ever put my body through. I do not recommend any woman, prayerfully you don't have to go through that, but I don't recommend taking that pill. If you don't have to, don't do it. I spent the whole night in the bathroom just crying in so much pain. I couldn't take, they gave me a narcotic, I couldn't take it because I found out I was allergic to it, so it was causing me to like projectile vomiting. It was a mess. So, and he was right there. You know, he was scared that he needed to take me to the ER, but in the morning, the pain kind of subsided. So about 72 hours later, I had another doctor's appointment where the purpose of this appointment was to do an ultrasound to see if everything had passed. Everything did not pass. So because of that, my doctor was like, we're going to have to do a D&C. My D&C was scheduled for the first week of July. My boyfriend, my ex, was going to take me. That was always the plan. 2 days before my procedure, he comes home and tells me that he is up for a promotion. He's up to be promoted to VP. Because of this, the president of the company, is coming in, and it was going to be this huge business meeting he had to go to. The business meeting was scheduled for the day of my surgery. And so I'm throwing a fit because I was like, you there's no way you can do that meeting. Like, I need you to take me to the hospital and all this other stuff. And so he offered to have his sister take me to the hospital. Apparently his sister lived in Douglasville. I was like, no, because I've never met her. Like, I'm not having a stranger take me to the hospital. No, this is a private situation. I don't want to do that, blah, blah, blah. So my aunt had offered to take me. And then my friend who took me home from work had offered to take me. So at that point, we get into an argument because he's like, my sister is, you about your family, so why can't she step in?
Master the
like,
O.
No, because I don't know her. Period. I don't know her. So
yeah, what the fuck, man? Master the O. Thank you for the 5.
Take me to the hospital because I was all distressed that he's saying he has a business meeting and he can't take me. So I remember being on I-75 on the connector on the phone with her crying because I was so embarrassed that he wasn't going to be the one to take me and that I was needing to rely on someone else to take me to the hospital in order to get a D&C done. And she was really great. She was like, girl, this is why you have a village. Like, it's okay. Things happen. The world is crazy.
She hadn't met his sister. They've been together for a couple months.
So he did not take me to the hospital for my D&C. My friend did. She could not stay because of COVID protocol. So when they wheeled me into pre-op after I got checked in, I texted him and was just letting him know, hey, here's the update. I'm about to, I'm in pre-op. They're going to get me prepared to go back to the surgical ward or whatever. And the response I got was from his
COVID
executive assistant named David. Now, when he told me he was up for the promotion, he did tell me that part of getting this new job would be that he would get an executive assistant named David. And he did tell me, I'm going to make sure that I inform David, if you get a text from this number, meaning from me, pull me out of the meeting because, my fiance's having a procedure done and I'm picking her up. So it's important that you come get me if it's something serious. So I text him. David responds. He said, yeah, Mr. Blah, blah told me that you are having a procedure done. If you need me to get him, I can go get him. He's in a meeting. Just let me know what you need. And I just said, no, don't bother him. I'm just giving an update that they're about to take me back. And David responds and says, I'm so sorry you're going through this. Please let me know if there's anything I can do. So I have the procedure. I wake up and I'm now in recovery. I should be in recovery 45 minutes up to an hour and a half. I wake up. First thing I ask, and I remember asking, is where is so-and-so? The nurse who was so sweet, she was like, everything went well. You're doing great. She said, we spoke to your fiance. He's on his way. So I said, okay, I kind of dozed back out, but I could still hear everything that was going on. I just could not keep my eyes open to save my life. So I hear her talk to the other nurse. And that's when she said, yeah, Dr. So-and-so called her fiance and his executive assistant picked up. And the executive assistant said that he was in a business meeting and that, you could relate to him what you need to say and he'll, tell the fiance. And my doctor was like, hell no, HIPAA, I need to speak to him. So apparently my fiance called the doctor back about 30 minutes later And the doctor informed him she'll be ready to be discharged in about an hour. You know, you can make your way and come pick her up. He said he was on his way. He was on his way from Duluth to Atlanta, which is not a huge distance, but the time of day, one thing about Atlanta, there's always traffic. So
Same with
he
LA.
should have been there within the hour. I should have only been in recovery an hour and a half. Let's go to the next part. Part 7, who the fuck did I marry? So I should have been in recovery at Northside Hospital for about at most an hour and a half. Subsequently, I ended up being in recovery between 3 to 3.5 hours. The nurses kept calling my ex, asking what's the status, because they were actually getting ready to do a shift change. So they kept calling, asking what's the status, what's the status, like, where are you? I want to say that they called a total of 3 times and they spoke to him twice. So at this point, I knew that they were all like, where's her fiance? Like, what is going on? He said he was stuck in traffic.
He was in meetings.
And so he was making his way there. He eventually did get to Northside Hospital, and they wheeled me down, because again, he couldn't come in just because of the protocols. So when I got in the car, and I'm in pain, but yet drugged up, couldn't keep my eyes open, I was just out of it. And I remember him calling my aunt and my mother and letting them know I picked her up, we're on the way home, let me get her settled, and then I'll give you guys an update. I remember that. What I did not know was that he had texted my aunt and my mom and asked them to not bother me for like a week. Like, just please don't reach out to her. Let her just rest. I am from New Jersey. I am from an African-American family. You don't tell my black mama or my black aunt that, please don't bother her for a week. I didn't know this at the time, but I'm just interjecting that part. I'm trying to stay in the timeline, but he did apparently do that, and my aunt was like, "Well, I will fuck you up." Anyway, so go home.
I will fuck you up.
He waits on me hand and foot. I recover. Just needed about 24 to 48 hours to just get my mind right. During this time, in between when the house in Douglasville fell through, we had not talked about a house. So I guess it was about a week later after the DNC. He decides that, do you want to start looking for a house again? Excuse me, I have hiccups, y'all. Do you want to start looking for a house again? Because of what happened with the house in Douglasville, I felt like I was smarter this time to say, I want to be involved in every aspect.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck happened with that house in Douglasville, but what I do know is that he lied to me. I didn't know then what I know now. I just knew he lied about I knew he lied about being under contract. So I told him, I said, I don't want to work with your friend who I've never met, never talked to. I know that he has talked to him because he's talked to him in front of me. And I'm going to demonstrate on one of the videos how he used to do his phone calls. Don't worry, it's coming. So we found a new real estate agent. Really nice guy. His name was Scott. I am using his real name. Really nice guy. And we told him what the budget was. And Scott was like, okay, when you guys are ready, we can start looking at houses. Try to look for houses that are empty because you can actually tour those. If it's a house where someone's already living in there, chances are it's going to be a virtual tour because of COVID. So I found a house that I absolutely, in total, we must have looked at about 15 houses. But I found a house in Smyrna that I absolutely loved. We toured the house. Everything about this house was perfect. The house was listed for
I feel like they're going to
$699,000.
turn this into a
It was a brand
movie
new
or a
construction
show
build.
or something.
The only issue was that the basement was not finished, and he wanted the basement to be his man cave.
Hollywood's
again,
gonna
I went with him
Hollywood.
to tour this house, so this was already feeling very different than the situation in
He needed the basement to be his man cave. No.
Douglasville. Because we did not actually tour the Douglasville house. We only did a FaceTime virtual tour. This house in Smyrna, we toured. We toured this house more than once, and it was gorgeous, fucking gorgeous. So we talked about it.
Yeah,
He said that
Netflix
he had the
documentary
money.
on the way.
Again, the price was $699. He said he felt comfortable putting in an all cash offer.
$6.99
If you remember on the
for the
videos
house.
before, he told me he had money in his savings from when he played football. So when he said an all cash offer, even I knew, you got that kind of money, like where you can cut a cashier's check for $699,000, and he told me he did. He had money in savings from when he played football, and he was very comfortable paying all cash for this home. So the real estate agent, Scott, sent over the paperwork. The paperwork was sent in both of our names. It was sent
that's
to my
crazy.
email. That was another thing that I changed after Douglasville. Everything gets sent to me, and then I will be sure that he signs it. So he sent it to me. I looked over the offer. We were going to put in an all cash, full price offer with a request to have the basement finished. Also, we were requesting for the
Just
seller to give us an
$700,000
answer
cash
within
sitting
24
there.
hours. We were requesting a quick closing. These are just some of the things I remember. I remember 24 hours, like I didn't want to wait on, y'all think about it. 24 hours, let us know if you're accepting the offer or not. And then also a quick closing because it was a new construction. So we didn't have to wait for the current tenant to move out. We didn't have to do that. So I watched in our bedroom as he pulled it up because it was a electronic document. He signed his name to the offer for $699,000 cash. He requested again, the seller let us know in 24 hours if they were accepting the offer. So we submitted the offer at around 6 p.m. We were requesting that by 6 p.m. the next day, they let us know if the offer was accepted or not. I watched him sign the offer. I sent the offer back to Scott from my email. All parties had signed. Scott texted us and said, I got it. I'm submitting it. I will let you know what they say. Let's go into part 7. Sorry, let's go into part 8. Good grief, this is getting long.
Part 8. Good grief,
So I
this
just
is
wanna clear
getting
up some
long.
things that
Oh,
I
little does
realized,
she know.
It's kind of creating some confusion. So just allow this video to serve as a stop sign. Let's clarify. First of all, the story, background. He was born in Philly, raised in Philly, and moved to Augusta. Story is he moved to Augusta for high school. After high school, he went to college at San Diego State. Enjoyed San Diego State, stayed in San Diego for quite a while. Got married out in California, had a house in California, played
I'm
arena
amazed how
football
she
out in
keeps it
California,
all
but his family was back
like,
here in
keeps
Augusta,
track
Georgia.
of it all.
He still had a lot of family up in Philly, but
This is
for
the
most part,
flashback
he had
episode, yeah.
a sister
The
in Augusta,
backstory
he had a sister
flashback.
in Douglasville. He had a brother in Baltimore. He had another brother in Philly, and he had a brother in Nashville. So I just want to clarify that in terms of not the demographics, but the geography. Born in Philly, came to Augusta for high school, went to San Diego State for college, played football, stayed in San Diego, got married out there, but still had quite a bit of family here in here in Georgia. He also had a sister, I think I said, who lived in Douglasville. I have physically met his aunt who lived in Augusta. I've met his brother who lives in Augusta. I have spoken on FaceTime with a brother who lives in Baltimore. And then I will demonstrate how he used to talk to the brother that lives in Philly. That's coming up. You haven't missed that. In terms of the proposal, you did not miss the story of the proposal. I simply didn't want to share it because it was embarrassing. Basically, he gave me 3 ring options. We went to a jeweler at the Mall of Georgia. He had me pick out 3 rings. I told him which one I liked the most because I knew it wasn't a romantic proposal at all. I knew which ring I liked the most. I told him which one. He basically said, when I'm ready, I'll give you the ring and I'll propose. Fast forward about, I guess it was summer because I was actually pregnant when the ring came. We were sitting at the dinner table. He took the ring,
so
boxed it out
long
of his
she needs a
pocket, slammed it on the
TLDR.
dinner table, and I was like, what is this? He was like, open it. I opened it. Inside was the ring that I had wanted, that I had chosen at the jeweler. And he was like, all right, so this means that you're going to be my wife. I was pregnant. So, again, when I asked y'all to give him grace, it's because there's certain things that's just like, girl, what was you thinking? Trust me. There's no excuse. So there was never a, will you marry me?
Oh, you're
more of
going to be
a,
my
we're living
wife?
together, we're having
No.
a baby together. We need to get married because the
No. This is the first pregnancy, but there was no proposal. He said, he gave her the ring, said, so you're going to be my wife. It's just
backstory also
clarification.
was that his dad was a retired
This is like
police
flashback
officer, but at one point
episode.
his father was a pastor. So he could quote the Bible like nobody's business, as we all know. So can Lucifer. But anyway, he could quote the Bible like nobody's business. And so that's how we ended up engaged. And I was wearing a ring. I will find a picture and I will try to post it. But I was wearing a ring. Don't worry, there's more to that story as well. So just wanted to clarify some things for the people who were like, wasn't it weird that he had a sister who lived close, but he's from Philly? So I just wanted to definitely bring clarity to what he told me was the backstory. Born in Philly, came to Augusta for high school, went to California for college, played football at San Diego State, played football and arena football, worked
noted.
at Apple, and then joined the condiment company in California, who then transferred him back to Georgia.
This is what he
He was
said.
married in California, and he told me he got divorced in California. That is important as well. That will come up again later.
Lot of
and so the
threads that have
ex-wife,
been
at this point in time, at the time that
laid
I'm telling
out.
you, part 7, which is the last video I just posted, the ex-wife lived in California
That
with
will
her
be
2 kids,
tied
his 2 stepkids. The 2 stepkids were
together.
17 and 20 or 21, but they were that age group. And he was saying that he was very close with them, so he wanted to keep a tight relationship with them. And he talked to them, if not every day, every other day. When I say, when I say this, I need y'all to understand. When I say that he talked to someone, it means that he was on the phone in front of me talking to the person. I hope that, because I will touch back on this. He was on the phone
Another thread.
in front of me talking to the person. So he talked to his siblings every day. He talked to his aunt almost every day.
It's all
He
threads
talked to his
till at least
family the way I
part
talk to my
13.
family,
Okay, good
almost
to know.
every day. And again, I will demonstrate how he used to do the phone calls. I will also demonstrate how he used to do the work phone calls, because he called me every single day from work. And he would talk to people while he was on the phone with me. And I could hear people in the background. But that's a whole nother part. So again, buckle your seats. I promise I'm reading your comments, I'm reading your questions, but I wanted to bring this video just to clarify some stuff. Hopefully this helps. And honestly, I know people are fascinated by this, but more than anything, I hope that there's a woman watching this and she's saying to herself, okay, it's time for me to ask some questions. That's my hope. All right, part 8 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So we submitted an offer on the house in Smyrna. I sent it over to Scott, our realtor, and
Okay, we got
next
a
day
new
comes,
setting.
Scott asked if we can take a phone call. So he calls us and tells us that the offer was not accepted and the builder did not do a counter offer. We don't exactly know why. We don't exactly know why he didn't accept it, but the bottom line is that we figured out later on that he didn't want to finish the basement. So the offer was not accepted. The house fell through. I was okay with that because, again, I knew he had put in an offer. So we continued looking at other houses. We found another house in Smyrna that he really liked. I thought that it was way too big for just the two of us. And so the price of this home was much higher than the $750,000 that Chase had approved for the mortgage. So what he explained to me was that he was willing
and
to
she's
do the
not
$750,000
pregnant anymore.
mortgage, and he was also willing to put a significant amount of the money in savings on the house, which meant that he was now comfortable going from $750,000 up to about $900,000. Again, his whole explanation was, I have the money where I can put down a substantial down payment.
We should do this like a nightly segment, like Kitchen Nightmares. So we are going to. We are going
comfortable with a home over $900,000. But again, keep in mind, I saw the Chase paperwork, so I was like, I just feel more comfortable sticking at the $750,000 mark. That's what you were approved for. Let's go with that. By this point, this is now fall of 2020. We had been talking about marriage. I had my ring. He had made VP at the company. And again, he was calling me every day from work. I need to kind of explain
VP
how
of
the company was running,
mustard.
because when you think VP, you would think he would be in an office. It was a condiment company, so they actually were producing the condiments, and I'm not saying the name of the company on purpose, but they were producing the condiments in this particular plant location. So a lot of times, he would simply tell me that he walked the floor, checking in with
finishing
his
this on my
subordinates,
own
basically.
tonight.
Now, how did he go to work? For the most part, at this point, he left before I woke up. However, pretty much he wore dress pants, kind of like a dark navy blue cargo pant, and he had a polo shirt with the company logo on it. What I saw a lot of times is that he would not wear the polo shirt to work. He would wear like a company t-shirt. He would wear rubber sole shoes and the navy blue cargo pants. I didn't think it was a uniform, but it reminded me of what someone would wear when I worked at Amazon, if you're going to be doing manual labor. He didn't go to work sloppy looking at all, but it definitely was not suit and tie. Nowhere near suit and tie. It is fair to note that outside of work, he was a man who he loved to dress. He loved to wear the latest Jordans. He loved to collect watches. He collected a lot of Invicta watches. He loved to collect hats. He wore hats, baseball caps everywhere because he didn't like the shape of his head. So in terms of how he dressed casually, the man, he could dress. In terms of how he dressed for work, yeah, he didn't dress like a VP. But his excuse was, I'm constantly walking the production floor, and I can't be in a suit and tie walking the production floor where they're creating the content.
Definitely wasn't given VP, honey.
Again, this is fall. We're still looking at houses. We're still touring
I
houses.
gotta see what
as
his
much
head
as we
looks
can
like
because
now.
it is COVID. We had found another house that we really liked and a house that I really truly wanted to put an offer in on. This was now going to be the second house that we put an offer on. He put in the asking price, I believe, was about $700,000. He put in under asking an offer for about $650,000. I'm guessing, but I'll try to find the house and put it on the story. The reason that house fell through, we found out that the home was sitting on a septic tank. We found out that the septic tank had an issue, and it would have taken about $15,000 to $20,000 to fix the septic tank. The sellers were not willing to fix the septic tank. Personally, I didn't really care for the house that much. I'm the one who was like, I don't really want it.
I'm not fucking around with a septic tank.
We had 24 hours where we could pull our offer back. And so we did. Once we found out, I believe it was in the disclosure. And if you're a realtor, please feel free to tell me if I'm using the wrong terminology. But I believe it was in the disclosure that they told us the septic tank needs to be replaced. That's when I was like, nah, I don't want that house. So we pulled out. The house fell through. And so I was fine with it because, again, I was heavily involved. I saw him sign the offer. I knew every step of what was going on. Our real estate agent, Scott, was amazing. But you will see when I get to it where he made a mistake as a real estate agent. So house number 2 fell through. We then moved on, saw a few more houses, and then we get to house number 3. I'm going to pause talking about the houses because now I need to introduce what happened with the cars.
The car. Okay, now we're in the cars.
All right. Part 9.
And we're back in the car.
So we're pausing on the house stuff. Let me tell you about the car. So when I met my ex-husband, I was driving a 2012 Nissan Rogue, fully loaded. Had quite a few miles on it, but it got me from A to B. It was in good condition, but I was upside down in the car. He was driving a 2018 Ford Taurus, sport mode. I know he had a sport mode on the car, and I love driving that car. When he told me how he was a regional manager, he told me that one of the perks that came with the job was that he would be getting a company car. And so we spent time going to Range Rover of South Atlanta. We spent time going to Jaguar. We spent time going to BMW. We spent time going to Ford, which was on Mount Zion in Morrow, if you all are familiar with that area. He test drove a whole lot of cars. In the end, he decided on a BMW sedan. I was there when he test drove the car. I got in the car with him. I loved it. And he explained to the salesperson, I'm getting a company car. I need to get a printout of the full price of the car.
I wish I had this woman's memory. She kept audio diaries from like when they started dating. Every single day would record and then re-listen to it all and then told the story.
Tax tag and title. Because what my company is going to do is wire over the money for the car. The salesperson was like, okay, apparently that happens a lot. So he gave him a printout with the tax tag and title for the car. In front of me and the salesperson, he called the person in the finance department for his job. Obviously, I have no idea what this person's name is, but he called the person. He explained to them, this is the amount of money. He said the president of the company, so-and-so, has authorized for him to get a car, not spending more than, I think, $90,000 tax, tag, and title. The BMW came out to just under $90,000. And so I remember this conversation so fucking vividly. So he's on the phone in front. I'm sitting down. The salesperson sitting down at their desk, and he's like, they put me on hold. And so he's like, I guess the person comes back, and he says, yeah, the price of the car is blah blah blah. He was like, give me a second, and I can send you a picture of that printout that shows tax, tag, and title for the BMW. He gets off the phone. He takes a picture of it. He sends it to whoever. He waits about 10 minutes. He calls the person back. He says, did you get it? Apparently the person did get it, but the person who can actually physically do the wire transfer had gone home for the day. So what he says to the BMW salesperson, he's like, okay, we're going to have to do this tomorrow because so-and-so went home for the day. I don't know who the salesperson is. I can only tell you from my viewpoint what I thought. I had no reason to think this was a lie. I really didn't. Because again, you got to please keep in mind the circumstances that all of this is happening. We're inside the dealership. We're sitting at the desk of this person. He gave us the printout. He's on the phone, doing business, basically saying, look, this is how much money the car is going to cost. He's taking a picture of it. He seemingly is texting someone saying, this is how much, this is proof of how much it is.
But
then
who
he asked the
was
BMW
it?
salesperson, I need your wire transfer information. The guy got up, rushed over to, I guess, their finance area to get the bank wire information, because obviously you have to wire it a certain kind of way. Rushes back over, gives it to my ex-husband. My ex-husband's like, okay, first thing in the morning, we will get this wired over, and then, I'll come and pick up the car. My fiance, will drive me up here to pick up the car. So we leave. He felt like, because at the time that this all happened, I was pregnant. So he felt like, look, we're about to have a baby. I don't want you driving that Nissan Rogue.
Okay, wait, okay. So she's kind of, the timeline is, it's like Christopher Nolan. It's non-linear. So there was only one pregnancy, but she's gone back in time now to talk about the car. Okay, so there was only the one pregnancy. In case anyone's confused, I was a little bit confused. She started with the house saga. Okay, all the red flags there, all the she was starting to weave the threads, and now she's going to talk about the car saga, and then she's going to start putting it all together and all the lies. So this is another flashback episode. Non-linear storytelling.
I want to get you something more secure, something new. I really wanted a Kia. I really wanted a Kia Telluride. And he was like, well, let's look at the warranty. This man knew a lot about cars. He knew a lot about the warranty. He knew a lot about the depreciation value. And so he did talk to me a lot about what will we get the most for our money. We test drove, when I say we, I test drove a Kia Telluride, a Kia Sorento. He didn't like either of those. He had me test drive a Ford Explorer. He didn't really care for that. Then came time where he really wanted me to get a BMW. He really wanted me to get a BMW X5. So
She needs
he
a
took me
grainy
to
filter in
the
the
global
flashback.
BMW Imports, which, if you know anything about Atlanta, it's off of Cobb Parkway, but you can see it off the highway. I believe 285 is where you can see the Global Imports BMW dealership. He took me there. He had me test drive an X5.
Tarantino's
going
gonna make this his 10th movie.
He also had me test drive I think I'm gonna get the numbers wrong, a 525, which was a sedan. I did not like that. I wanted an SUV. I loved driving the BMW. He also had me drive an M-Series, test drive an M-Series. So he was very adamant that I should get a BMW. The reason being is because, according to him, he had a BMW in California when he lived in San Diego. He had a BMW that he loved. It was a white BMW. He showed me pictures of the BMW. So he showed me pictures of this white BMW that he had.
I feel, from what I've picked up from her storytelling, every time she goes, he showed me this, or I think that is going to turn out to be a lie. Okay, just as an indicator. So like every time she says something like that, so it's pretty much like everything that she's saying, it's going to turn out to not be true. So the white BMW that he supposedly drove in San Diego when he lived there.
And unfortunately, the car got totaled about 2 months before he moved to Georgia. So he had received money, not a lot, but some money to get another car, and he used it to get the Ford Taurus because he was like, I just need a car that's going to get me from A to B until I get into a house and I'm much more settled. For him, he was like, I'm really giving myself 60 days to get settled here in Georgia after moving from California. But then he met me. Again, that's the story. So he had me test drive the BMW. So much so, I loved the BMW. Loved it. I wanted a dark blue BMW with cognac interior. I wanted an X5, and I wanted an M-Series. So I can clearly tell y'all that's exactly the car I wanted. We were online looking for that particular car because not every dealership had it. I was okay with a black BMW if needed, but I really wanted dark blue, and I really wanted that cognac colored interior. So he felt like, I want you to consider all of a sudden an Audi Q8. Let's just see how you like it. If you don't really like it, then we will go back to the BMW. I cannot tell you why he switched up. I can't. But I can tell you he took me to an Audi dealership on Peachtree Industrial. He test drove an Audi and I test drove an Audi Q8. I loved the Q8. Loved it, loved it, loved it. But I was tired of test driving cars. By this point, I had test driven so many cars. Our weekends were spent either looking at a house or test driving cars. And I was picky, I will admit that. So he had me test drive the Q8. I really liked it. I finally just told him, look, I'm good with either the BMW or the Audi. Because I'm tired of test driving cars. He told my family he was buying me a new car because, keep in mind, not keep in mind, let me let y'all know. He had met my family initially on Zoom because, again, we were locked down. He had met my family. He also had met my family in person because at this point, it was like, look, if you're not showing any symptoms, maybe we can do family dinner. And so we had. So he had met my family in person. And now we will go ahead and move towards part 10 of this series. Okay, part 10.
Okay, we're almost to when she starts revealing some of the lies.
All right, so at this point, I had test driven all these cars. Kias, hell, he even had me test drive a Nissan Murano, but the main two were BMW and an Audi. He had told my grandfather he was getting me a car. He had told my aunt he was getting me a car, that he was going to, he was like, she's gonna be my wife, I want her to be in something secure. So my family was really like, wow, who knew that he had this kind of money? And so I hated the fact that he did that, because anytime he got around my family, here's another red flag to put in the United Nations of red flags. He would always talk about money, and he would always brag. I never realized it in real time. I didn't realize it until I was out of the situation. He always bragged about the fact that he could fight, the fact that he had money, and the fact that he played football. Those are the three things he always bragged about.
He could fight, had money, and football.
I told him, I was like, pick one between the BMW and the Audi, because you said you're buying it, so pick one. So this man chose the Audi. So he takes me to the dealership.
Moonbee, thank you for the 7 months.
Q8. He does give me the printout of how much it's going to cost, tax, tag, and title, to get this Q8. Gentleman who's helping us gives him the printout. He's saying he's going to pay this money for the car out of the savings account that's offshore. That's the story. That's what he's saying. So he apparently is asking the guy, is there a holding fee? Can I pay a holding fee to secure this car while I'm working to get the money transferred? Because obviously with COVID, it's going to take long for the banks to transfer the money. Side note, I need everyone to understand, one of the reasons why he was able to get away with the stuff he got away with is because we were on lockdown. It's crazy because it's now 2024.
This is what I said from the beginning.
How it seemed like a lot of stuff stopped in 2020 now. Keep in mind, that's not an excuse I'm making, because shit still got done. But in terms of business as usual just was not happening in 2020 at this time. So when he's saying, it's going to take a while for the bank to transfer the money, the gentleman who was working at Audi he didn't make a face, he didn't blink. He was like, I know it's going to take a while because of COVID. So basically what ends up happening is we leave, he has the printout, he calls the bank, or he calls his
there are
financial advisor.
So many COVID relationship horror stories.
I feel comfortable using certain people's names, especially if we find out they didn't exist. So he calls Eric. He tells Eric in front of me, hey, I need to transfer $72,526, whatever the amount was, because I'm buying a car for my fiance. This is the bank account information. Do you need me to give it to you over the phone, or do you need me to email it to you? Pause. I can't hear what the person's saying, but that's what he would do. Do you need me to give it to you over the phone, or can I email it to you? Okay. All right, give me a few minutes and I'll go ahead and email it to you. All right, let me know. I'll call you back to find out if you received it. Okay, hang up. So I'm hearing this because, again, I'm not paying attention to, did I hear anybody on the other phone? Did I hear anybody on the other end? So he proceeds to type up an email, type up something, telling him this is the information that we need. I didn't think anything of it. He called me at work the next day to tell me that the money was sent to Audi, that he called Audi, and he confirmed with Audi that they received the money. What he told me is that the car is going to be delivered to the house. Y'all, it's not that I lived in the hood, because I didn't, but I did not live in an area of Clayton County where you would have a brand new Audi delivered to your house. So I remember saying to him, I don't want that car delivered to the house, not yet, because I need to put that car in the garage. And my Nissan I only had a 1-car garage, so my Nissan was in the garage. So he said, okay, well, let me call them back and change the delivery date.
Bro was
can you
talking
be home,
to himself.
or can you do a half day? So he's asking me, can you work a half day so that they can deliver the car and you will be home for it? I said, yes, that's fine. Because again, it's COVID, I'm working from home anyway. I only had to go in the office 2 days a week. So I'm at home the next day. He told me the car would be delivered between the hours of 1 and 3.
Oh my God. Ripascent, thank you for the prime.
Obviously, between 1 and 3, nothing happened.
Oh my
So 3 o'clock,
God.
I called him. He's at work.
God.
He sends me a voicemail. He calls me back. I said, it's 3 o'clock. No one ever came with the car. What's going on? And then I remember I was like, well, do I need to call Audi myself? Because I thought that you handled it. But if you didn't handle it, do I need to call them? And so whenever I would suggest I will handle it, he would get very, very defensive. Red flag number 472. So he was like, no, I will call Audi. Don't do anything. I'll call Audi and find out what's going on. Okay. So I'm at home chilling, cooking dinner, normal night. He calls me back and says, yeah, the car was stuck on the truck in Spartanburg, because apparently that's where their deliveries come from. So when he told me this, I was in the kitchen laughing. Because by this point, I will be honest, and I told you I'll be honest even when it makes me look bad. I was guilty of, on one hand, I believed him, and on the other hand, I was like, let me see what lie he come up with. Let me just see. But keep in mind, my brain was really not rationalizing, not comprehending how deep the lie was. I just thought that no one told him the car was going to be delivered, and he made that up. I had no idea how deep the lie went. So he said, the car's in Spartanburg. It should be delivered this weekend. The weekend came, he had a whole other excuse. I don't remember what the exact excuse was as to why the car was never delivered. I do remember we got into an argument, and I was like, don't even worry about it. I'm gonna get a new car my damn self. I don't even need your help. Which is probably one of the worst things you can tell a narcissist, because they love to be the hero, you know, it's all about them. But I was like, don't even worry about it. I'll get, when I have the money to get a car myself, I'll do it. I don't want to hear anything else about a new car. I don't want to hear shit else about a car. Because at this point, I was spending way too much time trying to figure out, are we getting a car? Are we getting a house? Like, what the fuck is going on? Always there was an excuse. So when I told him,
she's
I don't wanna hear
pregnant
anything
this
else
whole
about a car,
time.
and I am not
She's
going
pregnant
to a
during
dealership
this
to test
time.
drive another car. That ended that whole discussion right there. So this is where I'm going to interject what I believe was happening. I believe that my ex-husband is the type of person, he gets off, he gets off on you being excited about something that he knows you will never get. So I believe that he enjoyed going to car dealerships. He enjoyed watching me test drive a car and get excited about it, knowing I was not going to get it. It is the level of cruelty. And again, I'm telling y'all stuff that I found out way later on. It is the level of cruelty that I still cannot comprehend. So the whole issue about the BMW and the Audi, I think he just enjoyed seeing me get excited and then pull it away.
When did the miscarriage happen?
Right.
I'm not totally sure. I do know though that she went backwards because she's like, okay, I'm going to put a pause on the house stuff. We're going to talk about the car thing, because this was also what was going on as they were trying to find a house too. So basically, no house, no car. And at some point, the miscarriage happens. I think it happened in June. Yeah. So this is all pretty much happening at the same time, though. It seems. Before his birthday in June. Okay.
Part 11. So for this part, I'm just going to give you some backstory on
it's nighttime. We got a setting change again.
This is backstory on his family, my ex-husband's family. All right, follow me. My ex-husband's parents, mom and dad, are both
backstory
deceased.
episode.
Mom passed away from cancer. Dad passed away shortly after her. I'm not sure what he passed away from. So he has a number of siblings. He has two.
Here's my girl
with his parents,
driving.
He has two siblings, two brothers.
She's got
two
stories
brothers.
to tell.
One is older, lives in Philly. One is younger by 2 years, lives in Nashville. He has two sisters. One, Shantae, is older, lives in Douglasville with her husband and 2 kids, a boy and a girl. Younger sister Kim is the baby, lives in Augusta with her husband, worked at, I think he told me, Procter & Gamble. That was the story. He had 2 half-brothers that were through his dad. One brother lived in Baltimore. The other brother lived in Augusta. The brother that lived in Augusta, I have physically met in person, shook hands, hugged, all that. The brother that lived in Baltimore, I have FaceTimed with, talked to him. The brother that lived in Philly, the older brother that he looked up to, I have never talked to him on the phone. I would always talk to him through my ex-husband. So the conversation would be like, hey babe, brother so-and-so said hey. He didn't call him brother so-and-so. We'll call him John. John said hey. Hey John. I would be in the bathroom doing my hair, brushing my teeth. Hey John. And he'd be like, did you hear? He said, how you doing? I was like, I'm good. How's he doing? Because that's just me. And so he would relay back and forth. He talked to John every day from starting around July, after the grandmother passed away. He would talk to John every morning. We both would be getting ready for work, and he would be on the phone with John. They would be talking for 30, 40 minutes, talking about football, talking about other
Who's he
siblings. They would be
talking
talking
to?
about cars. It was really like not a big deal. They would talk about the brother in Baltimore. They would talk about the brother in Augusta, and then they would reminisce. This is the conversations I could hear. Let me explain. When I say I can hear a conversation, what that means is I am physically standing near him or next to him where I can hear him with the phone up to his ear talking to someone, because it wasn't me. Okay? I may not hear the other person because the phone call may not be on speakerphone. But what I hear is, for example, I hear, hey man, what y'all doing? Oh, for real? Y'all barbecuing this weekend? What y'all making? Oh, that's what's up. Nah, I think me and her are gonna stay in this weekend because, these numbers is looking crazy with COVID. Yeah, she over here. She's sitting right here. She watching TV. Okay, hold on. John said, hey. Hey, John. You heard her? Okay. All right, bro. I just wanted to check in on you. That's the type of conversation I'm explaining. Okay, so I hope that gives a little more clarity about the type of conversations I'm hearing. So, I don't know why this light keeps coming out. Okay, so that's how he would talk to his siblings. The grandmother passed away.
Yeah, on the other end, it's just
and told me that his grandmother passed away.
Dial
his grandmother,
tone.
on his dad's side, had died suddenly from COVID. She had symptoms. She went to bed and did not wake up. He was distraught. He was crying. He wasn't eating. He was just sitting there, listening to music, not watching TV, just sad because he was like, my grandmother was always my support system.
He is literally James McAvoy in Split.
It really bothered him. I did not think anything of it. I'm one of those people. If you tell me somebody in your family passed away, I'm gonna believe you because I don't play about death. And I guess I expect other people don't either.
A normal person
however-
wouldn't lie.
However, that is not the same for everyone else. But we'll get there.
Yeah,
So,
that's a normal thing
family.
to
He talked his-
believe
he had his,
someone when they're
sister,
like
Shantae, who lived in
family
Douglasville.
member died.
Like I said, she was married with 2 kids. Apparently, she was a nurse. So when I had my miscarriage, that was the sister that he was like, my sister will take you to the hospital. Like that's what family does. Okay. I had never met Shantae. I've been on the phone or excuse me, I've been around him when he was on the phone with Shantae. Never heard.
I'm
her part
telling
of
you,
the
this is
conversation.
giving Saltburn.
But
Yes, I said that
he would be
earlier.
talking to his sister. That's what he said. That's what it sounded like too.
It's a murder on the dance floor.
Now, what is interesting is that we lived maybe 35, 40 minutes away from Douglasville.
My mother died.
So
Prove
there were
it.
plenty of times that he had invited me to go with him to his sister's house. Okay, let me tell you how this would always work out. Total times he invited me was probably 3 times for different barbecues or whatnot. The first time he invited me, I was like, nah, I ain't going because, again, COVID. And she's a nurse. Hell no. The second time, he was like, yeah, she invited us, but I don't think we should go because COVID. No. The third time, I agreed to go. I was like, absolutely, I'll go meet your sister. Like, that'd be great. On our way to her house, to Douglasville, to go see the sister, apparently he got a phone call. The phone was always, like, on vibrate. But he got a phone call, and he told me that something came up.
Hello?
And so she had to cancel the barbecue to get together, whatever. And so I was just like, oh, man, you know, okay, well, hopefully we can go another time.
Oh, God.
It didn't happen
Okay,
close
that
enough for
sucks.
me to
All
have
right,
red
bye.
flags, if that makes sense. But at this point, as y'all probably like, girl, you so blind. But again, I didn't think anything of it because it's like, okay, it fell through. We'll see. We'll reschedule. And so we just went out to eat, and then he talked to another brother, the brother from Augusta that he used to have on speakerphone.
Okay.
So it was like, you know, I didn't think anything of it. I really didn't. Man, and the more I talk about it, the more I realize, like, I'm not a dumb person, but it just never dawned on me the things that you have to now investigate. It didn't dawn on me. But
Bro,
nevertheless,
she's gonna be
that is the
so
backstory
fucked up for
his
life
family,
from
right?
this.
Grandmother passed away. 3 weeks later, he called me and told me his uncle had passed away.
Bro,
from COVID. The uncle had tested positive.
she's gonna date like whoever she dates next, and if let's say a family member dies or they're on the phone, she'll be like, show me, prove that you're on the phone. Let me talk to who you're on the phone with. They're like, yeah, it's my mom. Okay. Like, oh, my grandma died. Give me her body. Show me her dead body right now.
Go into the hospital and he died. It was a bit of a red flag. It was a bit of a red flag, but like I said, I don't play about death. So I was just like, wow. Because of these 2 deaths, he became a stickler about COVID. And when I mean a stickler, wear your mask, wear gloves, hand sanitize, wash your hands. Like, he was annoying about making sure neither one of us caught COVID. So now I'm gonna give you the backstory in regards to what I was told with the ex-wife. Okay, I know I look rough, but it's okay. It's okay. Anyway,
New
so this
setting.
is part 12
Fuck, I have
of
to
Who the Fuck
pee.
Did I Marry? So this is the backstory on what I was told for the ex-wife.
This is important. Pay
attention. All right. This is 2020. So this is what I was told in 2020. I was told that he and his ex-wife used to be friends. Then they started dating and subsequently got married. They got married in California. He had bought a house with the money that he made from arena football. They had apparently gotten married on the downward of the arena football career. Had a nice house. He showed me a picture of the house. Showed me pictures inside the house.
So
Showed
we
me
could
pictures
all
inside the
go
house. It was a really
pee.
nice home in San Diego. And basically what happened was that he came home from work early one day and the hiccup, sorry. Came home early from work one day and his wife was sleeping with another man. The man was in the house. He and the man get into it. Her son, who is about 17 years old in 2020, she had 2 kids, a daughter and a son. The son apparently was on his way home from school when my ex-husband found
What is
his
arena
previous wife
football?
in bed with
No one
another man.
knows.
So the story goes that he and the guy fought. He kicked the guy out. He kicked his ex-wife out, but told her the kids could stay. The kids are not biologically his. Those are his stepkids. She was like, you must be kidding. Like, I'm going to leave my kids here. The kids are old enough to where they were like, we don't want to go because you fucked up. We don't want to leave. So apparently she leaves. The kids stay with him for a few weeks. And then she gets her own place. The kids move out, move in with their mom. He files for divorce in California. He files for divorce in California, and it was an ugly divorce. She was asking for spousal support, all kinds of stuff. And then it turned into, I'll help you with the kids, not child support, but just I will give you some money for the kids, because apparently he was very close to the kids and he wanted to keep a relationship with the kids. Their biological fathers, apparently there were 2 fathers. Their biological fathers were not in the picture. So the divorce starts out contested and ugly, eventually becomes amicable. Eventually they become cordial with each other. So my ex-husband moved. This is all before he ever met me. So I'm telling you the story of what I was told in 2020. So eventually, about 2 years later is when his job approached him about an opportunity to transfer to Georgia. And so he took it. New beginning, fresh start. He has family in Georgia. He took it. He told me this story pretty much the second or third conversation we had. So it was always from the beginning that she had cheated. He caught her, and he had filed for divorce, but he was still close to the kids. They still had a great relationship.
Okay.
I've heard him on the phone with the kids, just encouraging them, helping the 17-year-old like with homework. The kids really apparently wanted to meet me, and I was fine with that. He would send them money, if they needed something, because he loved the kids as if they were his own. I'm telling you the story as I was told it in 2020. So let's see, around April or May of 2020, he informs me that his ex-wife has moved to Georgia. Apparently she's staying with her sister in Gwinnett County. So she's moved to Georgia. The 2 kids are now in Georgia. And so when he tells me all this, I'm like, so what's that supposed to mean? Now, I will say this. He never made it seem as if she wants him back. He never presented that. It was always, no, you know, we're cool
Yeah,
for
fake
the kids. We're cool for the
kids.
kids. But he's never presented that she was trying to get him back. I feel like it's fair to her for me to say that. And again, stay with me. It all comes out. But that was the backstory in regards to the ex-wife, that they got married in California, they divorced in California, and then she eventually moved to Georgia, to Gwinnett County, after he had transferred to Georgia for his job. He did tell me that, you know, every now and then he'll get a text mistake that I made, and I'll explain why I say this. The biggest mistake I made was that I signed myself up for a car note, where I knew I needed his help to pay the car note. I knew better. My mom has always taught me, do not ever put yourself in a position where you were financially dependent on a man.
Right.
And all of that went out the window. And the reason why I say that was the biggest mistake is because when I pulled back the layers of this whole monstrosity of life that I lived for 2020 and 2021, it really does boil down to the fact that I truly ended up marrying him more out of fear than anything else. And I'll expound upon that later. But I got the car in August. And by this point, I was exhausted of looking at cars. I was mad that I didn't get a BMW X5 dark blue with cognac interior. And I was tired of looking at houses, getting my hopes up, looking at a house and picturing myself in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the island, you know, all that stuff. I'm a visual person, and I was tired of getting my hopes up. So now we're going to segue into fall, going into the holidays. Here's what happened. In October, we looked at another house. This house was in Marietta. Absolutely gorgeous. It was
the
gorgeous.
person
I
with
wanna
the
say that
Nissan,
house
I'm
was
trying to
about
get away from it.
$700,000. I really liked the house. I could see myself living there. I could see myself cooking there. And so subsequently, my ex-husband put in an all-cash offer on that house. I watched him put an all-cash offer in on the house. our real estate agent, Scott, called us about 24 hours later. And he said, the sellers love your offer. The offer was an all cash, full asking price offer.
Oh my God.
$700,000. Let that sink in for a moment. He said the sellers love the offer. They are asking that you show proof of funds so that they can accept the offer. My ex-husband said, I will show proof of funds when they accept the offer. The seller said, great, we'll accept the offer when you show proof of funds. So basically we got into a standoff. And if you're a real estate agent or you work in real estate, I would love to know your thoughts on this. I had asked people in my personal life, like, have you ever heard of this before? And I've had plenty of people who said I side with the ex-husband. I would not show my bank statements until they accepted the offer. And then I had other people who were like, I wouldn't accept an all-cash offer unless I verified that the person can pay. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are. Okay.
Yeah.
So our real estate agent called us and was like, guys, you know, the sellers are giving you 2 days to show proof of funds. I had the letter that he showed me from Chase. I sent that to Scott, but that was for a mortgage. The offer was for all cash. So he needed to show proof of funds that he had the cash to pay $700,000.
Duh.
He didn't show it. He refused to budge on showing them proof of funds until they accepted the offer because he was afraid that they were going to create a bidding war. So what ended up happening was Scott called us and said, you know, I apologize because I didn't do my due diligence as a realtor. He said, before I ever started showing you guys a house, I should have collected your pre-approval letter and proof of funds. He said, so at this point, my broker has informed me that I cannot show you guys another house until you show at least us, meaning the real estate firm, until you show us proof of funds. And so I'm just like, well, I'm telling my ex-husband, just show them the fucking proof of funds. Like, what's the problem?
If you got them,
it was
show
a lot
them.
of, you know, I find that this is really unprofessional because it's not our fault that you didn't do your job correctly. It got a little ugly and it got uncomfortable because I'm like, I don't understand why you don't show them proof of funds.
My mom just watched this whole series. It is like binging a whole show.
Stating that you're putting an offer in at full asking price. This was the same thing that the realtor was saying. He was like, but you just signed an offer. So what's the problem? Like, you want them to accept the offer and then you'll show everyone the proof of funds? And my ex-husband, without missing a beat, said yes. So Scott did his best to work with the seller and say, look, accept the offer. He'll open the books. He'll show you the proof of funds. These sellers were like, no, that's not. And it wasn't so much the sellers. It was the seller's agent.
Yeah, that is standard.
Big respect to the seller's agent.
That is standard,
but the seller's
man.
agent was like, no, that's not how we're doing business. He needs to show those proof of funds before I advise my clients to accept his offer, period. If he's not willing to do it, we'll go on to the next offer.
Yeah.
Because they did have another offer on the table. For, it was less than asking price, but they were willing to accept that offer over the all-cash offer because those people had basically shown proof. So subsequently, the house fell through. We passed the 2-day deadline. They went with the other offer. Also, at this point, our real estate agent, Scott, and I do not blame him for this, pretty much cut all ties. Yeah. Because what he, I believe, felt like was, I don't know what's going on, but something's going on.
Scott's
and
like,
this is not how I do
I'm out.
business. So until you guys are ready to
See
show
ya.
the proof of funds needed
I don't know what the hell's
buy a
going on
house,
here.
you need to get yourself another agent because we were already about 20 to 25 houses
Oh
deep
my
by this point. We had
God.
already put in 2 other offers. They fell through. And now here we are with this house. And once again, it fell through. Okay, so
I feel like the
good news
Oprah-
and bad news. Number one,
the Oprah
this is
meme.
part 14 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Bad news, this is going to be the last post for the night. And the reason why, good news, tomorrow's my birthday. So I'm just going to make this video, post
Happy
it,
birthday.
and then I will pick back up probably Friday because honestly, I truly want to enjoy my birthday tomorrow. I just want to enjoy my birthday. All right, so y'all don't be upset. Just, if anything, watch parts 1 through 14, then we'll be ready for part 15. So the house fell through in October 2020. And what I told him was, I said, I don't want to look at another house. I don't want to talk about cars. I want to get through the holidays because it was going to be a holiday season where I could not celebrate my family because of COVID. So I said, I just want to get through the holidays. I want to get through the end of the year and we'll revisit stuff in January. I was very calm when I said it. No argument, nothing like that. And he said he understood. A lot of what fueled me staying in this situation really was the fact that, number one, I didn't want to be alone. Number two, I didn't want to look stupid by having the relationship end so quickly for everyone to be like, we told you something was up. And number three, I was ready to get married. And that ready to get married fueled a lot of stuff. And again, I was still making my audio diaries. So listening back to it, I knew something was wrong. I admit that. I knew something was wrong. But what I thought it was, truthfully, was like, why does it seem like there's always something? Like, why can't we just go ahead and get the house? Why is it always something? Why can't I just get the BMW? It still didn't dawn on me how deep this something went. And for the people who keep asking, I'm going in order of events. So yes, there will be a video where I explain how everything came out and what came out, what was true, what was not true. It's coming. I'm just getting all of this out in order. So I told him I didn't want to look at a house no more. I want to talk about houses. Do not mention the word Zillow. Do not mention the word realtor. Nothing. Let me just get through the holidays. And for myself, the question was, what do you want to do? You want to stay with him? or do you want to cut your losses? And the part that kept me constantly second guessing myself was, what if he's not lying? What if he's not lying? Literally the conversation I had with myself was, there's no way he is lying about having money. You saw the paper from Chase.
I feel like
they don't just approve $750,000 for a mortgage for anybody.
Lying.
I've seen his checking account.
Especially when you've known
you see how much money's in his available checking. Like
6 months at this point.
I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying about that. But what is it? Is it that he doesn't trust me? Like, I second guess myself so much. Is it that he doesn't trust me? Is it that maybe he doesn't really want to get married? Like, what is it? Because I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know that he's having conversations about move the money from this account to that account. I know he's paying my car note and all these bills. Like, clearly this man is making money. I know that I saw the promotional, the letter from HR that states his new salary is 200 and something thousand.
Sounds good.
And I remember thinking, like, God, what am I missing?
Has she mentioned if she told any? Yes, she said at the beginning that, like, she has told a lot of people, like, people can verify this. She has her audio diaries.
I'm missing something, but what is it? Because I know what I've seen. I know what I have touched. I have physically touched these papers. Like, I know how to read. So what is it that I am missing? He's close to his family. He talks to them all the time. You know, he's just a regular guy that just likes to watch NFL football. He leaves me alone when I want to watch Georgia football. You know, he's paying the bills, groceries. I haven't had to worry financially since I've met him. And as a woman who had lived on her own, paying her own bills, my God, that is the most intoxicating feeling when you meet a guy who just takes your stress and your worry away financially. But the downside is he took away the stress and the worry financially away and instead brought a mental fuck job I've never in my life had experienced. And I could not put my finger on it. I couldn't really talk to anybody about it because I'm a big believer in what happens at home stays at home. So I didn't talk to my girlfriends about it. I didn't talk to my family about it. But I just remember being like,
but did you love him? Good question.
What am I missing?
Are you done
so we did not talk about houses. We did not look at cars. We didn't do any of that for November, December. And he came to me like around Thanksgiving, and what I thought was a very open, loving conversation.
I didn't know you were done.
And in that conversation, he was like, okay, I know I have fucked up. I know that things are not feeling too strong right now. He was like, I want us to get married.
Gamer boy, thank you for the 3 months.
I want a home.
No!
I will show you what.
No. Getting married or having children or both will only make things worse. Relationship advice, okay? Relationship advice. If things be going south, if things are not good, do not get married. Do not have a child.
Whatever you need to see to put you at ease.
It will not only not make it better, it will make it worse.
He was very like contrite. He was very just like, what do I need to do to put your mind at ease so that you know I'm in this and that I want this and that I love you and I want you to be my wife. So I was like, show me your accounts. He showed me his checking. He showed me one of his savings. He showed me a Chase savings.
Yeah, he's like,
he did not show me the offshore. And he did not show me the US Bank. So he showed me those two accounts, checking
like
and
this.
Chase savings. So I knew that there was money. What I saw in those accounts, there was money. I told him, I was like, if we're going to buy a house, I want it to be through the mortgage on Chase. I don't want to deal with this proof of funds shit no more. I said, I do not want to look at another house until the beginning of the new year. He said, okay. That is when we then had a conversation. So I guess I lied because we are going to have a part 15 or 16 tonight. But that is when we then had the discussion about marriage. And that is where religion came into play. Yeah, I'll give y'all the other part tonight. Stand by. Okay, part 15. Who the fuck did I marry? So in December of 2020, around beginning of December, we had a conversation, kind of a come to Jesus heart-to-heart conversation. And both of us have grown up in the church.
Here's the proof.
The fact that we were not married, but living together. The fact that almost had a baby together bothered both of us. Both of our families, my family and his family, were very adamant, like, okay, y'all
I found the documents.
Separate. And so
I just did. I don't know why
because God, there's so much to unpack. But anyway, walking around with the ring, and so he said to me,
this part's kind of quieter.
To do my part to make this work, I'm willing to do. At the same time, it wasn't that I did not trust him as much as it was I felt like I wasn't trusting myself. Because again, like I said in the previous video, I know what I saw, I know what I read, I know what I've heard. But fuck, something was not sitting right with me. And every time I would question it in my head, the other side of me was like, okay, you know he ain't lying about the money because you saw it. So you know he ain't lying. Girl, are you that, like I remember saying to myself, are you that jaded that you don't even know what it's like to have a decent man? Yes, I really had the audacity to have that thought. So we agreed at the beginning of December, like we wanted to be together.
Oh, nice.
I believe I loved him. I believe he loved me. So the decision was made that we were going to get married. It's still COVID, so we had to follow certain protocol. So we filed our marriage license in Fayette County, Georgia, because you could not get an appointment in Clayton County to save your life. So we filed the marriage license in Fayette County. On our marriage license, it asked the number of previous marriages. He said 1, I have 0. It asked for our social security numbers. He put his social security number down. I put my social security number down. I mentally wrote down his social security number, and I did a background check. I did a background check after I had filed a marriage license. Yes, I know, but I did. The background check, nothing came back. It was like no results found. I did a criminal background check, nothing came back. So I thought one of two things: either I had the wrong social, meaning I wrote down the wrong social, or my paranoia was unfounded. There's nothing wrong with him, because he has been always throughout the relationship a big stickler about law enforcement, following the law, because his dad was a retired police officer. So this is someone who has been. This is a guy who would check to make sure my tail lights were working, make sure my signals were working, make sure my oil was good, make sure I had enough gas in the car. So when the criminal history came back with no results, I was like, well, of course there isn't, because the man probably hasn't had so much as a speeding ticket.
Respect the law.
We filed the marriage license, and then we made an appointment to get married, and waiting for the judge to come out of chambers so that she could marry us. And the reason why I'm pausing is because, my God, if I could go back and see that young woman sitting in that lobby. Wow. I know we can't go back in time, but damn, if I could go back in time, I would. Immediately, I didn't tell anyone I was getting married, because I was afraid that we had tried before in September and something came up. So I didn't want to tell anyone. I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up. I didn't want to get my hopes up. I know that's bad, but again, I said I would be honest even if it's ugly. I told my mom, my family that we got married, told my friends. They could not believe it. Like my mother was
This
relieved,
is sad.
but she had no idea
it is
about
very
what
sad.
was going on. My aunt was more like, really? You married him? My friend, the one who took me to the hospital for the miscarriage, was like, I wish you would have told me, like, you deserve to have people there, take pictures and celebrate and all this other stuff. And she was like, she's the type of friend, if you like it, I love it. You rock with him, I rock with him. The moment you don't,
Lucina Blah,
I don't
thank
either.
you for the 5 months.
She was supportive. My other girlfriends were happy for me. They just hated that I had to get married during COVID, because they were like, we would have loved to have thrown you a bridal shower and a bachelorette party and all of that. It just sucks that you couldn't experience that.
Yeah.
So we
If
got married
I could
on a
turn
Tuesday.
back time.
On the way home, stopped and got some wings.
Oh.
Went home, and I had to get ready to go to work.
Romance.
And life. I got married January 5th. By January 31st, I knew I was in trouble.
Oh, God.
Still didn't know how deep, but I knew I was in trouble. So, to give you all a very, very, very candid idea, I got married January 5th. The normal things that married newlyweds do, when we got married, completely stopped.
Nothing
And
like
that was
some
not
wing
me.
stop after you
always
get
hear men talk
married.
about, man, now that we're married, she don't. In my case, it was the exact opposite. It was the exact opposite. So, anyway,
Who
this
is
not
this guy?
a forum to be all R-rated or whatnot, but y'all get what I'm saying. So, we got married January 5th. January 6th, I went to work. It was
January 6th, 2021?
January 7th, I filed the paperwork to change my last name. And if you were following me, you can go back like 15, 16 videos, and I talk about how I had to change my name back to my maiden name. But I changed my name within about 3 days of getting married. My attitude was, this is the bed that I made.
Yeah, at
I'm
least
gonna do right by him. I'm gonna do right by my marriage.
At least we know he
I took
wasn't at
marriage
the
seriously, and when I married
insurrection.
him, I absolutely married him thinking, I'm
Or
going
was
to be with
he?
you for the next 40, 50 years. So we're going to have to figure this shit out. That was my mindset.
Oh,
I did not get married to turn around and be divorced in 6 months. But I got married January 5th, 2021. And by January 31st, I knew I was in serious trouble. So that is where we are. The next set of videos, the next set of all this will be me talking about how things went downhill before it crashed and I found everything out.
Oh
In the
my
meantime, tomorrow is my
God.
birthday. So, happy birthday to me. The fuck did I marry?
Okay. Woo! What do we think? What do we think? I think this could be a good place to stop. Uno mas. Uno mas. This really is a saga. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I really need to stop saying we are not gonna watch this whole thing, or we're not gonna read the whole story, because we then end up we do. I'm seated and ready, but it's your stream. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I didn't have anything planned for stream tonight because I did the tea party stream, and I was pretty tired. I didn't have time to plan anything for stream. So we ended up doing this. So, okay, real quick. Let me just take a little... yes, we did watch... I did fulfill my promise to my subscribers, though, because we've watched like 2 hours of this. I said for every sub, 2 minutes. So I promises made, promises kept. Tomorrow I am doing my first sponsor in months. I'm doing the Skull and Bone sponsors. So tomorrow night's gonna have a lot of gaming because I have to play Skull and Bones. Yes, I'm doing a gaming sponsor, which will be very exciting. And that will be happening tomorrow, so I got to get that all set up at some point. So, am I hungry? Yeah. I don't know.
Egg salad sandwich.
Egg salad sandwich sound kind of good. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So tomorrow, like, we will do normal content, and then we will get to the Skull and Bones gameplay. Yeah. I think I have to play like 3 hours, so it'll be a big gaming tomorrow night. Now, I am willing to potentially give a little bit more, a little bit. Well, maybe. There's a poll. I will take bribes. I took bribes earlier. I will take bribes if we want a little bit more of this. Otherwise, I might... I don't want people running off, though, to go finish this, okay? Don't go do that. Treat it like a television show. Even though you can binge nowadays. Oh yeah, don't forget to I forgot I have to threaten to end stream. Yeah, I get fake one guide. Quantum Fork, thank you for the 5. Thank you. Skill Cylinder, thank you for the 5. Andrew Tate's Pizza Box. Wow. So specific. Thank you for the tier 1. Planch, thank you for the bits. Paisley, thank you for the 17 months. Onks Penumbra, thank you for the 4 months. Share myself for another episode. Okay. All right. I'm glad so many of you are as into this as I am. It's always one of those where I was like, oh, are people gonna go crazy? Dub Tech, thank you for the 5. J Reality, thank you for the 6 months. Sucky Sabersign, thank you for the 1,000 bits. That's a lot of bits. And Lily White, thank you for the Prime. Okay, we will watch some more of this saga, and then I'll probably I don't know, maybe a little Elden Ring, or maybe that'll be the stream. This is my second stream today. Z-Bird Live, thank you for the 3 months. All right, did I get everyone in there? Did I hope I didn't forget anyone. Thank you. Deadhead, thank you for the 5 months. All right. Okay. We're going to have a little bit more. A little Uno Mas. What's my class in Elden Ring? It was Dex. I'm kind of doing strength / Dex. I don't really know. Is the VOD up for your other stream? It should be. It was on twitch.tv/Samwitch. SAMWITCH. I did an etiquette stream.
This is the interlude.
Love your stream so much. Thank you.
I'm not recapping on this video. I'm
all right. Here we go.
Some stuff that has been written to me. Someone was like, why are you airing your business out on social media? It's a valid question. For me personally,
for our entertainment.
I feel like
I actually do feel really bad for her too, though.
Was traumatic to experience, to live through. And I'll expound on that on another video, the aftermath of the toll that this took. Honestly, and I know some people are gonna be like, that sounds crazy. It is kind of cathartic to get this out, because I cannot tell you how much of this has been internalized since 2020. Also, I don't want to seem like a cautionary tale to other women, or to men for that matter, But to my sisters, to my ladies, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, doesn't matter. If something does not sit right with you, investigate it. I cannot stress that enough. If just one woman watches these videos and she's like, you know what, something don't sit right with me, let me look into this, then it was worth it. Yes, it is a Lifetime movie. Yes, it is Netflix. Yes, it is crazy. Yes, it is hilarious also. And I understand all of those reactions. As someone who lived it, it was traumatic.
Yeah, I think, okay, here's what I will say too. You do not want to be someone who cannot trust people. That can be a detriment in dating, in your romantic life, when you're always looking for red flags because you don't trust people. Everything seems to be a red flag to you. You know, you're not willing to, you're not able to commit to someone because you're always finding something wrong. So it's balancing not wanting to be that person. Oh, that looks so good. Thank you. But also trusting your gut. And this was someone she did not know. She didn't know that person. I am not a fan of getting married to someone when you really don't know who that person is. I think it's rare that you can meet and then get married within a year and things are going to be okay. I'm someone who's always felt like I needed a lot of time to really know and fully trust someone. So, yeah, if you're looking for a braless wife, just take care, be cautious, don't be overly paranoid, but this, I think, I would hope that a lot of you would identify so many of the red flags and not have a baby or get pregnant or you know, marry someone like this.
I feel like, God, it feels good to finally admit what the fuck I went through. And again, by the time this is uploaded, I'm only to January of 2021, right after getting married. So when I think back on it, there's things that I'm very, very grateful for. There are things that I'm just like, why did you not pay attention? Why did you not question? And the sad part is, I can't even begin to tell you, I don't remember the woman I was before I met that man. I don't remember. Because going through something like that, it changes you. And I've seen some women in the comments who are like, I was married to a habitual liar. I was married to a pathological liar. My baby daddy's a pathological liar. And my heart goes out to them, because until you have dealt with someone so depraved, you really don't quite know how bad it can get. So I'm fully aware that this was a risk, putting this out on social media, telling my story, my truth, and really kind of being like, look, this is what I went through. I made dumb decisions. I overlooked things I should not have overlooked.
Speed Razor.
I argued away things I should not have argued away. I can pinpoint
Speed Razor,
exactly
thank you so much for the
moment I
10.
should have left. I still feel like God is sitting on the throne and he's like, I never planned for your monkey ass to marry him. I never even planned for you to go out and date with him. That's why I blew your tire. But you hard-headed and you went anyway. And then I tried to go ahead and show you signs. You ignored them. Like, I feel like God did everything to help me as his child. Be like, this is not who I created to be your helpmate. And I was like, God, you taking too long. I want to get married. You taking too long. I want to have a family. You taking too long. And
Call me
these are the
Lucy and
consequences
Spine
that I'm
Bender.
paying
Thank you for the
basically telling God,
primes.
you took too long.
Oh my gosh, call me
And,
Lucy. Thank you for the 5.
I feel like God's grace is sufficient.
I don't know. I think things get tricky too when you bring religion into it. I am always respectful to people who practice various religions. It's not that, okay? Yes, I'm an agnostic / atheist. I don't know, depends on the day. I am respectful to the different religions throughout the world. I just always get a little like, hey, who, when religion is a part of decision making. Okay. And I know earlier, like, she kind of said it as a joke, but the Holy Spirit was telling me to look at this house. The Holy Spirit was like, go this house. And I'm like, ooh, okay. Well, anyway. And continuing on.
But at the same time, and I'm not perfect. I mean, not perfect at all. None of us are. But
like, it was a joke, but she is clearly very Christian.
The events that happen, I truly cannot believe
might have been a little
that was
real.
my story. Because all I wanted was to meet a guy, for him to be my best friend.
Why didn't the Holy Spirit tell you to get the fuck out?
Have a family. I wanted someone I could make fun of his big old forehead, and he make fun of my nappy head and all my wigs, and yet he was my ride or die. I wanted someone that I could be like, man, help me with these kids, and he helped me with the kids. We had a nice home. We were comfortable. That is what I wanted. And I said this before, and I say it again. I truly thought.
Sounds like Paul Rubens dying in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
You see the women
Great
who
reference.
are, you know, so
Great
happy,
reference.
and you know, they're in these loving marriages, and life just looks good. I really, really wanted it to be my turn, and so I excused away a lot of stuff that I hope the next woman who sees this does not excuse, because I don't wish this on anybody. I don't wish this on anyone to feel the way I felt the moment I discovered the whole truth. So I just wanted to say that, because I think it's important to try to answer the why is she posting this. Honestly, I was tired of holding it in.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And I hope it helps somebody. Okay, let's all take a deep breath. Let's all get some sleep. If you don't have anything to do and you just want to wish me happy birthday, I'm going to now call my ex-husband. I'm going to use the name that I call him in real life. So that way it clears up the whole fiance, boyfriend, husband, ex-husband thing. So his name is Legion. Anyone that knows me will tell you that is what I call him. So Legion and I, when I left off at part 16, part 15, Legion and I got married January 5th of 2021. For the first 2 weeks, things were fine. We got into like a routine, basically. I would go to work, he would go to work. He was still leaving the house at around 6:15 every morning.
Was that a nickname?
His brother, the one that lived in Philly, every morning. They would that was their time to talk. From what I was told, the brother got off work. I guess he must have worked the third shift. And so he was getting off work.
Yeah, John, how you doing, John?
So that was the perfect time for them to talk.
Sounds good, John.
He would talk to his brother in Baltimore and the brother in Augusta. Pretty much, you know, just a quick phone call here and there, if not every day, every other day. So everything was pretty much the same. I would talk to my mom almost every day. I would talk to my aunt almost every day. So it was nothing to kind of, that's weird. That's what the morning routine was. He would talk. So I worked at Georgia State Patrol. And I said this in a previous video, but again, there were things I said in previous videos that I remember saying, hey, remember that because it's going to come back later. So I worked at Georgia State Patrol. I had been working there for almost 8 years, 7 or 8 years by the time Legion got into the picture. He was fine with the fact that I worked within law enforcement. I'm not a trooper. I'm not a sworn officer. I'm a civilian. However, he, again, his dad was a retired police officer. So he was perfectly fine in the beginning with the fact that I worked for Georgia State Patrol. He had been to my office before. He had met some of my co-workers. Obviously, even with COVID, because I still had to go into the office 2 or 3 days a week, he had been up there. So the friend who took me to the hospital when I had my miscarriage has met him. He and I have been to her home with her and her significant other before. So again, even in the world of COVID, when there were little times where you could get together with people, he has met people in my life. He has met my friend, or that particular friend, and he has met some of my coworkers. So when we got married, the first 2 weeks, like I said, was fine. And then it's
a group of demons
snapped. Something just changed. What was totally acceptable before, suddenly little comments were made. Why are you wearing that to work? You get off at 3:30, so you'll be home by 5, right? Things that had never happened before. He had never questioned what time I'm be home. Really, he didn't need to question it, because when I'm off work, I leave. So it was never a situation of, oh, I'm just sitting around at work and just run my mouth because I have nothing to do. And then it turned into, you know, he would call me every day from work, and I'm going to demonstrate how those phone calls went, but he would call me every day from work. And if he even so much as heard
the only person he ever actually spoke to on the phone,
he would have little comments to me. Who was that? Are they in your office? You know, man, you know, I never know who's around you, because it seemed like every time I call you, I have a hiccup, sorry. It seems like every time I call you, there's some man around. And I'm just like, you know, at first I kind of shrugged it off. I laughed it off because it really truly was absurd to me. But then it became a bit more frequent. And so I really just didn't feed into it, because I'm like, I don't know if this is some insecurity. I don't know if this is jealousy, because nothing has ever been done to make you feel any sort of insecure type of way. I've never entertained another guy, never flirted with another guy. Like, I don't know where this is coming from. So it is also important to note,
thank you for that level 7 train, y'all.
5th. Things started changing around 2 weeks later. And the reason why I know it's 2 weeks is because I had recorded an audio diary on January 21st is the date of the audio diary. And I talk about how maybe I had unrealistic expectations, because it seemed as if things were changing with he and I. So 2 weeks pass, he starts making little comments. End of January comes, he informs me that he wants to start looking for a house again. I had no real desire to go through that process. So what he decides is that he's going to look for a house for us using his friend, the realtor, the one I did not meet. So he tells me that he and his friend have been talking,
see ya.
and he's going to start looking at houses. And what he's going to do is basically, if he feels like it's a house I would like, then he wants to show it to me, because he feels like, you know, I know that your attitude really isn't, you're in the mood to look for a house, so I'm gonna start looking. And then if I think it's a great house, then
I don't know, was this dude just really loved looking at houses?
You know, you can come see it. And I remember thinking,
little Zillow freak.
That's not gonna work. you're not going to choose a house without me. And he was like, no, I'm not going to choose a house, but I just think that, you know, me and old boy have been talking. And so he has some houses that he is representing. He wants to show me. So why don't you let me look at it? And if it's worth the time, then I'll bring you to look at it. So he already had some sort of plan in place after talking to his friend about
yes, but
how
now
he's
they're
going
married.
to start looking at houses.
They are married.
This is the end of January 2021. So I kind of threw my hands in the air and was just like, whatever, because I'm not getting emotionally involved in looking at houses. And for me, that's kind of what it was. I felt like I would see a house, I could picture us living there, and then it gets snatched away somehow, some way. I didn't want to go through that. So the reaction that he wanted, which was for me to throw a fit, I did not do. I was just like, okay, all right, like I trust you. And remember that I said the reaction he wanted, because that's going to come back later. So he started looking at houses.
Another thread.
Funny enough, the houses that he looked at, none of them I actually saw. But he would call me and say, I'm at this house in Sandy Springs with the realtor friend. Apparently his realtor friend's name was Scott.
Bro, she's
not to be
putting the
confused
show
with
Lost
the other
to
Scott, the one
shame.
that was actually helping us, that dropped us as clients. I want to make that clear. There were two Scotts. One is the realtor who
ties
was
it all
representing us,
together.
who said, hey, I need proof of funds. If you don't have those proof of funds, I cannot show you any more houses. The other Scott is his friend, who he had talked to on the phone at least 50 to 100 times in front of me. That's the Scott that he said is going to show me this house in Sandy Springs. Apparently the house was like $800,000. So he was like, I think that if I like the house, then I'm gonna bring you out here so you can see it.
We're just gonna pay in cash.
Now let's go into part 18. Okay, part 18. Who the fuck did I marry? So he starts looking at houses in Sandy Springs, Alpharetta area with his friend Scott. I did not see any of these houses.
Is
I did
it
not
different,
go.
Scott?
I didn't want to go. So what was starting to change is, remember I said before, he would leave the house every day at around 6:15. He would be home every day between 3:30 and 4 o'clock without fail. It was so, I shouldn't say it was annoying, but I could set my clock by the fact that I would hear that garage door open between 3:30 and 4 o'clock every day that he went to work. Even during lockdown, he still had to go to work. His job was only locked down for maybe a week. For me, I was allowed to work from home, but unfortunately, I did not handle it well. And so I would fall asleep and not check email. So my boss was like, yeah, you don't have to come back to the office because you're not trustworthy. And I wasn't. I mean, I would watch Netflix and not even be on my computer. So I had to start going back to work every day, 5 days a week. And I was, me and another lady were the only two in there because we were the only two who did not handle work from home properly. Anyway, that's another story. So Legion he started to not come home by 4 o'clock. He started to come home 5, 5:30, 6, 6:30, sometimes 7 o'clock, because he was saying that he was looking at houses after work with his friend Scott.
Oh
so
my God, this man spends his whole life looking at houses.
And I just, at this point, kind of emotionally and mentally, I was just like, I don't know what to do. This is the end of January. Remember, I told you in part 15, I got married January 5th. By January 31st, I kind of knew I was in trouble. And by the end of January, sure enough, I knew things were changing in a way that I was like, I hate to sound redundant, but what the fuck is going on? So he's still maintaining the story of looking for a house, looking for a house. I had already let him know my lease is up in August.
What does he supposedly do for a job? He's VP and got promoted like 2 months after they started dating. VP of a condiment company.
August, I am moving to Cobb County. And my attitude was kind of like, you can go with me or you can stay here. I don't care, but I'm moving. I'm leaving Clayton County.
Mr.
The reason
John
why
Relish.
I was so adamant to move was not because of Clayton County. It was not because of the house that I was in. It was because Legion had started to create this narrative that he was beefing with my female neighbor. He was trying to get me to believe that my female neighbor to the left of me somehow was interested in him. And so she would make these little comments, and he would come in the house complaining about her and her music and the fact that she had, different men over to the house. It was driving me crazy. And all of this was kind of starting in January. So when I say that, it really seems like we got married January 5th, and then we had 2 weeks of peace, and then something just snapped. I literally mean something just snapped. So he's looking at houses. Now we're moving into February. February obviously is my birthday month. He did good. He did good to make Valentine's. He went all out for Valentine's Day. He went all out for my birthday. My birthday and Valentine's Day are February 14th and February 15th. So he went all out on both days. Y'all ain't even gonna believe this story. But I said I would share even when it makes me look bad. So the weekend after my birthday, and what I mean by that is if my birthday was on a Tuesday, we're talking about Saturday. The weekend after my birthday, he gave me money to go to the nail salon, go get a manicure and pedicure.
Love bombing. So
I leave the house. I take his car. His car was in the driveway. We had a key to each other's car because, again, we're married at this point. We're talking February 2021. So I take his car and I drive to the nail salon over in Morrow. I'm in the chair getting a pedicure, and I get a text message from my husband saying, someone was just at the house looking for you. And I'm like, who was looking for me? Well, who was it? And he said, I don't know. I think it was some, this is through text. I don't know. I think it was some dude you used to mess with. Okay. I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, I'm telling you, some guy just came to the house looking for you. I told him you were not here. So at this point, y'all, I'm in the chair at the salon. I'm freaking out because I'm like, who the fuck has the audacity to come to my home unannounced, uninvited, talking about they're looking for me? Especially because before I met my husband, I was working the last shift at Amazon as a part-time job. So I had not dealt with, dated anything with anyone for about a year before I met him in March of 2020. So I really was like, who the hell is this coming to my house? So I finished the pedicure. I head home. Once I get home, I'm like, what are you talking about? What happened? And so I'm frazzled in a way. And he's calm. He was like, yeah, it was a black Dodge Charger. They pulled into the driveway. They backed in. They backed in as if they had been here before. So clearly this was someone who's been to your house. He got out the car. He said, I opened the door and I went out there. And I said, is there something I can help you with?
God.
And he said, the guy said I'm looking for, and gave him my name. And he said, I'm sorry, she's not here. And he was like, oh, okay. All right then. And just got in the car and drove off. And I was like,
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss.
my brain stopped working because I'm thinking, who the heck could this be? A Dodge Charger? I was like, are you sure that it wasn't law enforcement? Like, was it the sheriff's office trying to serve me with a lawsuit for a credit card I didn't pay? He was like, no, he was in regular clothes. He was like, and it was not a police car. It was not a marked unit, basically. And so I'm just like, who the heck could this be? And he was like, I know who it was. And I said, who? He was like, I think it was your ex. I said, what ex? He was like, the one that you had dated for 2 years. Remember back in like part 3, part 4, I told y'all, he told me about his ex. I told him about mine. I thought we were being honest with each other. So now, fast forward to February 2021, and he's telling me, yeah, I think it was the ex that you had been dealing with for those 2 years before you met me. I said, so you think that he showed up to the house uninvited after 2 years? And he was like, well, whoever it was clearly was comfortable backing into our driveway, getting out the car, and was like, I'm here to see, and gave him my name. And so he was like, she's not here. Is there something I can help you with? And the guy was like, no, it's cool. And they just got in the car and drove off. So, again, brain is like, who could this be? So then Legion says to me, you know what? The way that you reacting to this is real suspect. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He was like, you over here freaking out. I told you I took care of it. I told you it was fine. And you over here freaking out, which makes me wonder, what have you been up to? Now, let's go to part 19. Okay, part 18. Who the fuck did I marry? So
all right, we're going to stop at part 20.
Is real suspect because I told you it was fine. I took care of it. He was
halfway.
like, I ain't even worried about it. He was like, obviously, that nigga didn't know that you now married, that you've moved on. And so now he knows it. But for me, it was the fact that I don't do pop-ups.
Watch the story.
Don't come to my house unannounced. So if someone has done that, for me, it automatically feels like a violation and it feels like it needs to be addressed. So it was not as simple as, I already took care of it, it's fine, let it go. No, we ain't letting nothing go because you don't have my permission to show up to my house. And before this turns into something where I'm gonna be on Fox 5 News, I need to address that with you because that is not okay. So he didn't like the reaction I had to the story he told me where someone basically disrespected my home. And he felt like my reaction was really suspect. So what I'm gonna get into the little details that he did not know about. So he tells me again, it was a black Dodge Charger. They backed into the driveway. A gentleman got out of the car and he asked for me by name and Legion said she's not here. So I asked him, what does the guy look like? And he was like, what does it matter? I said, what the fuck does he look like? So Legion proceeds to give me the most generic description you can give. He was like, well, he was shorter than me. Ex-husband is about 6'3", 6'4". He was shorter than me. He was brown skinned. I said, did he have a hat on his head? Mind you, I understand that before marriage,
he
I was
had
fool.
a face.
I understand that.
He had 2 eyes.
But every woman has that moment where you only gonna fool her but for so long. And eventually puzzles start coming together. For me, I felt like moving into marriage, certain things started coming together. So I said to him, did he have a hat on his head?
Is this
He was
on
like,
2
"No, he wear a
times
hat."
speed?
So
Yeah.
in my mind, I'm mentally going down a list of every possible man it could be. And it was only like 4 men. I had been in that house about 3 or 4 years at this point. So I knew all of the people, and I'm talking about from maintenance down to ex-boyfriends. It was a total of like 4 men. So when he said that it was a black Charger, I immediately was like, okay, I know that crosses out 1. He said he was shorter than him. All of them are shorter than him. I said, did he have a hat on his head? He said, no, that crossed out 1 because 1 in particular was a maintenance guy who always wore a hat on his head because he had like a bruise or something and he was just self-conscious about it. So he always wore a hat. That leaves 2. So I said, was he muscular or was he skinny? So Legion's getting all frustrated. I said, just answer the question. He was like, well, he was kind of in between. And I said, okay.
Why would he make this up?
He was in between. I said, so was he light skinned or was he dark skinned?
Queen?
He was like, I told you he was brown skinned. I said, was he my complexion? He said, no, he was brown skinned. That eliminates 1. So now there's 1 left. And yes, the 1 left would have been the ex that I had dated for 2 years. And so he was like, I know it was your ex. I know it was your ex. And I was like, that don't make no sense because the ex that in my mind, I'm saying this, the ex that I had dated, he and I had no contact with each other. And he was not the type to just pop up at your house. That ain't his style. Not to mention, and I ain't tell Legion this, that man would not be caught dead driving a Dodge Charger. He hated Chargers because he drove it as a patrol car. So I didn't say anything. I just was like, that's weird. So what Legion didn't know is that at the time I had a security system. So I had a security system.
I dated a guy like
where,
this. It's a question you'll
anytime
never find the answer to.
the
It
garage
drives
door
you
or the back door
crazy.
was open, basically any entry point.
just the
Anytime it was
why.
open or closed, it would send me
Yeah.
a text message notification. So when he's telling me all this, I'm looking at my
Why?
phone and I see a notification where the front door was opened and it was shut all within the same minute. So for example, if it says front door open at 1 p.m., front door closed at 1 p.m. So whatever he did was within those 60 seconds. He's telling me the story of the guy got out the car. He opened the door. He went out there. Can I help you? And the guy said, I'm looking for.
Just pathological.
And Legion said, no, she's not
lying.
here. And so he said the guy kind of was like, okay. And he was like, all right, thank you. And got in the car and drove off. Legion has also told me that he watched him drive out of the neighborhood, which means because of the way the house was set up, the townhouse, he would have still been outside watching this. I could be wrong, but something in me was like, that would take more than 60 seconds. So for the door to have been open and shut within the same 60 seconds, I was like, okay. So also what he didn't know, we didn't have a Ring door camera, but my neighbor did. And her Ring door camera caught my driveway. The view of the camera could see my driveway as well as her driveway. And so whoever was coming in the door, our driveways were right next to each other. And then on the other side of it was the grass. So it was a perfect view of my driveway. So she, I texted her and I said, hey, were you home? I think I texted her the next day because I said, were you home on Saturday? And she said,
To
no,
make
I
her
wasn't. What's
feel
up?
insane,
Everything good? And I
the
said,
easier you are to
can you look at
manipulate.
your security system and see if there was a car that came to my house at such and such time? And I know I did not tell her the reason I was asking, but I was like, is there any way that your security camera caught if someone came to my house at this time on Saturday? She's like, yeah, sure, I'll look. And so maybe about a couple hours later, she texted me back and said, hey, I looked at the camera, but I didn't see anything. And I said, okay, by any chance, did it catch if someone maybe walked up the driveway? Like maybe it wasn't a car in the driveway.
Can you imagine this too? How insane this would be? Like, why is he lying? Why would he be making that up? There's
someone
so
walked up, she
like,
said, I didn't see anything with your driveway.
why is he
yesterday.
saying my ex-boyfriend showed
So I said,
up?
okay. And I knew that something in me, again, was like, nobody came to the house. So now here we are, a month and a half married. And now is when I'm like, why the fuck did he make that up?
Right.
Because no one came to the house. No black Charger came to the house, pulled back into the driveway. Nobody got out the car and asked for me. Nobody was looking for me. So now I was sitting in
Right, it's such a
bedroom
weird thing to
thinking through
lie
all this, and I'm
about.
like,
It's like, okay, it'd be different if, let's say, you think your spouse is cheating, okay? And they're lying to you. They're like, no, I was at golf. And you call their buddies, and their buddies are like, no, they weren't golfing. Because you're like, okay, they have a purpose in doing this lie because they're hiding something, because there's something that they did that they don't want me to know. Oh, thank you so much for the prime. Lizard Wizard V, thank you so much for your prime. So it is so fucking insane, and I get why a part of her was like, why would he be making this up? Because there's no sense to it. Like, why? Like, I guess when you step back, you go, okay, he was, yes, he's a pathological liar. He's trying to have control over her. He's trying to manipulate her. He's trying to like reduce her, or break her down, make her easier to manipulate, all those things. But in that moment, in the context of that situation, it is so weird because you're like, well, why would he say that my ex showed? Like, why would he create this whole lie around this? Like, that is so weird. It doesn't even make sense why he would do that. Like,
how did he make that up?
That feels like
Because that's what
more of
happened.
a
I'm looking at the text messages on my
sociopathic
phone where he's
person,
telling
where
me
then
someone
you're
just came to the
like,
house looking for you, but no one came. So what was the purpose of that? And then something said to me, something in me said, he wanted to see a reaction. He just wanted to see the reaction. You had been too calm, and so he wanted to see a reaction. So this man gaslit me like I was Georgia Natural Gas just to get a reaction.
Georgia Natural
Welcome,
Gas.
ladies and gentlemen, to part 20 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry?
God.
All right, part 20.
Oh my God. That really is, because look, a lot of people cheat. A lot of people lie. Like, a lot of partners lie. They'll lie about finances. They'll lie about how they're doing at work. They'll lie about, romantic partners, whatever. But it is much rarer to like have someone who just seems to be sociopathic or psychopathic, where they're creating these lies because they don't like that you are too calm or too happy or whatever the reason is. it feels sadistic. Yeah. And yes, it relates to narcissism. Me armchair detective, me armchair psychoanalyzing would say absolutely it relates to narcissism. But I think it's something that is harder to, like, if you're in that situation, it is harder to understand. It's harder to recognize and come to terms with that versus like, oh, my partner's cheating on me. That's a little bit more black and white. Now it gets tricky. Of course, there's like the, well, why are they cheating? This, how could they do this? But you know what I'm saying? Like, partner's cheating, they're lying about that, or partner lost their job, they're lying about losing the job, they're embarrassed, yada yada. Versus partner is creating this lie to fuck with me. Yeah, like lying to lie to fuck with me. And to like freak me out or to put me in a weird headspace, something like that. All right. Wow. Well, that we got up to part 20, folks. Part 20 of this series. We're gonna pick it back up tomorrow. Okay. If only there was more. I think it is I think it's good. I think it's good to treat it like a TV show. You know what I mean? We don't want to binge all of it. There's 48 parts. Holy shit. GameCube girl, thank you for the 2 months. 48 parts? I'm going to be honest, I'm definitely finishing the night. No! No, you can't. Can you tweet out when you... Okay, my plan is... I'm going to go live tomorrow. Oh my God. There's 52 parts. Holy shit. I don't care. I need to know how this ends. Okay, we're gonna watch this one last part because I did say we would watch through 20. We're gonna finish 20. We're gonna finish 20, and then we're picking it up tomorrow. All right, we're gonna finish 20, picking it up tomorrow.
Of who the fuck did I marry? So after the black Dodge Charger incident, things were quiet. Legion was fine. Legion slept just fine. Me, that shit played over in my head for days and days and days. On one hand, I was like, I know nobody came. My head knew nobody came to the house. My heart was like, but maybe he didn't make it up. So the head and the heart were absolutely playing a tug of war because, again, I really couldn't fathom that he was making it up.
Yeah, I'll do this one.
But nevertheless, I filed it in the back of my mind in my little filing cabinet, my mental filing cabinet. So a few weeks later, we go out to eat at this restaurant in Atlanta. It's a burger place, and I'm going to do my best by the time I post this to put the name of the burger place on the screen. So we go to the burger place, eat dinner, everything was fine. As we are leaving, he says to me, did I ever show you where my grandmother's buried? This is the grandmother that passed away from COVID in 2020. And I said, no. I was like, we haven't been over here. And so he was like, let me show you. So he drives us to the cemetery, which is not far from the restaurant. He drives us to the cemetery, goes around and around, and then it comes to like a little hill in the cemetery. And he was like, you see the headstone? The headstone had like the family name on it. And it did not have, for example, John David Doe. It just had Doe. Okay, so there were no dates on it. So it reminded me of just a headstone where it was probably multiple family members buried underneath it. That's what it reminded me of. And so he was like, my grandfather and my grandmother are buried there. I do recall him telling me when the grandmother died in 2020 that she wanted to be buried next to his grandfather. And so we're sitting in the car because we can see the headstone like on top of the hill from the car. And he tells me that is where his grandmother and grandfather are buried. That the family was able to get her, her wishes were to be buried next to the grandfather. Okay. So as we are leaving, we take a different route home. So we get on the highway. If you're from Atlanta, you'll know what I'm talking about. We get on I-75 North. And we're just driving around, to be honest with you. But we're taking the scenic route. We get on I-75 North because the reason why I remember is because when you're on I-75 North going towards Atlantic Station, on the right-hand side, you will see the Varsity. You'll see all these tall skyscraper buildings. One of the buildings.
Okay, wait. As a writer, what do I think of this format? Look, good storytelling is good storytelling. Okay, if you are telling a captivating story, doesn't matter what format it's in. The most important thing is the story.
As the letters NCR.
I love this.
as we're coming up towards the building, he says to me, do you see the NCR building? I said, yeah. He said, the building behind it, my job bought that building. That's where we're going to have, we're setting up operations. And I was like, why the hell would y'all buy a condiment company in downtown Atlanta? He was like, no, we're not doing production there. It's just going to be offices, and that's where we're going to handle like the business portion. The production is still being done in Gwinnett County out in Duluth.
I love the feeling
so
that
like
we're sitting here in the car as she's telling us
okay.
the story.
He was like, that's where I keep the company car. So I was like, the company car?
The company car?
I said, aren't you supposed to be bringing the company car home? And he was like, I don't want to bring the company car home because it's Clayton County and it's a $90,000 car. And I don't want no problems. So he's telling me that he keeps the company car at the building downtown Atlanta that's behind the NCR building. I barely could see what building he's talking about, but he was like, it's the building right behind it. And so he's telling me that that's where his office is. So I said to him, take me to your office. I know it's a Saturday, but shit, you wanted the VPs, right? So take me to your office. No, I had not been to his office simply
Mr.
because,
John
again,
Condiment.
COVID. So I was like, take me to your office. And he was like, I can. He was like, that's no problem. So do I have the other phone? I do. So y'all are in luck. So I can maybe reenact how this goes. So he gets off the exit and starts driving towards the NCR building. While he's driving towards the NCR building, he always has kept his phone in his left pocket. This is my left hand. So he pulls his phone out and he starts calling. He tells me he's calling Willie. Willie is supposed to be the head of security.
Willie.
So he's saying, let me call Willie real quick to make sure that the building's open. So he proceeds. This is another phone, but he proceeds to go ahead and call Willie. We're still driving, by the way. We're still driving. I'm on the phone, scrolling through Facebook, trying to figure out some random shit. But he's driving with the phone up to it. So driving with the phone. Next thing I hear, hey Willie, it's Legion. Hey, how's it going? I'm good. Hey, is the building open? No, I just want to take my wife up there so she can see it and see my office. Are you up there right now? You're not? Okay. Is Mr. Justin working? Okay. So is there anybody up there that can physically open the building? Because I don't think my badge is going to get me at least in the front door because it's on the weekend lock. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me know. All right. Thank you, Willie. Bye. Y'all see how I did that? He's having this whole conversation while I'm sitting in the passenger seat. So then he gets off the phone and he says to me, Willie is not working and Justin apparently called out sick. So the building is locked and my badge won't get us in the front door. He was like, Willie's going to see if there's someone else that can open the front door so we can actually get in. He's like, my badge will get us on the floor, but it will not get us in the front door.
Let me talk to Willie.
So when he's getting off the highway,
let me talk to Willie.
He basically turns onto Spring Street. Again, there's all kinds of shit I distinctly remember. He turns onto Spring Street so that he can then get on 75 South so we can go home. Never saw the office that day. But again, this is where he's saying that he keeps the company car. So when we get to part 21, I'll kind of go into detail about the whole company car a little bit more. Part 21, who the fuck did I marry? So
Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Will call. That was a short part. You guys. Okay, last one for real. Okay, last one for real. For real. And then we are going to treat this like we would a television show where we gotta wait for the next episode.
The company car apparently was
Here we go.
Charcoal gray BMW. I believe it was a 5 Series. It was a 5 Series. I don't know much about the sedans. Y'all know I wanted the X5 dark blue with the cognac interior.
Tech Tank, thank you for the gifted.
BMW 5 Series, charcoal gray. He sent me a picture of the car. So I did see a picture of the car. After this whole NCR building, take me to your office, that is what he's claiming, is that he leaves the company car at that location. He's saying that he drives from Riverdale to Midtown, switches out cars, and then drives from Midtown to Duluth. Those that don't know how Metro Atlanta is, basically Midtown would be in between where we live and Duluth. I only know that he left the house every day at 6:15. I know that I never physically saw the company car come to our home.
Oh my God.
It's all pictures, plural. So when he told me that he got a BMW 5 Series, keep in mind, this is after I had been promised a dark blue X5. So I was a bit salty. I don't care if it is a company car. I was a bit salty. I will admit that. Because I felt like you get to drive the car that I really want, which is a BMW. And so he would call me from the car. he would tell me, you know, yeah, I may just drive home in this car and not switch back to his personal car. He's like, I don't know. He did that a lot. And I realize now in 2024, he did that because he knew how excited I was to actually see the car. Because shit, I wanted to test drive it myself, to be honest with you. And he knew that. So, reactions. So he would say stuff like that, like, man, I'm so tired. I might just drive the company car, go ahead and go home. And then, you know, just let me park it in the garage.
Psycho!
So, eventually he stopped doing that because I didn't want to hear nothing about that car. I'm driving a Nissan, you driving a BMW.
Oh my God, that is sick.
So I don't really want to hear nothing about it. So
That is
in terms of the company
sick.
car, I did see that it was a, according to the pictures, a charcoal gray BMW 5 Series. If you're asking me the exact model, I don't know. But I know it was a 5 Series.
Yeah, guys should have been a streamer. He loves farming
So
reactions.
it's a 5 Series sedan. So after the whole situation with the cemetery to see his grandmother and grandfather's headstone, then there was the NCR, the office is open. Oh, it's not open. Justin ain't working. Willie ain't working. Willie is supposed to be head of security, but he ain't working. Okay. So at this point, I'm already numb. It is important for me to point out how numb I became dealing with him. Mind numbing, because I just got to a point where it was like, there's always something. There's always something. So of course we're not going to go to the office because there's going to be something. So this is the end of February. My birthday had already passed. There clearly was tension on my end, not so much tension on his end. So I get home a couple of weeks later. We are now in the beginning of March. This is something personal about me. The only way you would know this is if you know me. I have been dying to go to London and Paris. I had a layover in London when I did a study abroad, but it's not the same. I want to go to London and be a whole tourist. I don't care. I want to see Buckingham Palace. I want to see the Tower of London. I want to see Paris. I want to see the Palace of Versailles. This is something, if you know me, you know she wants to see Paris. She wants to see London. So I get home from work. This is the beginning of March. I get home from work, and on the counter is a folder with like a little bow on it. And I'm like, oh, what is this? Is this like mail? Like, was this something that you got at work? He's like, nah, it's a surprise for you.
No.
I open up the folder. Inside the folder is like a trip itinerary. It is not an actual booked trip. It's like an itinerary. A trip for two to go from Atlanta to London. The trip should have happened, and it was the month on there was like July, so it was a summer trip.
Oh.
So he tells me, I'm gonna take you to London.
Oh, this man is
He was like,
sick.
I wanted to take you for your birthday, but certain things fell through. He was like, so this summer in July, we're going to go to London.
This man
he
is
was like,
so
I've already
sick.
made a reservation for us to stay at the Savoy. Again, there's certain things that my brain just was like, remember that. He said, I've already made a reservation for us to stay at the Savoy. I didn't know, as much as I want to go to London, y'all, I didn't know anything about the Savoy. And so I remember going to look it up because I was like, what is the Savoy? Well, apparently the Savoy is bougie, very bougie. So I was so excited. I cannot tell y'all how fucking excited I was when I saw that he had printed out British Airways. Like, he was speaking my language. I am one of those people, I'm a planner. So when he's saying, I'm gonna take you to London, and he took the time to research flights and print it out and research the Savoy and print it out. And there were different, not excursions, but there were different things that you could do. You could go see the Tower of London. You could go see Buckingham Palace, changing of the guard. We could go have high tea at certain places. He was like, I don't really want to go, but I know you're dying
High
to
tea,
go.
I learned how to
So
do
he was
that
like,
today.
You know I love you, and I would do anything for you. Blah, blah, black sheep, have you any wool? And
Oh
so he was
my
like, I'm going to take
God.
you to London in July. The trip did not include Paris. That's fine. But I was so excited.
This man is so sick because we know where this is going. All right. We have watched 3 hours of this. We know where this is going. There is no trip, but he planned this whole fucking trip. He did all the work to plan it, but just to fuck with her.
So excited.
When do we get? Oh my
And
God, I
so
forgot about the
this
pee
is the beginning
bottles.
of March.
I
was
literally
like,
forgot about the pee bottles.
This is great. Hopefully this happens. I knew I needed to renew my passport, and he was saying that he had to renew his passport as well because his passport had expired. So both of us were like, okay, we need to get on this if we're going to try to make it to London in July, and it's now March. Me being the planner I am, I think I went to work the next day and printed out the passport applications so that we could fill it out and go ahead and get that process going. So, needless to say, something must have happened, and I don't remember what it was. We just simply didn't fill out the application for the passport. So, fast forward, we're now at mid-March. Mid-March, the decision was made that my mom, who lived in Arkansas, was coming to visit us. She would be coming, I believe, the second week of April, and she was going to stay a week and then a few days. So, like, maybe a total of 9 days. Not quite 2 weeks, but a little over a week. So she was coming in April, and I was excited. Legion was excited because he was excited to physically meet my mom. He had talked to her on Zoom. He had talked to her on the phone, but he was excited to physically meet my mom. And my mom was excited to physically meet her son-in-law. So this is mid-March. I'm going to go into part 22 where I explain what happened with Facebook Messenger.
Oh
Part 22,
shit!
who the fuck
Oh my god. Ah, yo, it is really picked up. The first 13 sections, it's a lot of backstory, but like it is, we're in the action now. We are in the action. It is picked up. I love this community, so we're gonna watch one more. Yes, we're gonna watch one
did I
more.
marry? So now we're in March. This is right after he had
We'll watch
surprised
the
me with
messages.
the announcement of we're going to go to London for a trip in July, because we definitely didn't do a honeymoon. We definitely didn't do any sort of trips together. So the idea was we're going to do a trip in July together. One thing about Legion was that he was the guy who was like, I have nothing to hide. I don't lie. I don't like liars. If we're in a relationship, then everything should be out in the open. So I've always had his cell phone passcode. Never felt the need to look through his cell phone. And funny enough, I can tell y'all right now, disclaimer, I will never go through a cell phone again. You cheating piece. So anyway, so one day, this is mid-March, going like around March 20th. So we're heading towards the end of the month. He was in the shower. Keep in mind, my mom is coming for a visit in April. So he was in the shower and he received a text message on his phone from a woman. The text message, because it was a preview, so the text message was something where if you didn't know the context of the text thread, you could either go left or you could go right with it. So me being just curious, I opened up the phone, put the passcode in, read the text, then read the thread. Come to find out, it was a text from his aunt. His aunt and his ex share the same name. That's why I say it could go left or it could go right.
Oh, that's
Text was from the
weird.
aunt. So
That is weird.
I looked at the text, went through the thread, nothing in there. So I went ahead, X out of the messages. I see that he has Facebook Messenger downloaded. And obviously it shows you the number of unread messages in the icon. So it showed that he had like 5 unread messages. So I clicked on it, just being nosy. And what do my wondering astigmatism eyes see? So in his Facebook Messenger is about 7 women. I can see their profile picture and I see their names. Some of them had a preview. The ones that he had not read, I could see the preview of the message. One in particular said, when are you going to come get this? Y'all know what I'm talking about. So I clicked on that one first. And I'm reading.
When are you
through
gonna
the
get this
thread.
pussy?
And so she's saying, when are you gonna come get this? But earlier in the thread, or further back in the thread, he had asked her, when are you
This
gonna give me?
cheating, lying son of a bitch.
And she said, when lockdown is over. So from what I could piece together, he had not yet physically gotten with her. But had there been no COVID, he would have smashed all day, every day. The other messages were innuendos, meaning the other messages from the other women were innuendos.
So
They
on
were not
AC3,
as
thank you for the
graphic
tier
as one
1.
between him and her. So I'm reading these messages, and what is interesting is that the person I am married to is not the person in these messages. Like, this man was on some nasty shit. And I say nasty, not in a judgmental way, but in a, with me, he seemed to act as if I was damn near virginal white.
Oh my God.
And I clearly see evidence that you into some shit that, with me, you acting like, nah, I ain't really into that.
What?
So,
Fatty Chaos, thank you for the tier 1.
I absolutely confronted him and was like, what the fuck is this?
Thank you,
If
thank
2
you.
2 was 4 and 5 + 5 is 10. What the fuck is this? And so he did not, that ain't what happened, blah, blah, blah. Instead, what he hit me with is, man, I was just playing around. Like, ain't nothing happened. I shouldn't have said all that, but I was just flirting. It ain't mean nothing. I don't even know that girl.
I was just flirting.
And so I'm like, is this what you into?
No.
And so
No. When you gonna come get that pussy? That's not flirting. Haha, it was just jokes. It was just harmful. It was just like playful banter.
he was like, no, it's not what I'm into. It was
When you
just
gonna get
stupid.
this
It was
pussy?
stupid because I shouldn't have done it. So I'm gonna be honest with y'all, because I've been honest all this time. What pissed me off the most was that here I am as a woman behaving, trying to do the right thing by him in this marriage. And you mean to tell me you out here offering your dingaling to random chicks that you don't even know? I was more angry at the fact that I'm like, dude, do you know how much I have turned down in order to be faithful?
Yeah, speak
to
on
your
it.
dumbass? And I'm seeing that you basically are out here acting like you got Skittles taste the rainbow.
Speak on it.
I was hurt. I was angry. I thought about getting my lick back. I'm just being honest, I did. And he played it off like it ain't nothing serious. It ain't nothing serious. Don't overreact. Don't get emotional. It was just dumb. He was like, I will delete
Holy
the
shit,
messages.
peanut
I'll even delete
patootie.
the messenger. And I told him, I was like, that's really not good enough, because that's not going to fix the root of the issue. So this is where
Peanut
I
patootie,
introduced
thank you
that
so
we
much for
need
the
to do
10.
marriage counseling.
Thank you.
He didn't have any issue doing marriage counseling. We did not do premarital counseling, but he was like, that's fine. He was like, I don't have no problem doing marriage counseling because if anything, it can help us. So I
Oh my God,
thought
they do the marriage
that,
counseling with the
okay, he
pastor,
may not
that's
have
right.
physically cheated from what I could see
Yep.
on the messenger. He may not have physically cheated, but he damn sure got caught you know, doing a little something, because they had exchanged pictures. So y'all know what pictures he sent.
Oh,
And I was disappointed.
What does he mean he was flirting?
I
He's
don't like
sending
men
his...
in those type of pictures, but anyway, that's another issue. So we agreed that we would start marriage counseling. We also agreed that we would put on a united front when my mom got there. In other words, we were not going to argue. We, you know, let's just act like everything is fine. But at that point, when my mother arrived in April, I could not stand him. I did not want to be, but we couldn't, he moved back into our bedroom because he had moved into the guest bedroom when I saw the messages. Like 3 days before she came, he moved back into the bedroom because obviously she needed to sleep somewhere. So I really could not stand him. And it was because I was busy second guessing myself. Like, damn, what's wrong with me? Like, if that's what you into and I'm supposed to be your wife, like, let's have conversations. Like, shit, I went to FAMU. I understand some stuff, buddy. So it just was one of those things where it made me second guess, like, what's wrong with me? What did I do wrong? What is it that she got that I don't? Because you all out here willy-nilly, you know,
it's
messaging
not
her
you,
all
it's
hours of the night,
him.
'cause the thread went back quite a few weeks. I saw it in March. There were messages from December, November. So again, I'm just second guessing all kinds of stuff. Self-esteem taking a hit. So no, I did not want to be around him. I did not want
December, November, this was
like
before
him.
they were married.
Period. I did not like him. I left and I would just go for a drive because driving clears my mind. I called my aunt, told her what happened. I don't recommend that. I don't recommend calling family to tell them what's going on in your marriage. But I called my aunt, and my aunt lovingly was like, what do you want me to say?
In this situation, yes, no, it's so good. She should have told her family members from the get-go. This particular situation, do not keep this secret.
Marry him. You know, he ain't your boyfriend. Y'all can't just break up.
Oh.
That's the hard part about marriage. Is like,
no, you can break up.
I guess you could leave him, but at the same time,
you can.
You married him, so honey, you gonna have to go back home.
You can break up.
Y'all are
especially
gonna
when
have
you
to
have
figure this out.
kids.
She's like, I can't give you advice on what you should do.
Do it.
I'm sorry that this happened, but
fucking do it.
You married him. So
divorce his ass.
Even though it was
that's
just
okay.
one drive, I went back home.
No.
And
no. See. Time out. Marriage is not the end all be all. When you're married, if it's not working, it's not working. Okay, do like the Hollywood thing, the Hollywood celebrity thing. Get divorced. It happens. Don't worry about it. When you've got this many red flags, when like this shit's happening less than a year into the marriage, where he's cheating with like 10 hoes on Facebook, done. Goodbye. You are not trapped. You do not have children. I don't care if like being Christian, it's frowned upon. Who gives a shit, okay? Just goodbye.
That's when the discussion was, we need to do marriage counseling. Part 23, who the fuck did I marry? So we agreed to do marriage counseling.
Oh my God.
We're
in part 23.
Who agreed to do our counseling, basically. Our counseling was going to be on Zoom, and it was going to be every other Tuesday. Initially, Legion was participating in it. His body language seemed to be that he was open and receptive to the marriage counseling. Now, the pastor and his wife were deeply concerned at the fact that we had only been married 3 months, and we were already dealing with some form of infidelity. We were in marriage counseling, and as the pastor would put it,
that's why she said not to talk to family. Yeah, I thought she meant don't talk to family because you don't want them to know about your marriage, because they'll tell you to like, you know, they'll tell you things that aren't necessarily what you should do.
Be any sort of intimacy.
But yeah, her
they were concerned.
I see now that
person would be if they knew what
the
was
aunt was not good in this.
So the pastor and his wife, it is fair to note, we started counseling with them in the spring. We continued counseling with them up until a week before I found out what I found out, and he got kicked out. So one of the first things that the pastor kind of talked to us about was, you know, what was the deal with the Facebook Messenger stuff? And Legion was like, it was stupid. I shouldn't have done it. It really was just attention, and I got carried away. He felt like
carried away. It was like 8 women.
Apologizing. I'm not going to keep getting persecuted. After I told you, I'm sorry. I told you I wouldn't do it again, and I want us to move forward. You're either going to forgive me or you're not. Pastor and his wife were like, wow, the audacity is real on this one. So, needless to say, we started moving slowly forward. It was always in the back of my mind, just like it was in the back of my mind with that black Dodge Charger. It was one of those things where, okay, I see how you kind of are moving and operating. He came to me a few days after we started our first counseling session, and he was like, we should get a joint bank account. What he wanted to do was to each one of us have our own account and to get a joint account for our money to go in there for joint expenses. Now, up until this point, he had been paying the rent, the utilities, and I really was just paying for my stuff. So now he's suggesting, look, we're married now. Let's go ahead and get a joint account.
Nope.
I wasn't necessily against it because I knew that I would still have my own account.
Remember he had a studio apartment?
So what I countered with was, okay, let's take a look at what we're working with. show me your checking. Let's look at each other's accounts. Look at what we have currently. He was cool with that. So he shows me his checking account. His checking account available balance was just over $9,600. Mine was just over $1,500. So there was a huge disparity in the amounts. And so he logged in on the phone and turned it towards me, and I could see available checking, available balance, just over $9,600. I logged into my savings. I showed him how much I had in savings. He picked up his phone, logged into his Chase savings.
Okay, the reason I mentioned the studio apartment. Look, yeah, rent's expensive out here. Studio apartment, shit's expensive. But I mentioned this because she had a three-bedroom house. And he was like, oh, I really like your place. We should quarantine here, because he had a small studio apartment. This is a man who's like able to drop $700,000 cash, $700,000 cash on a house. So yeah, that's why that's a big part there.
In the Chase savings, it was roughly about $15,000. But I also knew that he told me he had a U.S. bank savings and he had an offshore savings. So at this point in time, I asked him, show me the U.S. bank savings, show me the other two accounts. He would not do it. This became a huge bone of contention. He would not show me the two accounts that he claims has the most money in there, the accounts that he claims has money for a house in there, because he still was mentioning, hey, we need to get on this house thing if we're going to move when the lease is up. So
this
I'm just
fucking
adamant
house
on,
thing.
why don't you want to show me your savings account? You showed me the Chase one. Like, what is the big deal? And so he kept saying, he was like, there's a lot of money in there. And he was like, and my uncle always taught me, this is not the uncle that died, another uncle. My uncle always told me, just
thank you for the 5.
Because women can be, I said, women. Like, we're married. So
thank you.
Go ahead and show it to me. He would not show it to me. So then we went back into marriage counseling, like the next session, and I bring it up. I said, he will not show me these two accounts that he claims has the money in there to buy a house. I told our pastor and those
Dexterdo article incoming.
So I don't understand why he's not going to show me, to just put me at ease that he has the money in there. I had never questioned it before, because again, you tell me who in their right mind signs their
trust me, bro,
to a legally binding offer, an all cash offer on a house, and they just do it willy nilly. I don't know anyone that does that. So I actually never questioned what was in the savings, because I clearly saw him sign his name to a $699,000 all cash offer on a house. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please go back to the parts in this playlist where I talk about what he did when we were looking for a house. So the pastor and his wife were like, Legion, that's not his name, y'all, that's a nickname. Legion, why would you not show your wife?
Trust me, bro.
Account? Like, what's going on here? And so he made up some bullshit. And I remember the pastor's wife was like, something ain't right. And so at this point, Legion kind of shuts down. He's just like, look, y'all are not going to tell me when and where I open up my accounts to show anybody the money I earned. I earned that money. I earned that money by playing football, blood, sweat, and tears.
Arena
this
football.
Whole Denzel Washington monologue about how he earned that money, and no one is going to come in and tell him that he needs to open up an account. So then he starts talking about the ex-wife and how she tried to get money from him in the divorce back when they were in California. So now the pastor and his wife, their red flags are just like, whoa.
I earned that money, so I won't show you.
The pastor's wife said, and I will never forget this, she said, I don't think you all are going to make it to January. What she was talking about is, I don't think y'all are going to make it a year. And I really, truly was like, we're going to make it. Like, of course we're going to make it. And she was just like, I don't have a good feeling about it.
Oh boy.
And so Legion's all defensive. He at this point, he's folding his arms, and because remember, we're on Zoom. He's folding his arms, and he's just like, I'm done with this. Like, I'm not going to get attacked because I'm not comfortable showing you the amount of money that I have. Money changes people.
Yeah, but he wants to open a joint account.
I'm not comfortable. So he's playing that victim card.
Money changes people.
And so the pastor and his wife were like, we're still going to help y'all as much as we can. But so he was like, I'm not comfortable. And basically the pastor and his wife were like,
money changes people.
We'll help y'all as much as we can. But there's some deep issues here. And, this is what they advised us. Had the two of you came to us for premarital counseling, we would have told you, do not get married. Y'all should not even be together.
Yeah. Okay. Pastor and his wife
That is what the pastor and his wife told us.
Pastor and pastor's wife actually based.
If you two had come to us for premarital counseling, we would have told you, y'all should not even be together, let alone get married. But here we are. So we will help you guys as much as we can. But the pastor's wife was like, I don't have a good feeling that y'all are going to make it a year. Part 24.
God is literally communicating to you now.
We're in April.
Through the
now moving towards the end of April. And he still did not show me his savings account. Saw the checking, saw the Chase savings. So he decides that we should start looking for a house again. Because my lease was up in August, and I made it very clear.
This
that when the lease is up,
motherfucker
I am moving.
is obsessed with looking at houses.
He was like, we need to get the ball rolling. I didn't want any parts of it. Didn't want any parts of it. He found a realtor. This time it was a woman. It was a woman.
Oh my God.
And I believe her name was Amber. I think her name was Amber. So he found a realtor and he told her what the budget was. Amber started finding houses. So please understand, or you don't really have to understand, but I believed he was a sane, rational human being. Sane enough that you would not sign an offer on a home if you didn't have the money. That's what I believed. So
yeah, like what was his plan here?
Amber, I believe, showed us 3 or 4 houses. It was not nearly as many as the other realtors got. So one of the houses, absolutely loved. Ugh, I love the house. I really wanted to put in an offer on that house, and I'm going to post it on the screen, the house. Love that house. It was just absolutely beautiful. And once again, he wanted to put in an all-cash offer on the house.
Fucking guy and his
But
all-cash
before
offers.
he had told Amber, I want to put in an all-cash offer. And what Amber, the woman, was smart enough to say,
she had an
okay,
Amber alert on this one.
let's just go ahead and take it one step at a time. Let's go ahead and get your pre-approval stuff together. She said, I work with a great lender who, if you're not already pre-approved, he can get you pre-approved, no issues. And then if you want to do an all-cash offer, then we'll go ahead and get the proof of funds together, so that way we can submit it all with your offer.
He's like, let's just look at some more houses again.
The last house with Scott. Basically, Legion was like, well, I can get you whatever you need. That's fine. But I really don't want to submit proof of funds unless they accept the offer. Amber, and I don't know where she is. I don't even know if she'll ever see this video.
Amber has definitely seen it.
Let me keep going and I'll explain why that woman has a special place in my heart. Amber was like, I totally understand.
Amber has absolutely seen this and sent it to everyone she knows and been like, this is me.
But this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to need that paperwork, okay? And
Amber probably in chat right now.
With your offer. She just simply was like, yeah, this is how we're going to do it. And so he did not submit the paperwork when she had asked him to. And I remember I was driving to work and I stopped at the Quick Trip on Upper Riverdale Road in Riverdale, Georgia. And Amber had called me. It was in the morning. She had called me. And I believe with all my heart that Amber knew something was up, but she also knew I did not know what was up. So she called me and she was like, I just don't understand. Like, if he has the paperwork, like, you can submit the paperwork. But the issue was the Chase paperwork that I had was from a year prior. So my understanding was that it pretty much was no good at this point. So she said, all he has to do is just email it to me or take a picture of. She's like, I just need to know that he's able to back up his offer.
Yeah,
and I said, I totally get it. And she was explaining some stuff to me. She was like, he needs to do X, Y, and Z. And so I said to her, I remember I said, I don't know what's going on. I said, I'm going to get down to the bottom of it, but I don't know what's going on. And so,
but girl, you've been here.
Let's put a pause on this whole thing. Let's put a pause on looking at houses. Let's put a pause on getting his pre-approval letter, because
is a liar.
I'm not sure what's going on. And she got quiet and she said, okay. I said, and I know this sounds weird. And she said, no, she said, that is actually very smart. She said,
I like Amber.
Do your research.
Love
and
Amber.
If I can be of assistance, call me.
We're
she said,
almost
whether
halfway.
you buy a house with him or you buy a house on your own, I will be more than happy to represent you.
Oh.
I don't know where Amber is today, but that one sentence, I felt like
Amber has seen this.
I felt like just woman to woman.
Don't you worry.
She was basically telling me
she's seen it.
Something ain't right. Baby, something ain't right. And now you need to open your eyes. I'll be more than happy to work with you. If y'all get your shit together, I'll work with both of you. But whether you buy a house or not, do your research and then let me know what I can do. That was our conversation at the Quick Trip on Upper Riverdale Road. So I got off the phone. That was the last time that we worked with any sort of realtor. That was the last time that we looked at any sort of house. And I don't remember exactly what happened after that meeting that day. I do know that when I went home, I simply told him, I don't want to look at a house right now. I said, I think it's okay if we rent. We'll just find a house in Cobb County and just rent for a year. And let's build, save some more money. Let's not worry about buying a house right now. And basically what I was trying to do was save face, because that was the first time with Amber that I actually was embarrassed at the fact that he and I, because I felt like I was complicit in the fact that I'm going to look at houses with him. I felt like we are wasting these people's time. I did not mean to waste your time. I clearly see my time as being wasted, but that doesn't mean I need to waste your time. And I felt embarrassed at the fact that we wasted her time coming across as serious buyers. When time came to put up or shut up, nothing was put up. And I knew nothing. I had nothing to add to add to this, because we're talking about a $650,000 house, and you know, I don't make that. I don't make anywhere near that. So it just became one of those situations where I was trying to save face. I was trying to save face with my husband, and I was trying to save face with Amber. And so I did say to him, let's just rent for another year, and then let's see at that time where we are, if we should go ahead and buy. So now is when shit is about to get real.
Oh.
Part 25.
Whoo! Jordan's Hyper, thank you for the prime. Thank you. I do think that that's a good stopping. That is a good stopping point. Yep. Good stopping point. Look, you guys, we have watched 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. Okay, so listen. It hasn't gotten real yet. No, shit's about to get real. That is a good stopping point. Okay, we don't want to overdo it. I know some of you are gonna go finish it. I know. You're not gonna stay with the class. You're not gonna stay with the class. You're gonna go do what you're gonna do. But I am gonna pick this up tomorrow. So my plan tomorrow, I'm gonna probably go live at 5. Okay, about 5 o'clock. We'll shoot the shit. Look at some stuff. No, I'm not gonna do like too much news, and then we will pick this up. But I have to do this Skull and Bones. I don't know why I'm writing this down. I have to do a 3-hour Skull and Bones stream tomorrow night. I'm doing a sponsor. I haven't done a sponsor in a minute. It's 3 hours of gameplay. So I'll probably do that. I'll probably try to start that around 8. That's about my plan. So 8 p.m. Pacific time. 8 p.m. Pacific time is when I have to play, or when I'm going to try to start Skull and Bones, because I got to do 3 hours. So we're going to pick this up tomorrow. 5 o'clock. I will be live. I will stick to that. Okay. Because I am also very, like, obviously I'm in this too. Okay, I'm in it. We watched 25 parts. 25 parts of something that I said, we're just going to watch a couple minutes. We're just going to watch a few minutes. It's fine. But I love story. I love intrigue. I love drama. I love, oh my God, this person is a psychopath. I need to know more. I need to know why. So anyway, am I gonna play Elden Ring tonight? I don't know. Please post VOD. Yes, I will post the VOD. I will. I've pretty much been live since, well, I got to Sam's around 2. We did that stream. I'm trying not to push myself too hard so I don't stay like sick feeling. I felt better today, but I feel a little run down just after today. So I don't know. Let me see what Will's doing, because he's also leaving tomorrow. We gotta like figure some stuff out. Let me see what he's doing. If he's in the middle of something, I can maybe play a little bit of Elden Ring. Give me 2 seconds. funny enough, he's playing Elden Ring. He's using the controller. He's playing Elden Ring, but he said I can have it. I was like, are you doing? Oh, you're playing Elden Ring. Yeah, right now we only have one working cord. So we're having to switch off because he's back playing Elden Ring. All right, I'm gonna go get the controller. We're gonna play a little bit of Elden Ring, and then that will be the end of the stream. And then tomorrow, so if you're going to bed, you got work in the morning, you got school, whatever it is, tomorrow I will be live at 5 o'clock. No, we do have a second controller, but we don't have the cord that I need. 5 o'clock tomorrow, we will pick up from part 25, Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Okay? All right.
I don't have to leave anymore. What I have is right here. Spend my nights and days before, searching the world for what's right here, underneath and unexplored. Islands and cities I have looked. Here I saw something I couldn't overlook. I am yours now.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that.
So now I don't ever have to
Do you have
leave.
your flight booked for tomorrow, or? You do, okay. And then when are you coming back?
Explore, see what I've done.
That bridge is on fire. Yeah, that's the way I'm froze by desire.
Yo, chat, I don't know if anybody hears from my stream, but I beat the Godskin twins.
That's the risk
I beat them right after Julie's stream. Easy peas.
froze by desire. Secret choice
I don't think I have that many bosses left.
He just wedgied me. Yeah, oh, yeah. You did. No, it was you.
Look at Bud. Look at his face. Look at his face.
What? It was, you're saying it's him? He wedgied me? No, it was you.
Yeah, you're a little shit bag. You're a little hentai pervert.
Hentai pervert? No, that's you. You're a hentai pervert. Everything, whatever Will blames Farley for, self-report. Self-report. Dude, we were watching the craziest. Did you see this TikTok, like 40-part?
No.
Who the fuck did I marry? You haven't seen that, like, anywhere? Anyway. Okay, let me show you where I am in Elden Ring. Alright. Alright.
Are you on a boss?
I want to get to one. I want to fight a boss. Okay. Wait, I kind of gotta pee. Will you make sure this gets all set up?
Will you make sure this gets
Yes,
all set?
thank you.
Play the game for me. Is
No,
what you're
don't play it unless don't.
I'm gonna beat a boss. What's up? My name's Caroline Kwan. I'm about to be doing a little Elden Ring. Looking for a hitless run. Bro, why does she have no mana? No maidens? Fuck. Dude, it's so funny. The last time I tried to help her, I hadn't played the game in forever. But now I've been playing the game, so I'm like good again. Oh no, is she on Rodan? There's no way she's on Rodan, is she? Sup, bitch? I think you're on one of the hardest bosses of the game. Oh shit.
No, I have no idea where I'm going.
See this castle?
Oh, is that where I'm going?
Yeah, there's a fair that you got. There's a celebration you gotta go to. Get off the horse, motherfucker.
It's so annoying that you have to get off the horse.
Yeah, but you always get to a point where you're like. By the way, you have no mana,
What's mana?
like to do magic with.
I don't do magic.
Ever? There's like not a single.
No,
No ashes of war.
no, I don't do magic.
She said, "I don't." Do that. Is there a mini boss up here before Radan?
Remember you set me up as a deck? You set this.
Yeah, magic is hard.
You literally set my deck.
Magic
build.
is easy, but it's a little bit more technical than grugging.
How you get in? No door ahead.
I think you have to go around the. Is there a mini boss in here? Chat. Magic is hard copium. No, I don't think magic is harder. I think it would be difficult for Caroline though. It's a little bit more involved. I know there's a way around. Maybe it's this way. There's no mini boss before Radan. I think there's birds around here, if I remember correctly. And they're fucking giga annoying.
They're huge.
Oh.
I always lose.
Misogynist Will Sag. Shut the fuck up. You really
This is what
think
you're known for.
my concern with Caroline's gaming ability is from the fact that she's a woman?
They do call you Will misogynist.
No, it's from the fact that I've dated her for the last fucking epoch, and I know she never played video games once in her life before she met me.
Hey, I had 25 years of life.
And you didn't play video games during any of them.
That's true. I did play roller coaster tycoon.
Bitch.
Door does not open to this side.
Alright, let's get this for you real quick. Come here, motherfucker. Pow! Wait, you have an Ash of War?
Wait,
Oh.
ladder? There's a ladder. There's a ladder.
I am aware.
Do you want to know why?
Oh, get sucked on, bitch! God, I'm fucking nice with it.
There's a.
Oh, you want to use your little Sonic bitch tits? Come on. Yeah! Not just a pretty mage, motherfucker.
That sword. Awesome.
Yeah, sword's sick.
Sword's so sick.
Okay, I'm not gonna
Wait,
lie.
You want to know how I know you're such a gaming nerd? Because
What?
when I was playing Elden Ring on the stream,
Sure.
like you're showing me how to do something, you get so excited, and you're like,
Yeah, for sure. This game is fun. I will be honest though, after playing the Godskin twins, this feels like fighting children. I am at a part in the game that is so oppressively difficult. What do I have to do in here again? Don't I have to like kill some? I have to kill somebody. I think there's a Grace in here too. I hate the dogs.
whoa, what is that huge thing over there? There's some big thing. It's over the other side of the wall. No,
Oh, yeah.
I need the
God, your damage is fucking spicy.
yeah, it is.
Damage is real sexy.
That's right.
What's up, motherfucker? You got a crossbow and shit? Yo, load that. Yo, load that shit up. Come on, baby.
Oh!
Oh, you couldn't load it back up, could you? Looking real dead now, eh, motherfucker? You don't have the right. Oh, I remember being here. And that thing saying you don't have the right.
Wait, can't you with that door?
No.
Is he farting?
Well, I don't want to blame him, or else you'll blame me.
What? No, if you don't blame him.
I think this is actually a good place to farm souls, if I remember correctly. Ooh. Okay.
God, that's such a long reach. It's so sick.
Yeah, I blended them up. Good. Yeah, shit. Give me those. Give me these. Give
Did
me
you get the
this.
smithy stones? Gotta go back.
I got it.
Got it?
Okay, we opened this door. Nice.
Okay.
It's a shortcut. We can't go that way. Can we go this? No. I mean, this is... Oh.
Can you co-op this game or no?
You can. There's a co-op mod, and you can summon people into your world, which is both pretty cool.
You know, I still need you to teach me Baldur's Gate.
Oh, Baldur's Gate is... Oh my god, I remember this. Jesus Christ, I hated this part.
What's that thing with that? Do you usually use those or no?
So that... do I have to use that once to activate it, chat? No, okay.
Daydream, thank you for the prime.
I know there's some guys with like fire weapons. Oh, there's a Grace up here. Perfect. I'll get you to that and then you're on your own.
Okay.
Yeah, baby. All right.
Woo!
That goes to the boss. Wait, I can go to the boss already? I thought I had to clear the castle. Don't I? You can go to Redan without clearing the castle? Where's the mini boss? Hang on, I want one crack at the mini boss. Is the mini boss in here? Oh, this guy. All right, I want one crack at this boy.
One crack.
Oh, wait, this is a whole cutscene. You gotta talk to him.
Okay. This guy looks sick. Whole cutscene. Okay, all right. Here I am. Oh.
As a fellow combatant,
Okay.
allow me to introduce.
Is that the boss?
Blythe.
Hey, Larger, thank you for the tier
Warrior.
1.
Now, we find ourselves pitted against Radahn.
Oh wait, I think we
once
work
the
together.
strongest of the demigods. The way ahead
Oh, yeah.
is easily simple. A
Yo,
path
me and this
forged by
dude.
sword and fang.
Me and this guy.
Nothing to do but wait
This is the guy you want on your team.
until the festival begins.
Yeah. Okay. When's this festival begin? Oop, I'm on fire.
Until the festival begins.
Okay. Who's this? Milady! A polite bow. What? Thank you for the etiquette.
Champions! Welcome!
Oh my god, something's happening.
The stars have aligned. The festival
Milady!
is nigh. General Radahn, mightiest demigod of the Shattering, awaits you. Champions! Prepare for battle. Defeat the general, claim glory, and grab that great rune.
Okay, brother. Who's talking? Oh, this guy?
Ah, you came. How delightful. Indeed, I thought I might find you here. By the by, do you know for whom this
Y'all too cute, I love this.
held? Well, it is none other than General Radahn himself.
General Radahn.
I could face
Go
a
up the
great
stairs? Okay.
champion of the Shattering, a demigod in the flesh.
Tis I.
In truth, I
Do
quiver
this.
at the thought. Such is his frightful repute. But the fear simply assures me the ordeal is worth undertaking. Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I,
Okay.
Iron Fist Alexander, do hereby vow to unflinchingly brave this ordeal.
Alrighty. What's gonna happen? I don't know. Oh. Should I... This guy? Do I kill him? Oh, no.
Are you good and prepared, young chum?
Yes,
The
sire.
festival begins.
Ready as I'll ever be. Okay, Will, the festival's starting. The festival's beginning.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture.
Oh, this is sick.
General Radahn is cursed ever to wander. Eaten from the inside by Melania's scarlet rot, his wits are long gone. Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them like a dog.
Just a little cannibalism. He seems pretty scary.
Howling at the sky.
God.
We must make merry.
Yeah, what, like,
Oh, gathering of champions.
have a great time before
The
we're all
rebels
slaughtered?
begin. The celebration of war.
Oh, he's Renala's son.
Dawn Festival.
Oh.
You will find the field of battle past
Past the church ahead.
upon the shore under the fort.
Okay.
General Radahn is there, even now.
I killed his mummy.
Divested of his wits, devouring corpses, and howling at the sky. You will find General Radahn
Okay.
is there.
Alrighty. Squad, let's go. Let's go, squad. Come on, dude. It's time for us to roll. Yeah, the festival has started. Come on, brother. Oh, other way? Oh, my bad. Oops. I was just so excited. Just past the church. Got some smithing stones. Oh. Anything over here for me? I wonder what's gonna happen. It's awesome. Here I go, down to the beach. This summoning pool is now functional. Okay. Why did, oh no, I thought like, I thought I was supposed to go in the pool for summons. Oh God. Okay, boys. That was practice. I'm ready now. I'm ready. Do I go in here? Do I go in this, use the portal? Okay. Oops. Here we go. Wait, why can't I summon? Oh God, wait a sec. How do I get my... Oh shit! Wait. Oh no, oh. Okay. Wow, we are just the summon, use the NPCs. Okay, oh boy. All right, that was awesome. Oh, I can use my horse. Okay. Let me get on my horse. Oh, I'm so fucked. Oh, all right. Next time for sure. Oh, oh God. Oh my God, this is so hard to avoid. Oh God, I can't even. I literally cannot. I don't even know how to avoid these. I can't even drink my juice. This is terrible. Oh God. Oh, this is hell. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Take 3. Have not made it very far. Just like a missile. Increase the angle. Okay. It's tracking me. Okay. Summon. Let me get on my horse. Oh, oh, shit. Oh, why did I jump off this? Oh, God. Okay. Here we go, dudes. Oh, my God. This is... I'm literally trying to, like... I'm trying to... I cannot time this. I don't know why I got off the horse. I really didn't mean to. Okay. So, great. We got a summon. We got a summon. Roll into it. All right. Okay. When I jumped off my... Okay, if you've ever watched me... If you watched me play GTA, when I would jump out of the car, you're like, why'd you jump out of the car? And I was like, I don't know. I didn't mean to. That was like me getting off the horse. I didn't mean to. I didn't even know how I did that. Okay, let me try this. Oh, you guys, I literally... What is going on? This is... I have to get off the horse. This is too hard. Okay. Okay, great. Oh, oops. Okay. All right, we got the summons up, boys. All right, here we go, boys. Okay, now I'll get on my horse. All right, everybody, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Here we go, everybody. Okay. Oh, God almighty. Oh, okay, I gotta get out. I gotta get out. Oh, God, Lionel already died? Oh, shit. Okay, I gotta get out of here. Shit, okay. Heal. Wait, I can resummon? How do I resummon? Oh, God! The camera angle is so hard. Okay. Oh God, I died. Oh my God, this is so difficult. Whew. Okay, question. Do I just keep resummoning? Because I'm losing. Okay. I just keep resummoning. Alrighty. Alright, we can do this. Okay, it was... The camera angle was very difficult. Alright. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Fucking hell. Summon and then get on the horse. Yeah, it was really difficult trying to do this. Okay. Summon. Oh, okay, I got hit by that one. Yeah, that one sucked. Fuck! Sometimes I don't know why. It's really, hard to time. Okay. Alright, everyone. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, get on your horse. There's a summon here. Alright, come on, boys. Let's go. Summon patches. Do I even get in here and fight? Oh shit! Okay. Now get a hit in. Okay. Gotta go summon more. Shit. Okay, gotta go over here, summon them. Oh, shite. Oh, man. Okay, wait, where are the other ones? Fuck, they're all the way over here? God. All right. Oh! Come on, boys. All right. Why are these summons so fucking far? All right, get in here. Oh! Fudge! Wait, why do I keep getting off my horse? Okay. God, these guys keep dying. Whew. One. Oh no! Oh no! Oh shit! Okay, get back. Oh! Wait! Oh no, I can't see anything! Wait, what just happened? Bro, I literally couldn't see! Oh shit. Oh, this is tough. horse died and you tried to summon it? Oh, I see. Killed by a menu. All right, that is really hard. So it's really just like dodging around, huh? More summons on top of the hill. So okay, am I doing this right? It's just like trying to stay alive and keep on summoning. Okay. Shit. Okay, let's go, boys. Shit, fuck me. Oh, okay. God damn it! I literally trying to drink the healing juice. Okay, this will block it. Yeah, that'll block it. Okay. Okay, go. Go, go. Roll, tide, roll. Oh my god, what are... Oh my god! Oh, what are these arrows? Oh, these arrows! Fudge, okay. Come on, everybody. Oh, get out of there. Oh, get out of there. Get out. No, I'm died. I died. I died. I tried to heal. Okay. All right. Okay. It's okay. Don't be a hero. All right. There's more. Okay, there's more summons on top of the hill. Behind him, do you mean? Behind the guy? Mr. Redan or whatever his name is? Okay. I literally do not know how to get off. I don't know how to do this on the horse. Okay, so more up here. Okay, Patches is out. Let me get a couple more hits in while he's... Shit! Heal! 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 God damn it! God damn it! Heal! Fudge. This camera angle is so fucking hard. It is really difficult. You don't have to wait for them. You can press the summon button as you run over the glow to save time and keep moving. Okay. Oh, man. You can double... Oh, on the horse. Keep her alive. She's a healer. Who's this dude? Okay, come on, everyone. Oh, shit. Let's go. Come on. Oh, god damn it. Come on. God damn it, I'm not even on my fucking horse. Okay. Those shots are so hard. All right, y'all fight him. Okay, go. Ah! Get out, get out, get out. Okay, wait, where are they? How do I find where they are? Fudge. Great horned. Oh! Are they up here? Shit. Fuck, I have... They'll be up top? Where? Am I crazy? Fudge. Oh, here's some. Okay. Wait, there they are. Wait, what? Oh. Okay. Oh! Ah! Shit! What is that thing? Oh, God! Fuck! Fuck! I can't! I don't know! I don't know! Fuck, it's... I don't know. Summon signs appear after their death under clear ghost-like flags in the arena. Oh, this guy's gonna kill me. Fucking hell. Keep Radon aggro on use of the summon stay alive. They can't... I know, they can't fight the whole battle. Okay. Okay. This shit is so hard. Fuck. Why did I get off my horse? Oh shit! Oh no! Alright. For Rohan and I died. Okay. Okay, is that like a better idea? Just don't die? Fuck, this is hard. I'm definitely not gonna beat this tonight. No, I think I definitely need the horse because the summons. This is the hardest boss you have yet. Okay. Wait, where am I? Wait, what's going on? Oh my god, the fucking... Ah! I couldn't even see. I couldn't see. Okay, I'm giving this a couple more times tonight. I know, I feel like I was doing better. There was no mercy there. Why do you get off the horse? I don't mean to. I am a new gamer. I have clumsy fingers. It's like in GTA when I would just roll out of the car. It's total accident. If I had an answer... There's no explanation. See? It's like, why do I do that? See? I don't know why. I don't know why. Questions that I don't have answers to. I don't know how to keep the camera on him. I don't know. It's hard to like... It's really hard to keep the camera on him. Gonna be honest. Yeah, okay. See, every time I get in there, I feel like every time I get in there to fight, I just get killed. I don't know. I don't know. That's why I play on keyboard. Just a single hit? Really? Alright. Okay, I'll try that. Maybe 2 hits. 2 hits. 2 hits and then run. Okay. 2 hits and then we're out. I meant to... oh, shoot. Yeah, this joystick thing is... Am I dead? Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm dead! Oh, that was one of my worst ones. Didn't even have hits. Okay, okay, that one doesn't count. This is a... It's very hard for me to try to maneuver being on the horse running and then have the camera on him. Okay. I didn't even get to try the 2-hit strategy. Yeah, that was not very good. Okay. God damn those arrows. Oh, I wasn't looking. Okay, 2 hits. 2. Now move. I don't even know if I got him. God damn it, Patches. Patches O'Houlihan. Okay, here we go. 1. He's got hits. 1, 2, 3. Oh, shit. 1, 2. Ah! Okay. Heal. Okay, get in there. Get in there. On his ass. 1, 2, 3. 1. God. 1, 2. Oh, he's staggered. Oh, he's staggered. Is he? Okay, get out. Okay, that was pretty good. Oh God, here he comes. Everyone's gonna die. Oh. Where is he? Fuck this. Wait, where'd he go? Oh God. Oh, everybody come back. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God almighty. No, get out, get out. Oh my God. Oh Christ. Oh Christ. Oh no, oh no. Oh Jesus, okay. Wait, I need some help. Where are they? Where are the summons? Okay. Get in there. Now get out. Ah! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my gosh! I was trying to get out! Oh man! Oh, it was okay. All right. Okay. That was the best one. Oh shit. Fuck. I was trying to get out because I thought he went down. And I thought they like staggered him and so I could get in. And then I was like, oh God, he's getting back up. Oh man, he's getting back up. I gotta get out of here. And I just couldn't. Fudge. Oh, okay. No, this is what's gonna happen though. You guys, this happens every time. I make huge progress and then it takes like 20 more times before I make progress again. Oh no. No. Ah, that was a bad hit. Come on, guys. Oh my God, okay. Wow, this is off to a terrible start. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. See, every time. Every goddamn time. Oh boy. Oh God, is he coming after me? Get up here on the hill. Okay, let's get in here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh shit. Okay, get out. Oh god, okay. Okay, get out. Oh, is he staggered? Oh shit, he's down. Oh no, oh I died. Oh, I died again. I always get out right when they're staggered. Don't be discouraged. Phase changes in boss fights, so everyone off because you get used to second phase patterns, have to relearn the first. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna do... Yeah, you basically do have to heal after every time he gets a hit in, because it is so hard. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I have learned things, though. I have learned. Oh, shit. Oh, he's after me. Oh, God. Oh, boys. Where are we? Oh, everyone. Okay. Why am I not on my horse? 1, 2, 3. Okay, get out of there. You guys, I didn't have time. I couldn't even heal. All right, I'm doing this one more time. One last run. One last run, then I'm taking a break and we're trying it next time. One last run. All right. Okay. Here we go. If it's a good one. If I die right away, then no. One last run. One last fight. Here we go. This is it. This is the run. I know it. Classic one last run. Okay. Whoo. Hoo-wee, Rick. God, that arrow, that bow of his. Oh! Come on, my guy. Everybody's fighting. Everyone's fighting. Come on. Okay. All right. That hurts. Get them all. Gotta catch them all. I know there's one over here. Patches is already dead. Okay. And then one up here. Fuck. Wait, where is she? Isn't she usually up here? Oh, those are my summons. Wait, where is she? Did I already call her? Alright, whatever. We're gonna get... God, he's so fast. Okay, move and then drink. Fuck, I need more summons. Okay, come on. Let's go, everyone. Where is she? I don't know where... I thought she... Oh, here she is. Oh, God. Oh, get out of there. Now move. Okay, get in there. Woo! I'm off my horse again. And... Shit. Oh, I got greedy. Oh, I got greedy. That was a good run, though. It was a good run. I shouldn't have done that last hit. Yep. The last hit. I was greedy. That was good progress, though. That was good. Okay. All right. Pat just doesn't fight. He just leaves when he sees around. Nope. I'm calling it there. That was a good run. It was a good run. I know what I did wrong. I got greedy. It's all good. We're gonna stop it here. Cause I had a long day. And, we'll pick this up next time. Sorry to cuties watch, but no. If any of my streamer friends are watching, I'll just text you when I think I'm, like, gonna do it, okay? I'll be like, hey, I think this is the run. Hey, I'll call him. Hey, John, it's Legion. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't come in the building? All right, sounds good. Hey, I think I'm gonna defeat the boss. I think I'm gonna defeat the boss. Okay. All right, sounds good. Ahem. Well. All right. Oh, you know who's playing Elden Ring? Seer. I'll send y'all's asses over there. Seer's playing Elden Ring for the first time too. So if you need more of your Elden Ring fix, there you go. All right, y'all. Great day today. I had the etiquette stream on Sandwich's stream. If you missed that, the VOD should be on her channel. I will see y'all tomorrow. My plan is to go live at 5. We'll pick back up with the Who the Fuck Did I Marry story and anything else that's going on. And then I have to do Skull and Bones tomorrow night. Long gaming night. There's gonna be a lot of gaming tomorrow. Okay? All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Take care until I see you hopefully tomorrow. And, yeah, keep it real, as always. 07s. Good night, everyone.